Right, everybody, I'm live doing some massacre in action sort of shit. Yeah, and that's it. If anyone wants to come on, the link's there, so you can pop on and talk about whatever you want. And hopefully, Nelson the psychopath will be coming on to talk about the Great Wall, uh, Rambo 5. So, yeah, because last week I said, oh, yeah, Nelson should watch Rambo 5. So he said I should watch The Great Wall. So I did. Yeah, we're gonna like compare notes and that when he comes on because like he has DM me to say he is gonna be popping on, but don't know exactly when. But it's okay because I'll be doing streaming for a bit here, so doing a few hours. Not like fucking um, got much to say ish. Apart from Velma is one of the greatest shows ever, and I'm glad it's got a second season. But Octo Waves is Alliance Peda Chat Chill WK. Yeah, yeah, Octo Wave. Yeah, the fucking thing safe. If you want to pop on and that. So, I set you some homework tonight to watch rather RoboCop or um, Accident Man. So I think Octo Wave and done it. So, um, but Octo Wave says, "Did you watch The Shivering Truth?" Yeah, no. And YT Games says, "How are you, pal?" Yeah, doing all right. I think it's I'm not quite sure, but I'm sure it's um Ollie, but he he's using his YT Games because usually he comes on with Ollie. But yeah, yeah, yeah. Just been watching some older films and that. Watched a Chuck Norris film where there was this psychopath killer. I forget exactly what the name of the film was, but it was done in the 70s, and the psychopath killer gets like injected because he's an experimental um, sort of patient. Yeah, Oliver.
Right, man, how we doing?
Yeah, not so bad. I was just saying that I watched this Chuck Norris film where he goes up against this psychopathic sort of maniac that gets killed, but like Frankenstein, this like crazy doctor injects him with this serum that brings him back to life, and then he fucking can heal like fucking Wolverine. You know, he's got really super healing powers and that. But yeah, but Chuck Norris, obviously, fucking spoilers, he wins in the end. Yeah, it was one of these where they did it a bit of a horror film because there's a psychopathic killer in that, and so those bits in it where fucking it's a horror film where he's going around killing innocent people and that, like from like the first fucking minute. Not from the first minute because about from the first 3 minutes because the first 3 minutes, you see him doing like normal stuff, and then because he's a psychopathic killer, he he has this sort of like fucking problem where he goes into schizo fucking frenia, and then and then like in the first 3 minutes, you see him like being normal, and then the next 2 minutes, you see him just hacking up this family, and that's because he's
Oh,
like a psychopathic killer. But Chuck Norris fucking like goes in there and like fucking fucks him up.
Mhm.
Great film. I liked it. Had a lot of action.
Yeah, I might have to have a little look at that.
Yeah, I forget exactly, but it's one of them where put Chuck Norris be like psycho killer that can heal. Like, yeah, you should bring it up. So I think it was Silent. They want Silent Night because that's like a Christmas Carol, but or it could have been Somewhat Night. But yeah,
All right. Yeah, I was just coming on to just check in with you. Not really spoke to you in a while. See how you're doing.
yeah, not so bad. Fucking, oh, I've been a bit fucking shit, bit like been going to them dull sort of like fucking um help you back to work sort of fucking thingies and that. So yeah, I haven't been really staying up late apart from when I've been streaming. So yeah. Oh, October saying sounds like he's whispering could be a great Asmarith. Don't get me wrong.
Oh,
So
ASMR.
oh, I still don't get it though. The link's there anyway. Wants to pop on. He was manning up because like I don't know exactly what Octo Wave is like, but yeah, he's manning up a bit though because he's been listening to my fucking streams. And have you noticed, Ollie?
Yeah.
There's a new feature on the
On the stream, yeah.
StreamYard.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
the
Where if you see that in the bottom left corner where my name is, you have a like extra thing where you can put
yeah, it's
like
like an
where I
optional
put.
thing. I saw that. I was like, I didn't know what it was, though, so I didn't really put anything in it.
Yeah, well, it's more for company calls and that. So you have like line manager and fucking floor manager or whatever, and fucking deputy fucking head fucking of analyst or whatever. You know that's what. Well, I've just put masculine action.
Mm. Let's have a little look at it. Settings.
Yeah, it's just in your oh banners and that. It says new next to it. Hey, there we go. What you put? Don't put out fucking too crazy. That's gonna get me kicked off. Yeah,
All round legend.
all right, yeah. That's all right.
Maybe so you not been out then?
Not much.
Nah. Well, I'm gonna have to go in a bit anyways, and I need to go. I need to go get some sleep. Cause I'm up early in the morning. You noticed we changed the name of the bar?
Which bar? The
Bar.
Pearsons.
Yeah,
No, do you know?
yeah, it's changed the name now.
Right. Did you want to give it a plug?
Yeah, can do. It's called Old Zoological.
Right.
Gone back to the original name.
Yeah, I can say it used to be called zoological, and so now they put old zoological sort of thing of the year.
Yeah.
Just so like yeah, um, legal fucking registration purposes. Oh, Canadian Spider-Man's here. Says, "Hey there, Jens. Good evening to you." Yeah, all right, Canadian Spider-Man. Mm.
But yeah.
Yeah, so just
Well,
been
I'm gonna have to pop off anyways. But what do you call it? Next Tuesday. Oh wait, what day is next?
um, it's the 8th today in it, so it'll be the 15th. Yeah. By how good happening in that. I can't hear you like if you don't know if you
Girlfriend coming down, hopefully.
what's happening.
Girlfriend's coming down, hopefully.
Right, next week.
Yeah, for Valentine's Day.
Oh, but no, that's next Monday.
Tuesday.
It's Tuesday.
Yeah, 14th.
Oh, is it now thing? Oh no, it's Wednesday the 8th, isn't it? Oh
Yeah.
yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, no, yeah, it is fucking Valentine's and Tuesday. I thought it was 15. Oh, my maths.
Mm. But yeah. But anyways, I'm gonna head off. What do you call it? But I'll send you a message tomorrow.
Yeah, man, yeah, yeah, you at work tomorrow and that, man.
I'm covering in the afternoon, and then on the night I shouldn't be really doing anything. So
Right, yeah, man, yeah.
we'll sort something out.
Yeah, man, yeah.
All right then. Well, I'll see you in a bit.
Hey, man, see you in a bit, man.
In a bit. Wait.
Right. Yeah, there's Olive. Oh, oh, YT Games. He's got his channel. And I think he was going to do like computer games and that sort of thing. Oh, don't know if he got round to it. Yeah, the watched that film with Chuck Norris, and like I watched a film with Burt Reynolds where fucking it was called oh fuck, what was it called? Because Bill Bear was talking about it as well. Yeah, I'll watch that. It was a bit like Dirty Harry, but like with Bill with Burt Reynolds in. Um, oh fucking hell. Ah, I forget what it's called, but yeah, a lot of tit in it though. Good Bear was getting the tits out all the time. Uh, yeah. Oh, then I watched Marine 5. Oh, the Marine. I've got it. Oh, not five. Number three. Sorry, it was a five. I was surprised it was a five because John Cena he starred in the first one. Then the Miz he starred in the second one, and he also starred in the third one. But I don't know who starred in the fourth one. But the third one was all right. Like, yeah, some good action bits in it, and yeah, and there's fucking other sort of like films I was watching. Uh, I should really. I was thinking I should do some reviews of them and that, little quick 5 minute reviews. But I was watching so many in that. I I was just getting. Oh yeah, that was it. There was one with Chuck Norris. I mean Charles Bronson. I forget what the film was called, but it was where fucking it was a like cowboy who robbed this train with his mate and like some other people and that. And there was these Japanese um, sort of officials on this train with this samurai sword, but it had gold on, and so they rob it, and so and then the double cross um, Charles Bronson, and they leave him for dead, and Charles Bronson and this samurai have to like team up to go get retrieve this samurai sword, and I forget what that film was called. As I say, I need to do some reviews, little 5 minute reviews of them and that, because I fucking forget what the names are called. One of them, I just started looking at the back catalogue of action stars and that, and any film I think, oh yeah, I haven't seen that one. Fucking watch it, but it's remembering the fucking name of the film. 'Cause I've been watching so many recently because there's been no really apart from Velma that's been any good. And I've watched all of that now, and so I'm waiting for season two. Um, I'm trying to think because there's a few others I watched. Uh, I watched Who Framed Roger Rabbit, but I've seen that before. But just watching it again because like it was ages since I'd seen it before and that. So it's one of them films where I was like, yeah, I can remember parts of it, but you know, there's so fucking much in that film that like I didn't really get when I first saw it because I was so busy watching Roger Rabbit and all that shit, do crazy stuff and that where like you don't really follow the plot line as. But yeah, and yeah, fucking what else did I say? Oh fuck! Uh, I should have written this down because there's like so many now. Oh, pretty much later, but there was like a few new ones because oh, what was that recent film I saw? Yeah, shit. Yeah. fuck. Can't, can't remember the name of the film, but it had him who played Lois and Kent Superman in Lois and Kent. I mean Kent and Lois, or whatever it was. Kane. Is it? Somewhat Kane. But it was all right film and that. It was where fucking the Big Show from wrestling, because it was a WWE film, and the Big Show had like killed his wife and that, and then gone to prison. So Dean Kane, that's his name. Dean Kane, he's a cop, and so he kills like these like drug dealing sort of gang that like you find out, oh yeah, it was Big Show's brother, and that, and then because he's killed him, then Dean Kane goes into prison and that to kill fucking spoilers and the Big Show sort of thing. It's some pretty good fucking mask and action fucking fight scenes in it, and that you're just a bit ropey on the acting, and the budget was a bit not low, but it was one of them where it looks all right, but they could have done with rehearsing it a bit more, you know. But obviously, because the budget was a bit low-ish, they probably didn't have time to rehearse it as much. And then Dean Kane, he's a good actor in that, and so yeah, he like acting's good in that. It's just the Big Show's acting is a bit ropey-ish. I don't I don't think he knew how to play the really statistic bad guy, even though he can play the bad guy like he does in wrestling. But I think his acting just, you know, it wasn't on that level of when fucking Robert De Niro played fucking that psychopath thing. Oh, what film was it? I forget what film it was. But, um, hey, so yeah, there we go. Yeah, he's muted. Yeah, can you hear me up to word? Yeah, you having trouble again? Because yeah, I can't hear you, man. So yeah, it could be stream yards, blocking people. But yeah, there's some pretty good fucking fights in it, scenes in it. I forget what the film was called, but if you just Google Dean Kane versus the Big Show in prison, yeah, it'll come up. Yeah, I'm trying to think of like fucking what sort of fucking films I fucking thinking about it. So, but yeah, yeah, yeah. Octo Wave saying it's not working. Yeah, fuck it. That's what he's been doing to Slasher. Like I can't remember how you started out last time. I think you fucking reset it on it, because I don't know if sometimes the fucking mic in that shit is fucking responding and that. But the best way is like when you come on to the fucking stream yards, you have that mic test. And so if you do the mic test and you don't see that green bar going up in that like a level meter, and that like fucking, yeah, got fucking I'd say sometimes it's because there's a fucking over the. It happened to me one time, but I could hear them though, but they couldn't hear me, and it was because the mic was it was on another stream that I hadn't closed out of, and so the mic was still fucking active on that stream, and so when I went to another stream, there was no mic for it to fucking register because the other mic was registered on the other stream, and so yeah, I'm like fuck, didn't even know fucking what was happening out there. Like, what the fuck? And then like when I saw, yeah, I had another stream that I'd like left, but I hadn't closed because I hadn't closed it out and that shit. Fucking the mic was still active on that stream. But masculine action though, because yeah, what else? What was it I was watching? Oh, I can. Uh, another Charles Bronson film and all. 'Cause, yeah, fucking done some masculine action shit. Charles Bronson. Um, can't remember though. Yeah, gonna probably have to fucking do some 5 minute reviews of films again. But I say that, but it's fucking doing the cunts. So it's like, oh yeah. Sometimes I just can't be asked. It's like, ah, especially when it's a film. Fucking like, if it's done by Charles Bronson, of course it's gonna be fucking good. Why am I having to review films of Charles Bronson? It's like you just know about the name Charles Bronson. Charles Bronson's gonna do shit films. I mean, even his shit films are still going to have him fucking shooting the shit out of someone. So it's like, oh yeah. But selling head bitches. They don't like Charles Bronson. And yeah, I'm not hearing much talk about fucking John Wick 4, considering it's out next month, or well, it's more like fucking a month and a half, but still though, next month the John Wick. And then the Expendables 4, which I didn't even know was getting released this year, but yeah, apparently September time. Expendables 4, where apparently I heard that Stallone is gonna sort of like retire, sort of thing. The Barney sort of thingy character, where Jason Statham's character of Christmas, somewhat Christmas, in it. He's gonna become the new sort of Expendables leader, and they don't know if they're gonna kill off fucking Stallone's character or just like retire him. I reckon they'll probably go for the retirement where he's like, no, I've had enough, sort of thing. Fucking, I'll just chill in Tijuana, wherever. Hey, Tommy the Guinea Pig Collective, Prince say, hey, greetings and that. Yeah, greetings, Tommy. Yeah, yeah, pop on. Always welcome and that. But Tommy's where he usually on like quite a few sort of streams and that, so you're a bit knackered. So, but yeah, Expendables 5 though. Was it 4? No, Expendables 4. Sorry, I'm fucking, I'm jumping ahead, but yeah. So Expendables 4. Stallone's character is gonna sort of not gonna be the leader, so if and I think they are gonna be doing Expendables 5, but if they're doing Expendables 5, they're gonna fucking probably have Jason Statham as the lead sort of commander in the operation. So see how it goes. Obviously, fucking Expendables, fucking war is gonna be good. And then Tommy will probably know there's a Transformer film coming out where it's got the rock gorilla thing, which I, I can't remember his name. Fucking, but yeah, doing I think anyway, where it was sort of like transforming rocks, where they transform into fucking animals. So looks like there'll be some good fight scenes because they've got that sort of like King Kong sort of like CGI sort of pretty much done now. So they're gonna know how to do some real good fight scenes and that with a gorilla. You know, you're smashing the shit out of things and that. Um, Let me say they are gonna destroy any goodwill left for Transformers. Well, don't know the Transformers haven't been too bad considering they've always had sort of, but I think I did see the female Transformer in it, but you know, as long as they don't fucking focus the story all around there, you know, and keep it to fucking like um Optimus Prime, like fucking Transformers is all about Optimus Prime, is it? So like, yeah, do I do all right with the action though? I've noticed with the Transformers. Like some people complain about it being a bit too oh, but which I can see it, but some bits I do go a bit crazy. But I thought, yeah, fucking it's one of them popcorn movies, isn't it? It's like, right, look, the storyline's gonna be fucking a bit like try try to get as much authenticity to the fucking storyline, but yeah, they know like, oh yeah, they can't do the exact same storyline, or else they're not gonna be able to get paid for fucking doing rewrites and all that shit. Because if they just use the exact same storyline, whoever did that storyline, they'd be getting paid. So they always change the storyline slightly and that shit, you know, just so they can fucking get paid and that shit of like fucking original or what do you call it? Oh, that 25% difference and that, so you'd have to pay fucking royalties out. So yeah, they always try to get that 25% different. And like some like storylines, you can get away with the 25% difference as long as you fucking don't make the characters into like right pussy little bitches. But some of them they just go I guess they go totally too fucking much of a change. Like with He-Man, it was like that was like a 95% difference from from the original He-Man because He-Man wasn't fucking in it. Hey, yeah, so I can hear you clicking around a little bit. So your mic's working.
Is
You
it?
sort it out. Yeah, because look, you got like your volume sort of ring going now when you talk.
Uh,
Hey, so how you been? Did you watch Accident Man?
I couldn't find it.
Well, did you watch RoboCop? And not the fucking remake, the original
Uh,
hardcore.
no, not yet.
No. Ah. Well, at least you got the balls to come on here and admit how much of a pussy bitch you are because you haven't watched RoboCop or Accident Man yet. So kudos to like having the balls come on. But
What?
fuck, man, you haven't seen when I was your age because you're like 17, 18 and that. When I was your age, if you hadn't seen RoboCop by that by the time you're age, you'd been laughed at. You wouldn't, because like it was so popular in the day that there was loads of fucking references to it. Hey, up, what you put. Let's have a look. Uh, oh, fucking. What's that say? Frisking out the neighbourhood. Right. Oh, freaking out the neighbourhood.
Yeah.
Right. Hey, up. Hey, Tommy. Hey, Tommy. Hey, what you got on yours, man?
Master of the cybernetic guinea pigs.
Ah, yeah.
Oh, what's going on? What's going on? I know you were talking about that accident, man. And that's another one, just like Octawave there. I could not find that thing anywhere.
Oh, it was. I think it was on Hulu or something like that. It's one of them where it's out and if for you if you don't go on the pirated fucking seas and that like yeah, but I
Well,
don't know.
I had a couple other movies that were suggested by our buddy Steve Kenobi over there in Norway. So one of the ones that he suggested was Thrashing. That's another one I can't seem to find anywhere. The other one was The Ninth Gate with
Right, yeah,
Keanu Reeves. That was actually, it was a good movie, but it was just odd. It took me forever to find that thing. I eventually found it because I have Roku as my streaming device for my TV, or actually I have a Roku TV now. And I found it actually on Roku's channel for free. So, I mean, I just kind of lucked out when I found that. But yeah, like 9 times out of 10, I start looking at the other sites that are free ones like Tubi or something like that, try to find stuff. So
yeah. Well,
sometimes, sometimes you get lucky and they still have them up. Other times they just removed them. So,
yeah, well, it's definitely on free. Said I think it was Tubby Swell because you I know you definitely know Adam Superfan
yeah.
Shank show. Yeah, well, he found it on like a free service because he'd watched half of it anyway, sort of thing. Because he was watching it with his friends, but I think he got a bit too masculine action for his friends, so they're like,
Well, I mean, well, you know what my other problem is, Jens, is actually just being able to find the time to sit down and watch some of these movies. because we got the show with Lasso on Wednesday where we supposed to do horror movies, so we got to catch up on those. And then sometimes there's other movies people want me to watch because they want to talk about it or something. But it's actually my problem now is actually finding the time to look, not only just look for these movies, but actually have the time to sit down and watch them. We were supposed to do My Bloody Valentine, and they were talking about the original, which I know very well, and I'd watched it pretty recently because I have the DVD. But she also wanted to talk about the 2009 version, so I found that and I started rewatching it because I'd never finished watching. Because I remember the first time I ever seen it, I turned it off because I have this despise for most of these remakes because they're usually garbage. So I started watching this thing, and I'm like, "Oh, this is trash. This doesn't make any sense." Like over and over, and I was like, "Now I know why I turned this thing off."
Oh yeah. Like, so
the other thing I caught was on Hulu because my wife has that service, and I caught oh God, what is that? Jeepers Creepers Reborn, it's called. It wasn't horrible, but it was just weird. It was like really weird and almost stand-offish from the rest of the series.
Yeah, I'm not into the teen horrors much, but yeah, well, a horror film and it is going to be weird, some shit, like, but yeah, I think the only horror that's any good is well, I like a lot is Evil Dead, and the remake of that was fucking really terrible. Like I never watched it because it had a bed as Ash, and so fucking.
I watched it because my buddy Vinny said to check it out because he likes it. Because he said it felt like more of a horror movie than Evil Dead by Dawn, which was technically an Evil Dead remake because they kind of remade the first movie. They retold it a little bit. He said it felt more like a horror movie than the original one. But I mean, even taking that into consideration, I was just not sold on the movie. I didn't want to see any more of it. I watched it once and I never plan on revisiting it again. I didn't care for it. I watched those movies because I want to see what Ash Williams is going to do, not some other broad or whatever, that I don't care about because I'm not invested in her story.
Yeah, well, they did that with The Thing, didn't they? Where fucking it was a bed, and there's a really fucking corny bit in it that when she's running away, she's like about 20 feet behind this dude, and then they cut to a scene where she's like 20 foot in front of this dude, like running. Totally like, oh.
So when was that remake?
Oh, I think 2010 or something.
Yeah, see, that was something we were just talking about the other day when I was talking about a lot of these remakes, and people don't realize that they were putting a lot of this agenda-driven nonsense that everybody complains about now in movies, that they were putting that shit in towards the end of the 90s and the beginning of the 2000s. Just it flew under the radar, and it wasn't quite as heavy-handed as it is now. But it was definitely in a lot of the movies, especially the remakes.
Yeah, well, like it was definitely at least 10 years ago. Oh, no, it was definitely at least 10 years ago because I forget all the actor was in it, but it was one of the actors that like fucking like and the Baird actor in it, like the actors where you don't see them now. So it must have been a good 10 years ago because the actors that they're not in, so it was like, yeah, fucking it. And I said to my mate, because he was like, oh yeah, I'll give it a watch. It was one of these where hypocrisy, where they're all
Hypocrisy.
stupid in that. Yeah.
Is that what you try? Hypocrisy?
No, it called Idiot Hypocrisy or something. But anyway, that film where the top selling film is just ass. That's what the film's called, ass. And it's just like an ass farting. He'd have been one of them where he'd have given that ass a chance. He'd be like, yeah, well, let's see what happens, you know. But yeah, he watched it and that, and he was like not too impressed because I know he didn't say to me, oh yeah, it's fucking great. He was one of them that was like, oh yeah, it's all right, like. But he said, as you said, like sort of thing, oh no, I want as good as fucking the original Evil Dead, especially like fucking Evil Dead 3, Army of Darkness. That just goes crazy. Yeah, you say it was more of a horror, where Evil Dead's a horror slash with a bit of comedy. It's also it's not like you fucking Friday the 13th where it just go sells on horror. There's no comedy in Friday the 13th.
No, that's not entirely true. There was a bit of comedy in a few of them, especially by the time he gets to Manhattan. Like that,
Yeah.
like on that rooftop where that guy's slugging it out and go ahead and take
yeah,
your best
but-
shot and he knocks his head off.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like, because like there's so many in the Friday. Is it on number 17 or something now or whatever?
Nah, they stopped at 10. Well, I mean, technically, if you count Freddy versus Jason, it's 11 movies, but it's not really part of either franchise. It's not really Nightmare on Elm Street, and it's not really Friday the 13th. It's somewhere in between.
Yeah, but like the first sort of three sort of like thing is, even though the third one is about masks and that, but it is trying to be more dramatic horror where is obviously like when it goes a bit to Manhattan and all that shit. Yeah, it does go into a bit of spooky fucking comedy, but so like yeah, horror films. With Evil Dead, there is that comedy element in it, and if you don't get it right,
No, I'm trying to think that there isn't a lot of really good horror comedy type movies out there. I mean, there was a few. I remember this one when I was younger called House, and on the cover of the DVD box it was House, Ding Dong, You're Dead. That one had a little bit of comedy thrown in with it too.
Yeah. I saw that because I thought it was going to be a more serious horror because the zombie hand looked really fucking good considering it was a comedy. But they got the horror hand that was pressing the doorbell looking really sort of spooky-ish and that.
Then you have another one that I could think off the top of my head where they actually took it more comedy than horror, and that was Saturday the 14th.
Yeah.
I mean, it had a little bit of the horror element in it, but it was more of a comedy than a horror.
Oh yeah, proper spoof comedy. That it was sort of like the Austin Powers of horror films.
Wasn't nowhere near as bad as the scary movies that the Waynes were doing.
Oh yeah.
Like they were just zany, over the top, like spoof movies. But
yeah, they were proper spoofed up. I mean, the one where a plant comes to life and tries to roll him in and smoke him. You know, it's like, oh yeah, that's so crazy.
But I've been looking at a few of these different shows, and I mean, there really isn't a whole lot out there that's new that's out that I've been interested in. I mean, the last thing I did watch that was newer, I've seen everybody complaining about it, and as soon as I see everybody complaining about it, I don't trust half these people anymore, especially these bigger personalities on YouTube. They can miss me. As soon as I hear them complaining, that's when I decide I'm going to take a look. And the last one was that 90s show. And you know what? For the few bad parts that were in it, overall, it felt a lot like the 70s show, and it mimicked a lot of the shit that they did. And even like I said before, even a lot of the plot lines were
Yeah.
almost like direct rip-offs from the original show.
Oh, yeah.
So if they're
Well,
saying they hate that 90s show that much, then they must hate that 70s show and think it's
yeah.
woke too.
Well, yeah. Well, the writers just got a script of the 70s show, and all just put like a little loop on the 7 to make it into a 9. And it's like, yeah, there's our script. Change a few fucking record players into CDs. That's it. Yeah.
But
Well, I
yeah,
don't know.
I'm waiting. There's got to be something worth watching. The only other thing that I was slightly interested, I don't know how much you're into like like the Gojira and stuff like that, the kaiju type movies. They were supposed to have, I don't know if it's already out or if it's still in production, but they were supposed to have a Godzilla series on Apple TV. And the few tidbits I've seen and information about it actually looks kind of interesting. But I really hate the idea of getting another damn service. Now I do have an iPhone, and every once in a while I get like those free like month or whatever. So I'm gonna wait till I get another one of those free month services, and then maybe if it's already up on their TV, their streaming platform, I'll take a look at it. But that looked interesting. But other than that, I mean, in Cobra Kai, I haven't seen a lot coming out that's really interested me at all.
Well,
Like I'm taking back through old movies again, Jens. That's what I'm doing.
yeah. Well, the recent thing I saw that had me sort of fucking hooked was the Stallone's new series. Well, I say new, obviously it's finished now, so in that new, but called fucking Tulsa King.
Right? Weren't you just talking about that one?
No,
No, who
no,
was talking about it? Because I could have swore on Monday night somebody had mentioned that show.
I've been talking about it, fucking, but it was like when it was on, like about 2 weeks ago, and that when the finale sort of ended.
Now,
So,
do you recall what service that was on or no?
I think it was on Paramount.
Oh, okay, yeah, right, and that's why I couldn't watch it because it was on Paramount. That makes sense.
Yeah, well, there's some high seas sort of fucking services,
Are you
but
kidding? I can barely do the normal stuff that I'm paying to do, let alone try to surf the high seas.
well, hopefully, because it was only 9 episodes, 50-minute long episodes. So, but hopefully you've got a friend who's got Paramount that will let you like watch it at his or something, or the record. They'll send you like a recording of it.
Either that or that'd be another one. I'll wait until I can get a free 30 days and then check it out. And
Yeah. Cause like, did you ever watch Sons of Anarchy?
I watched the original series and I started watching the Mayans, but I never finished it.
Right, yeah, because the Mayans was a spin-off on it of the Mexican sort of like
Yeah.
glow in the
And
dark.
once again, I wouldn't say the show was horrible, but there was a few points it seemed to drag a lot more than the original show did, and I just kind of like lost interest.
Yeah, and it would be one of them where because Sons of Anarchy was so big in that it is hard to fucking follow that. But anyway, it was the Tulsa King was a bit like Sons of Anarchy, where it was a mafia sort of like dude. Well, sort of like a mobster sort of like dude who's in mafia, getting his gang together to get like shit sort of like sorted, and sometimes you had to like go outside of the law and all this shit. But some good violent fucking action parts in it, a bit like with the Sons of Anarchy, you know, where there'd be slow parts, but there'd always be some action bits at the end. So it won't follow action, but some good action in it.
I'll tell you, I'm actually living through a bit of a state of depression right now. With the direction that Hasbro has been taking since you mentioned Transformers earlier, like that just kills me.
So right, what's happened?
Well, I mean, I've talked about this a few times. They have that new show called the Allspark. So this new
What's that?
cartoon, they actually took a character from the old Sunbow cartoon who was a minor character. It was called Nightbird. Basically, what Nightbird was a robotic ninja that a Japanese robotics firm in the cartoon series had created. So
Oh, was it a
Megatron,
bird?
yes, it was a female ninja. So Megatron steals it. He reprograms it to work for him, try to assassinate Prime and all this other stuff. So what they did in this new series is they turned her into a transformer, which okay, whatever, because they did make a toy in the War for Cybertron trilogy as like one of those side toys, like a recoloring of another one. They made her into a toy. So okay, you're going to make her a transformer. It's kind of like whatever. Okay, so you made her a transformer. But they didn't stop there. Then they said, "Oh, well, she's coming out on the show and she's saying that she's non-binary and that she identifies with they, them pronouns." And I was like, "Oh, sweet Jesus!"
Ah,
And then the boot. It's bad enough you got all that garbage in the damn show to begin with, but then the toys that they came out for that series are such a downgrade to everything that they were doing with the other three series. So the War for Cybertron line that they had was stellar. The Legacy line picked up on what left off as the War for Cybertron. They continue with the great designs and everything, and like reintroducing older characters that were from Diaclone over in Japan before it became Transformers. And then they had a spin-off of that called the Buzzworthy Bumblebee line, which some of the figures in that one, the character or the toys were really bad and some of them were decent. Then they dropped down to this dollar store, like Dollar General, Family Dollar looking, like low budget robot look to all
yeah.
these toys. And I'm like, this is just pathetic. So then they topped that off with this Rise of the Beast movie that's coming out. And
Yeah, that's
apparently
it.
that one, RC is going to say that she was a male Autobot who wanted to transition to a
transform!
female. Yeah. And I'm like, oh my God, I'm checking out. I'm checking out. So I have pre-orders for some
Baby,
toys.
move the dick.
I have pre-orders
baby,
for some
move
toys
that
for some
thing.
of these lines from Legacy. But once they're all done, I'm done with Hasbro. I'm not buying anything. You know what? I'm somebody, and it's kind of shameful to admit how much I've spent on these damn toys because I love that franchise since it first started. I liked that franchise before it was Transformers, but I
No,
probably
but-
spent
yeah, but-
thousands of dollars a year, Jens.
Yeah,
thousands of dollars a year on these toys.
No, but it's like
nope,
an
I'm
artist
done.
that but it's like an artist that does like a crazy album. But the 5 or 6 albums that was good beforehand, like you don't chuck them out. But I'm thinking of like the new theme tune's gonna be like they them. Don't fucking mispronounce their pronouns.
And pronouns in disguise.
So are they going to have like flashbacks of when this like transformer is like a male and that?
I don't know that. I only heard what was leaked about what's going to happen in the story, and I was like, "Yep, I'm done."
Yeah.
No, I'm sorry. I can't be on board with that because that just goes against everything I believe in what they should be doing. I mean, they should be making these movies, these cartoons and everything for enjoyment, not to push agendas and shit like that. And once they cross that line, they've lost me not only as a fan, a continuing fan, but they've lost me as a customer as well.
Yeah. Because like, what are you thinking of that like Battle of the Beast film? Because it's got that fucking Gorilla Rock thing, which I forget the name of it.
The Optimus Primal, and that's another thing that kind of gets me. When they did Beast Wars, it was supposed to be they were supposed to have actually organic skin and everything. That's why they were all beasts, because whatever it was with the energy on the planet, it was actually causing them to short out and lock up and go into stasis mode. So they actually had to put organic skin around their robotic body so they wouldn't short out. So now you're taking that element completely out of this and you're making him completely mechanical. You're just completely dismissing the whole idea why they were beasts. And making this like it makes no sense whatsoever. Absolutely
Oh well,
zero.
that 25% difference, isn't it?
Mm.
Like, oh yeah, no, it's not the original Beast Wars because look, they haven't got skin. They've got robotic fucking armor. Whatever. But yeah, as I say, like I don't know exactly what it's going to be like, but I reckon the fight scenes are going to be good in it because that's what I do like about the Transformers films, where they have got some good fucking epic action scenes going on.
My biggest
Even
problem
though,
with all those things, number one, the design of all the characters was just horrendous. Like they just look like to me, they just like big wiry messes on the screen. Um, with the exception of a few of them, you can kind of see who they are to a degree, but for the most part, you really couldn't make out what they were. I mean, even that Bumblebee movie, I didn't even like that because it felt too Michael Bay, and I hate his style. I hate his style. Number one, the guy was never a Transformer fan. So why would you get somebody who knows nothing about the franchise, could care less to actually direct a film about them? If they would have brought somebody in that actually respected the franchise and cared about the characters, yeah, they could have made changes to the characters and maybe add a different Hollywood spin to it to change them. But they still would have been recognizable because some of those characters were not recognizable. Like if you showed me a picture, and matter of fact, somebody did, of Megatron before I knew it was Megatron from that film, I would have never
yeah,
Megatron because it
yeah.
sure didn't look like him.
No, I don't admit, like with Megatron, it was sort of like, well, yeah. I didn't think Megatron wore a hood. Where did he wear a hood in the fucking cows? But I went with it because I was like one of these where I I wasn't expecting like the exact because, but at the time I didn't really, but it was one of them where like, oh, maybe they're just going for a different Megatron because the one like to give Optimus Prime a even bigger challenge in there. But yeah, it's how I thought Megatron didn't look like Megatron. But I don't think they wanted to make him pop into a gun.
Well,
Even
I
though
mean
the
that went out the window many years ago. But I mean, it was actually it was oh god. By the time they got into what was it like 80, I want to say it was like 87 or something like that. That's when they started cracking down on some of that stuff because toy guns, and so there was actually some kids in like inner cities that were using toy guns and got shot by cops. So I mean that was something that that was something that was actually changed before they even got to these type movies because Generation 2 of Transformers, after Generation 1 ended, and they came up with Generation 2, which would have been like, I don't know, like 90, 91 or something like that. They had already changed Megatron into a tank.
Yeah, because I was saying Generation 1, where it was a proper handgun. If you look closely, you could see where his arms would come out and that. But if you was like 10 foot away and someone just waved it in your face, you wouldn't be like, oh yeah, no, that's Megatron.
Well, I mean, there is a small argument that made about that. I actually did a video about that, like in comparison sides. Like I brought up a comparison side by side photo of the real gun and the Megatron. You can see how much smaller it was.
Yeah.
So,
but it's one of them where if you're from a distance and that, and someone just pulls it out real quick, and in America, you even fart like fucking too hard, and the cops are pulling guns on you, and so you waving that around real quick, and that I can see where it's like, oh shit, like no,
yeah, it could be a problem. Well, in '85. So 84 was the first year that they released all the G1 Transformers in the States. So by 85, when they were re-releasing a lot of these toys, the Megatrons actually came with an orange cap on the end of it.
Yeah. They started doing that. We were going to put in like a little orange or red little fucking cap thing at the end. So it's like, no, it's just a toy one. But then, if you did have a rail gun, you could easily just put one of those fucking
Right?
just a toy gun, you know. Yeah, no, it feels real and all, but no, it's a toy one.
Well, that's why eventually they wound up making sure that all companies that were producing toy guns, like standard size, almost like a real firearm size, they were telling them they couldn't have them in black or silver or anything like that, because there was this one company out, and it was sometime in the mid '90s. They were making these water guns that were like automatic, like they were battery power, and they were called Entertech.
Yeah, I had one. Yeah,
the Entertech water guns looked almost like real guns, and they came under a lot of fire from these government agencies rather, who said that no, you cannot make them look. They look too real.
No, well, I had one, and it was painted like the Ultimate Warrior, where it was in bright green and
right.
striped.
That's about the time when they told them they came down. They said, "Look, you have to do something about the color of these to distinguish them as toys."
Yeah, and PlayStation, because they had their fucking what was it? G-Con, I think it was called, the gun, and it didn't look exactly like a real gun, unless it was some kind of fucking futuristic fucking Desert Eagle, but they changed it where they moved it from having a gun, obviously on the PlayStation 4 or whatever, to just having them sort of like fucking like wand things that you'd stick into something that would be like a gun. So it wouldn't be like a gun that looked like a gun. Like with the Nintendo, they sort of like did the Wii thing where you'd stick the Wii thing in a gun sort of like casing that looked fuck all like a gun. Unless it was like one of them plastic guns that you can fucking get. Because I fucking hate the fact that they wouldn't do guns and that for like some consoles and that, because it was like, oh no, even though they had the technology to do a light gun and that, so you could, but no, the one that was like, no, they didn't want to have the fucking thing, because like Nintendo.
Now, I don't remember if this was real or not, but I do recall seeing pictures. It might have been like a custom job, but somebody had created a duck hunt gun for Nintendo, and it turned into a Megatron.
Right, yeah, it must be custom made, 'cause I don't think Nintendo and thingy would have, because like Nintendo always like to do their own shit and that, and so there was wanting to get their character sort of like, so if you'd have said it transformed into fucking Mario, I'd have thought, oh yeah, but with it being Megatron, no, I think it's like a custom made one.
Yeah, let me see if I can bring it up. I'd seen it and I was like, man, if that was real, I wouldn't mind getting it because it looks kind of hilarious.
Oh yeah, well, some easily fucking converted into one if you know fucking a bit about electronics and molding. But
yeah, there it goes.
Hey, let's have a look there.
This looks like it was like a regular Megatron that they painted like the duck hunt gun.
Yeah. Oh, actually though, if it's a newer one, yeah. I thought you meant like the original, but yeah, it's looking like they might have fucking thing made like, but yeah. Well, I tell you something though, the box because like if it had just been like out of the box and I thought, oh yeah, someone's custom made it, but with it being in the box, it could be yeah one of them where like
Maybe like a con exclusive or something.
yeah
Like here's another one, an Optimus Prime.
yeah because I think I think they can because that Optimus Prime one reminded me because I looked them up last time and that and yeah they are fucking proper Nintendo ones because yeah they must have done some because it was done in like 2000 and odd. Because I was thinking of the original one back in the 80s, but yeah, they did because they did them like little mini fucking consoles, didn't they? Where they come with like 30 or 40 games pre-built in.
Oh yeah. Well, they're still making them. Matter of fact, oh God, what was it? Was it I was out at a Target one day, and I think it was like ColecoVision or something like that. They had sitting on a shelf.
Right.
But I know when they were making some of the Nintendo ones and the Nintendo, Sega Genesis, they actually had a working cartridge slot for them. So you could, if you had the old games, you can put the old games into the damn system and play them.
Yeah. Fucking they made that thingy, didn't they? The Atari one, where it was just the Atari joystick that you'd plug into a TV, but it'd have like the games fucking built into like the joystick.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I have a whole bunch of those things that I brought back from my father's house. Like he had he had ColecoVision. I think he might have had an Atari, I forget, but he had an assload of Atari games. He even had the dreaded ET Atari game in a box. And I was just dying.
Yeah, well, I think they'll be worth a bit though, man. Because like the Atari games go for a bit because they don't get made no more. Apart from like if you want them inside, built into a game in it, where. But yeah, if
Well,
you
I
want to buy,
remember it was a number of years ago. They were out, and I want to say it was like either Nevada or Arizona or somewhere out in one of the desert areas. They had dug up a whole cache of a big like fill that where they threw all these Atari ET games that never sold. They just buried them out in the desert somewhere.
well, the value on it because it don't matter like how good it is, it's how rare it is, and if it's real rare, like that Star Wars figure of the little robot that gets this little fucking branded, and it was real shit. No one bought it because it was just a little square box with feet.
Oh yeah, the Gonk droid. Yeah, I used to have the original one from would have been 70 because it didn't come out in 70.
Well, that's
Didn't come out
worth
in
loads.
77. I think it came out in 78 by the time they released them. And I had that damn thing. And that thing, the only thing it did is when the legs just moved, the legs actually had like a metal thing in the top where the legs moved and it clicked. That was all it did. It just made a clicking noise when you moved the legs.
Well, no one bought it because it was a fucking character that was hardly in the fucking series, and when it was in it, it was getting tortured like a little soy bitch. Why would you want that? Whoever bought that, like, probably didn't even want it. They were just like, "All right, well, I have to do it because it's for the collection." But that's worth loads because no one fucking bought it, and so there's probably a fucking dump site somewhere with fucking 2,000 or 3,000 of them.
Yeah, before I was stupid because by the time I was like a teenager, I was starting to sell off some of my toys like an idiot, and I had sold off damn near my entire collection. I think I have one or two left from my original collection, but I'd sold them off like a dolt. and I had every single figure in the very first wave because I have the old checklist. I found the old checklist that I still had. My father had bought me every single one of those damn figures.
Yeah, yeah. I was a bit like that with the He-Man. I had the first, second, I think most of the third series. Fucking, but like, give them away, sort of like to some family members.
Oh,
And
well, you know what I do still have though? I have a couple of the play sets. I still have a couple of the play sets in my dad. When 77, when the movie was released, they didn't have toys readily available, and they weren't going to be
yeah,
released until way after Christmas. So you
yeah.
got what was called the early bird set for Star Wars.
Mm,
I still have the original base with the backdrop for the early bird, like in the
yeah, yeah,
box and everything it came in. I still have that. Like my father had kept it and set it aside, so I
yeah,
have the original early bird set, minus the figures.
yeah. That's fucking good. It should be worth a bit because cardboard, anything cardboard, fucking always gets like destroyed or chucked out because it fucking gets damaged. And so yeah, there's like a few fucking like you'll know this, so won't you? Like there's like cardboard boxes of like toys that are worth more than the toys itself. The box is worth more than the toys. It's because it always gets chucked out or damaged.
Yep. Oh,
So yeah,
absolutely. I've seen it with some of these Transformers where you might see the figure selling for $25 on there, but if you want to get the box with the original foam insert, you're going to be paying $50 more for that damn thing.
yeah, yeah. There is fucking people that can sell boxes of certain products, isn't there? Like if they've got the box but they haven't got the toy, they can obviously they don't get as much as they would if the toy was in it, but they still fucking can sell it though because people are like, oh yeah, I'll buy the box and then fucking put the figure in the box and then it looks more fucking it's
Well,
worth
well,
more. Isn't it?
here's something that some of these guys do, and I only noticed because how long that I was like repairing Transformers and selling them. So I, knew a few people, and what some
Mm,
of these guys do is they said they would get deals. Like let's just say they went to I don't know, like an estate sale, or they went to one of those where somebody's storage locker was being sold, and they would find these damn figures there. So they sometimes would get these things complete for damn near next to nothing. So then what they do is instead of selling it whole, they would actually part the damn thing out and they would wind up actually making more money than if they sold the figure complete. Because unless the figure is complete in a really good sealed box, you're not going to get
yeah,
top dollar. So if
mm,
the box is even just slightly a little dinged up, what they would do is they would remove it and they would piece it out. They would sell the figure as one unit. They would sell all the
yeah,
weapons and everything as a separate sale. Then they would sell the box as a separate sale, and they would wind up making more money that way than if they had sold the whole thing together.
yeah, 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 fucking mad because like some figures it you unless you got the whole thing together, like fucking like, yeah, they don't want to
Well,
buy it.
I'll give you for an instance.
Well,
For
the elder
instance,
figures, yeah.
there was a guy down here in Florida, and this was like, God, this would have been like a 2012 or something like that, maybe 2013 at the latest. I think it was 2012. This guy was actually moving out of state, and he was in a real bind with cash, for his move. He had a giant Transformers collection and this is when I was still using oh God, what the hell's that called? It's the site that you would go on and people would post things and you would meet up with them.
Craigslist.
Craigslist. Yes. Thank you. So he had posted on Craigslist. I got a hold of him and said I was very interested. I wanted to meet up with him. So I met up with him at a local food store. in the parking lot. And
Yeah.
he's like, well, why do you want all these? And I told him what happened in my original collection, how it was all stolen. He's like, no, get out of here. And I started mentioning all these Transformers right off the top of my head that I had that were stolen. He's like, God damn, man, you got nothing. I said, I got nothing. I said, the cops didn't care. Nobody gave a shit. And I just lost my whole collection. He wound up giving me the whole collection for a very reasonable price, even actually below what he was originally asking. And he had a few figures in there that I didn't necessarily want at the time. And now I'm kind of wishing I would have kept it. But he had this one of Metroplex. And this Metroplex came with everything. The Metroplex was the big white city. He was the big white tall robot that turned into like a city and a battle station.
Yeah.
So this thing was complete, like even down to the little tiny black car that came with him, which was a Scamper or something like that. And he did teeny tiny little silver handgun that he came with that easily everybody would lose. This came with everything. Everything was in this box. So I put it up on eBay and I was like, I'll try to sell this thing. I wound up getting less on eBay selling that thing than some of the people that were selling a loose Metroplex with everything missing. I got less than they did. And I was just like baffled. I was like, this thing is like, the box was in really good shape. It had everything in there and I got like next to nothing. So that's why that's why a lot of these guys part the shit out, because they make more money because somebody's looking for these guns or they want these armor pieces and they're willing to pay more so they can complete their own.
Yeah. And sometimes I know if it's bids, I know maybe they're thinking, it's too good to be true and that, so we can't. But there again, though, you would think you'd be like, don't mind because you get refunded, don't you? If you fucking get shit that you're not like happy with. But yeah, weird that. Well, there's a fucking tip to all you fucking toy sellers: sell them separately. Sometimes you get more.
It's sad to say. It's more sad to say for the actual person that's collecting. Like somebody like me, if I'm looking for stuff, like 9 times out of 10, when I'm looking for certain figures and everything, I can't get a complete set unless I want to pay through the nose, because it's like, it's actually been graded and this thing is like in perfect shape. And unless I find something like that, 9 times out of 10, I've got to find everything in parts and put everything together myself.
Yeah, but let's ask Octo because I muted him ages ago, man. So he was Octo, what do you think of Transformers? You got any Transformers? I think he's still on fucking Smash Brothers. Octo, can you hear me? Yeah.
Nah, it happens.
Yeah, well, as a young kid, I think he comes on and that sort of like listening to like masculine, because Transformers masculine action for robotics in it is like fucking robots like smashing and shooting the shit out of each other.
Hey, it's funny is I had a few moments last night after trying to watch that reboot or remake of the My Bloody Valentine. So I turned it off and I actually put on the old Sunbow cartoon because it's available on Tubi for free. So I started going through some of the episodes and I was like just sitting there watching like old Transformers for a little bit before I crashed out and went to bed.
Yeah.
I mean, that stuff was fun. It was just pure fun. And it's pure nostalgia to go back and watch it again.
Yeah. Yeah, some fucking great films. Like when you go back, like when I was watching the Bond films, but I've seen them quite a few times. But yeah, there's some great fucking action scenes where the old stuff, there's no CGI, so it was all done fucking for real and that. So you're like fucking amazed, like, oh yeah, someone is able to do that shit.
All good old practical effects.
Yeah. Well, I believe if you do the practical effect and that shit and it don't look good, then use a bit of CGI. obviously there's some practical effects that are too dangerous. That even though there's some people that still risk it, if you're paying fucking big money, they'll fucking do big stunts still. But
The most dangerous practical effect you can ever have is having me on your set.
yeah,
That'll
yeah,
never get old. I will never get tired of picking on that guy.
yeah. Did he fucking get off with it though? I mean, sort of got off with it.
I don't know if he got completely off or not because I heard that somebody was bringing something against him. I don't know. I lost track of it because 9 times out of 10, these rich people never made to suffer and pay for the consequences of their actions. So it's almost like why even bother? Because more than likely he's just going to get off. And if that's not the case, then most of the media sites are going to bury it if something does happen to him.
Yeah, well, definitely a fucking bit of a controversial fucking decision made there. Because, I said, it should have been well looked into, but as you say, it's been covered up a bit, and it oh yeah, no, nothing to see here, nothing to see here. Go on, watch Melba.
God, I wouldn't watch that if somebody paid me.
Yeah, no. I was joking, when I said I'd watched it. I was just being
I tell you, like every time I go on HBO and I'm scrolling through to see if there's anything good to watch, that thing is always popping back up, and I'm like, oh, my eyes start rolling every time I see it. I have no interest in watching that trash. And the sad thing is it failed. It failed horribly. Like
yeah,
ratings terrible, and yet they're renewing it to keep just pushing the agenda. Like seriously, do you people
yeah.
just like losing money?
Well, it's one of them where they know if they push it, because there's so much that they can push where they know no one's going to watch it, but it's still going to be in their heads. They're still going to be talking about it, like I talk about it, but that's because fucking it winds people up and that. And it's a bit of a laugh to think that I would watch that shit. But, propaganda, that phrase where you throw enough shit at the wall, some of it's going to stick. And that's what they go for.
Oh, as far as the Alec Baldwin stuff, real quick. So the latest thing was 2 days ago. So apparently the Rust director likely to testify against Alec Baldwin.
Right. Oh, yeah, it's getting to the nitty gritty.
I hope they get him. I hope they get him because you know what? There really is no legal way to stand and say I'm innocent on this because anybody that uses a firearm on the set needs to be checked out in gun safety. And
Yeah.
there's certain protocol you're supposed to follow even after
Yeah.
your supposed experts have handled it. As the actor handling that gun, you're supposed to check it over yourself since you've been supposedly trained on how to use it. They're supposed to
Yeah.
double check, and he didn't, apparently.
Yeah. Oh well, yeah. It sounded all too fucking suspect when he's in a fucking room not by himself, but in a room where there's no fucking other people on a film set when you've got fucking at least about 10 people you're gonna have on a film set. Now the director, camera crew, fucking then scenery people and that, just in case fucking someone fucks up in the background. No, that shit. Oh yeah, it would be. But the film was probably going to be shit and all. So
No, I'm pretty sure that thing is never going to see the light of day now.
Yeah. Well, thinking all, what was suspect was the bear that got shot was going to do a fucking documentary on fucking illegal immigrants. And he's like, oh, not, not now. You're not.
I heard there was also supposed to be something about not only illegal immigrants but also child abuse in the industry.
Yeah, it was fucking somewhat on the lines of illegal immigrants getting ported over to Disney so they can fucking allegedly torture them for Dreamacron so they can make some Moon Knight, which I'm happy with. You know, you're making Moon Knight, fucking bring those kids over. Fuck it. I don't care if you use real American kids. Make fucking Moon Knight. I don't care.
There's a chance there might not be. Oh, Octawave, something happened to ruin my mood for tonight. No, have
All
a good
right.
one.
Yeah. All right. Up to a wave. Hope it gets sorted out on that for you and that. Yeah, cheers. No, man, yeah. Yeah, we'll be being on what else it was on that.
Well, unfortunately, there could be a possibility in the future that there won't be any more Moon Knight.
No, well, it was so masculine. They tried to cock him a little bit, but they know fucking his character. The only thing they could do would be in a He-Man. And they got away with He-Man because He-Man was a popular character. And so fucking people just tuned in watching but if they'd done it with Moon Knight, well, it was like, why are you calling it Moon Knight when Moon Knight even in it? So they had to fucking at least give him some action parts in it.
Well, do you know why I say there's a possibility there might not be no more of it? Because right now, Disney and Disney Plus is hemorrhaging money.
Yeah, but I think it was only a one season thingy because the no is too masculine. It's like, oh well, we'll do one season of it, and hopefully it'll do shit, and then we don't have to fucking make season two. But probably did fucking better than She-Hulk.
No, I don't know. I mean, Disney's in such dire strait. There has actually been talks about them selling off franchises.
Oh well, yeah. Well, I say sum up. I hope fucking Lionsgate or some up gets Moon Knight.
I would just like to see them sell off, either one or the other, either Star Wars or the MCU. I'd like to see one or even both sold off to somebody who's actually going to treat those franchises with some respect. That would actually be a huge win.
Yeah. Well, I don't think they're going to do Star Wars because they've got the Mandalorian, and that's going to be a little early for them. That's basically what their fucking backbone is right now.
Yeah, but it is not saving them. They're in the
Not
hole.
saving them.
Yeah, they're in the hole by 1.4 billion or 1.9 billion dollars. Disney Plus is in the hole.
Yeah, well, all I'm saying is it fucking, if they're going to sell off, they're not going to sell off like the real good properties, are they? They're going to try to sell off the shit ones. But hey, Small Time Republic says Lionsgate, as in the film company and that, has had some good Marvel animated movies. Yeah.
I tell you, Jens, you know who you want to work on the Moon Knight film? You want New Line Cinema.
Right. Well, I don't care who works on it because Disney didn't do too bad of a job of it, even though I knew that they wasn't gonna do a fucking like 18 version but so that's make that bad. The bad spoil it a bit. Like, oh, what the fuck? why is she in it? Why is she in it again? Oh, she's his wife. Big deal. Stay at home. Wash some pots.
Oh, what did you think about that Venom movie? Did you like those? Because I personally didn't like them because it didn't feel like the comic book character of Eddie Brock. That's what took me out of the movies. The Venom itself, I thought Venom was okay, but the Eddie Brock character is what took me out of walking into the first movie, and I didn't even want to watch the second movie.
Yeah, well, the first movie I thought was alright, and that even though they tried to fucking make out that Venom was a female, which I thought, oh, if Venom's a female, why hasn't he got tits? But apparently, is because they take on the form and all this shit. But anyway, it's like fuck off, fucking, I'm not listening to that. But because like as you fucking know, because you've seen the first one, like he's a bit weaker than the other fucking Venom thing. Yeah, and but they could have just been like, oh yeah, he's a bit of a soy cunt or whatever. But anyway, apart from that, which I just knew it was like one of them things where the director has been told, look, we need to make Venom into a woman, so you make sure you put in a line there where you refer to Venom as being female. So I'm thinking, oh yeah, I can ignore that. And like I just say, the Brock character, yeah, it was because it was a bit like,
He was whiny, I felt.
yeah, well, I was gonna say it was a bit like they had to soy him a little bit because they needed you to have sympathy for him. And so if there'd have been his brash ass, Parker, you fucking bitch, sort of crap, man. You know, fucking you got, and Tom Hardy, he's sort of like played the role to be a bit of a love story in that. And in the first one, anyway, 'cause he's got that bed, and so you can't expect him to act like you would do if you wanted it to be like authentically as the comic book. But yeah, I didn't mind it. And oh, Small Time Republic saying Eddie Brock didn't have enough resentment in the movie because he didn't have a hero to resent. Yeah, true, actually, because in fucking Spider-Man fucking No Way Home and that shit fucking well at the end of fucking Venom 2, he sort of like fucking sees Spider-Man and that, but yeah, he hasn't fucking sort of like got a problem with Peter Parker at this stage.
Yeah, and
So I
it
think,
kind of ruins the whole character, you know. I mean, it was their hatred of Spider-Man that brought them together. I mean, Eddie Brock hated Peter Parker,
yeah,
Venom, or the symbiote hated Spider-Man
yeah,
for
yeah,
rejecting it.
yeah.
So
Oh yeah, yeah. I agree with you. I agree with you. It wasn't fucking. It, it was a sort of like alternative sort of version of Venom, but the action was good, in it? And part two, I didn't mind because it was a bit of a fucking buddy comedy. Because number two, right, it is more of a comedy than it is an action film, even though there is action in it. But I'm not saying you have to be fucking real serious in an action film, but you do have to keep it fairly serious. A bit like with the Lethal Weapons, where there is like funny moments in Lethal Weapon, but he tries to keep it quite fucking serious and that. But Venom 2, though, they just went more down the comedy route where I don't know if that was due to fucking them doing a 15, because I think they was trying to go for a more sort of like kids and adults sort of fucking audience.
Well, I mean, if you take it from the original
Yeah.
comic books, Venom started off as a very, very dark character initially. And
Well,
eventually, as he started to gain a little bit of popularity with the readers of Marvel, they did move him into his own series. I remember having that Venom #1 that had like a hollow foil cover on it and everything like that. And they did wind up pushing a little bit more of a comedic aspect into the writing
yeah,
with Venom. So,
yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
that's kind of like what Small Time is talking about when you lead into the anti-hero, because that's what he winds up
Mhm.
becoming. He winds up becoming the
Yeah, yeah.
anti-hero, and that's where he gets most of the comedic aspect from. So, I mean, they jump from an opening beginning, like, okay, here's an origin that didn't even make any sense to most comic book readers, to here's the comedic aspect of him being the anti-hero. It was a, from what I'm understanding, since I refused to watch the second one, maybe eventually I might check it out, but it was a very, very like a big long step off a cliff with that one. I mean, if they would have did an origin story correctly with him, or even moderately close to the original one, I think it would have made a little bit more sense. But I think
Yeah,
what they
but
should have done is they should have had his origin story tied in with a Spider-Man movie the way it should have been.
yeah, but
Then you could
would
have
the
had Venom 1 standalone where he's still kind of dark, and then you could have
yeah,
moved into the next one with Carnage where he
yeah, but
starts to get more of the comedic side.
would the kids like Venom if they'd seen him trying to beat the shit out of fucking Spider-Man? Maybe they're going for right. Let's try and fucking forget that Venom fucking hates Spider-Man. Or let's try and forget for the first two fucking series in the films.
Well,
But
look how many kids liked the Punisher growing up. The
yeah,
Punisher was
yeah,
anything but a nice guy. I
yeah.
mean, yeah, he was killing criminals and dirty mobsters and drug dealers and all that stuff, but he wasn't a good guy by any
No,
stretch of the
no.
imagination.
Well, yeah, well, the Punisher and Wolverine, they was like originally bad guys, weren't they? And that, and then like people liked them, and so they changed them into anti-heroes, sort of like, oh, with Wolverine, a bit of a good guy, sort of thing. But
But
well,
Wolverine technically wasn't a good guy or a bad guy. He was just a government agent for
yeah,
Canada at the
yeah,
time, because his very first appearance was in the Hulk,
yeah, but
and
he
the
tried
Hulk
to
was
kill the
going
Hulk.
after, what was it,
Yeah,
Wendigo? I think it was the Wendigo that he was going after, and then Wolverine got into the fight between the two of them. Now,
yeah,
Punisher, absolutely, he wasn't technically a bad guy either, but he was fooled by, I think it was Chameleon or somebody, to actually
mm,
try to kill Spider-Man. So that was the
yeah,
very
yeah,
first appearance of the Punisher.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Well, they're both sort of like not bad guys in general
Yeah,
because
but they weren't
but
really good guys either.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, but yeah, because like if people hadn't liked them and that, they probably killed them off, and that or with Spider Man, they've got him locked up like Spider Man, and then but Small Time Republic says the Logan movie was interesting that we get to see a brutal side of him in live action. Yeah, yeah, a lot.
Well, we you did catch glimpses of it in the other movies.
Oh, yeah, I thought, yeah.
There was
Oh,
glimpses of it. I mean, they didn't go full
yeah,
throttle, but you did catch some glimpses of it in the
yeah.
original movies.
Well, in the Logan movie, you saw that little bird Wolverine, even though,
Yeah, the X-23 or
yeah, yeah, that's it. X-23, wasn't it? Yeah, that's her name. They can't even come up with a good name for it. X-23. Fucking hell. Sounds like a razor blade you'd shave with. But
Get
anyway,
Gillette's new X-23. It will get every hair off you, we guarantee. Schnick.
yeah. Ching. Yeah, so like I thought with that beard, yeah, just spoil the ending to Logan. and fucking Professor X dies, even though fucking like you don't need to see that. It was one of them where for about 20 minutes of the film, it just becomes like fucking an old age retirement sort of film where you see some poor cunt go to like, I don't want to support. I watched it, didn't I? Like if I'd have known how fucking bad they did fucking because I didn't know this at the time because I was just like, oh right, yeah, Logan, right, okay, it's Wolverine, and like someone did say, oh yeah, he does, but I was thinking, well, as long as he dies, like fucking in a great way, but it won't.
I personally like the comic version of the Death of Wolverine better.
I
That
don't even
was
want to see deaths. I haven't seen the death of the Hulk.
well, I know the Death of Wolverine. I'd actually picked it up in like a hardback. It actually had the collected story in there, and yeah, that was really good. Like it showed a lot of the characters from his past. Sabretooth was in there. The Viper was in there. Jesus, who else? This guy called Nuke. There was a bunch of enemies that he's going through, but it was something similar where he had lost his ability to heal. But in the end, it wound up being the same scientist at that freaking Alkali Lake facility that was trying to lure him in because he was trying to create a better version of Wolverine.
Yeah. Did he lower him with the woman who whipped her tits out? I can't even remember this part, but Small Town Republic. I don't know if he fucking switched the channel to a fucking like porn station and he put my butt. He says she whips her tits out in Logan, and he was thinking, I'm presuming it's a him, but it might be a bad, but the way they talk, I think it's a dude. But he said he was thinking this is not normal X-Man movie. No, and hey, it's Sasha saying what's good, fellas.
What up,
As
Slash?
in, like, yeah, what's up, yeah, man, yeah, doing all right, and that fucking open you fucking getting like StreamYards to sort out fucking thingy so you can start streaming and like come on to other people's streams and that. Yeah, Small Time Republic saying he is a dude. So yeah, I'm thinking. But you just
I
can't tell,
think
can you?
well, the thing when we're talking about a lot of these movies, especially when you're talking about comic book character movies, that the fact that they always say that they can't do it just like the comic, I think is just absolute freaking horseshit. They can absolutely do it if they wanted to, and they can make a stellar movie that could appeal to everybody. They're too scared to do it, I think, or the ego of the director and writer are just so big that they cannot allow it to be the original story or too close to the original story, and they feel that they have to change it to suit their own ego.
Well, that and for money purposes, because it's like with most fucking screenplays and that, if you have the greatest screenplay ever and that, and they want to turn it into a movie, they're going to change something about that screenplay. So when they do change it into a movie, they get fucking credits for fucking rewrites.
Well, that makes sense for the company that doesn't own the rights. But most of these companies who are putting out these superhero movies, they had the rights or they had some kind of agreement where they could use these characters and take stuff from the comic books if they wanted to. Slasher brings up Sin City. There's one that was done like the comic. And I actually think 300, if I'm not mistaken, was actually pretty close to that Frank Miller comic too.
Yeah. As close as you can get. And Watchmen.
Yeah, Watchmen was. They changed a few things. They did change some stuff, but I mean, like overall, it was fairly close. I mean, if you want to see how close it is, if you can, If you could find a way to watch, it was on HBO. If you could find a way to high seas it or whatever you have to do, they actually have an animated Watchmen series on HBO Max. It's page for page the comic book itself, just brought like in a slight animation style. So it's not like perfect animation, but it's like page, panel animation almost in a way. So that is 100% the comic book page for page.
Yeah.
You can see the difference between that and the live action movie.
Yeah, the film, apart from them changing the comedian's sort of like mask, because he has a mask in the comic book, but
it was more like a gimp, more like a gimp mask.
Yeah, and then like in the comic book, they give him more of a sort of like Robin, sort of like just cover your eyes a little bit, which I always found them masks are shit. Why you wear people? If people fucking wear eye masks that like just cover up partial bits of their eyes, like pointless. You need to at least cover up or wear something that covers up your forehead, because then maybe you ain't gonna be, even then you're gonna be noticeable from the bottom down, but it's not gonna be a full.
Take the comic book theory in practice. I want you to go into a store, rob it tomorrow, and then put on a pair of glasses like Superman into Clark Kent and see if you get away with it.
Oh yeah. Some disguises are like He-Man. Is like, I think the only thing that saved He-Man was no one would have thought that anyone being He-Man would wear like pink like shirt or white shirt with a pink waistcoat. It's like can't see He-Man dressing like that. So that's how Prince Adam got away with it, I think. Yeah. Because Teela, right? In the new He-Man, they made a point of Teela being such a dopey bitch that she didn't realise He-Man and fucking Prince Adam were the same person. It's like you're practically around fucking Prince Adam fucking 24/7, and you're seeing He-Man on a regular occasion, and you didn't fucking work it out.
They're just a little slow. You got to give them time.
Yeah. I think there's one episode where Rambo Man nearly fucking works it out, but he's a bit thick, and he just like don't bother.
Like even with Cringer and the Battle Cat, the same coloring and everything like that.
No, boy, size though. Cringer fucking transforms like fucking 4 or 5 times its size. Because Cringer's sort of like a dog, and then it turns into a fucking horse sort of fucking size, from a dog size to a horse size. But you know though, that E-Man was just done because the like people was like, right, we got some figures and that we're gonna make fucking real masculine, and we need some shit to like stick them on and that, and give them vehicles and that. So they were just dragging out loads of shit. Oh yeah, we're paying that up this way. Yeah,
well,
yeah.
You know, the whole idea of Prince Adam actually came from Lou Schreiber in Filmation. That was partially his idea of doing the Prince Adam, just like the Orko. Orko was 100% Schreiber. He actually even voiced Orko. That was like his insert into the show.
Right. No, I didn't know that. But Sasha saying it's Lois Lane syndrome. Yeah. Even though she works it out in the end.
Took her long enough.
Yeah.
All right, Jens, I'm gonna have to jump off.
Yeah. Oh, well, right. Well, cheers for popping on. So yeah,
Yeah,
you want to know?
I'll be in the chat. So,
It was
guys, if you wanna go by and check out some BattleBot videos, some toy videos, or if you want to just check the guinea pigs who are actually the masters of the channel, stop by Tommy and the Guinea Pig Collective. We'll be happy to see you there. Remember, never let anybody tell you what you can and can't say, what you should or should not watch, because your silence gives consent. Jens, thanks for having me on, buddy. Always good to talk to you when I have the chance, man.
oh, cheers for being on. Tommy, anytime, you know, you're always welcome with that.
No,
Okay.
I appreciate it. I appreciate it. All right,
Yeah.
man. I'll catch you.
Yeah.
I'll be in the chat for a while.
Yeah. Well,
All right.
hopefully, okay, yeah. Some other people's gonna come on. I'm hoping Sasha can come on, but fucking his thing is still with. But yeah, he's
Hopefully figure out something soon for him. But
yeah,
all right, Jens.
right,
Have a
yeah,
good one.
yeah, so, yeah. You too, man.
All right.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Cause fucking that fucking streamer. Fucking, that's it. When I had that problem, but I could hear people, but they couldn't hear me, and it's because I had two fucking stream sort of yard pages open, and so fucking one of the pages had my mic sort of registered on it, and the other one that I was trying to talk on didn't, and so I tried to close the other page and that. But yeah, it's yeah, it's getting where fucking I'm thinking Nelson the psychopath should be fucking popping on, so but don't know, and like, cause I'm streaming and that, I can't, can you? Yeah, Tommy saying he did get an Oko figure from the originals line just recently, waiting on it to arrive. Right. Um, got an okay price on it too. Yeah. And Sasha saying, "Oh, I'm not trying to fight this fucking thing again. I'm chilling in the chat. Yeah, man. Yeah. Well, you're gonna have to think it sooner or later, though, Sasha, because we want you on, man. We want you fucking. Well, I want you back on, man. 'Cause I fucking don't mind the old fucking Saturday night fucking film. Because I was saying, Sasha, I watched the film. It had Dean Kane, who was in Lois and Clark, or Clark and Lois. I think it was Lois and Clark, wasn't it? Well, with the Big Show from WWE, and the Big Show had killed Dean Kane's wife in that shit, and so Dean Kane kills his brother and goes to prison because the Big Show's in prison, and so he kills his brother to get into the prison and that shit. Tommy's saying it will be great when it's fixed on your and you're back on again. Slash yeah, yeah, and you're back on. Yes, I say thanks, guys. Yeah, man. Yeah, well, I say fucking it can't be fucking like a thingy problem because like it wouldn't let you on backstage. So yeah, it's got to be fixable. It's it's not too fucking bad of a problem that can't be fixed, but it's like fucking knowing. Yeah. So I think it's something to do with the audio options, but yeah. Me and Sasha was trying to fucking do some troubleshooting in that. So yeah, back here. So I'm having none of it. Well, it's gonna be fixed, guys. Sooner or later, it's gotta be fixed. Let's say a prayer. Yep. There we go. I say a prayer for Sasha. Well, yeah, let's say a prayer for fucking Nelson. See what's happened to him. Sasha saying it's an odd problem to have, especially after you and Tommy trying to help me backstage. Yeah, yeah. But he's like, but whatever. He's he's not too bothered. But Thingy had the same problem. Octowave, he's having the same problem. He had it tonight. He came on and like he couldn't hear me. Oh, well, we definitely couldn't hear him, and he had to like leave and don't know what he fucking did, but yeah. Tommy saying he couldn't figure anything out. We didn't try to resolve it other than earlier the laptop or StreamYard itself. Well, and someone says, I have heard a couple of people complain about problems with StreamYards lately, though. Yeah, well, there is some times where fucking, as I say, if you've been on another stream and that stream's still open and that, so every time you're fucking like logging on to StreamYards, it's fucking having your mic registered to, but you still could hear people with that. And Sasha's saying that you can't even hear people. So, and there isn't a volume setting in StreamYards. So, I think it's something to do with the PC itself. There'll be some fucking like mic fucking thing that needs to just be turned on or turned up or something. So, yeah, it's one of them where yeah, fucking StreamYards. They don't have any fucking help system neither. So but yeah, giving Nelson another half hour, and then I'll just start talking about the wall or the Great Wall. Even though the Wall's a good film, but it's just basically a sound. It's a soundtrack with a film in it, sort of thing. But the film's still all right, like because there is a storyline to the film. So Because like there is some great fucking animation in the wall and that. So and a great album. So yeah, fucking oh, yeah. Bit like Tommy, the film Tommy by the Who, where that's just like an album because there's an album where it is basically like an album, but with storyline to it and that. Real good film. There's one of them though where the soundtrack on it, it will it'd be all right film, but won't be as great as it is because fucking the soundtrack makes that film sort of thing. So we're saying he got the Great Wall for $5 at an FYE. I don't know what an FYE is. Must be some kind of shop. Nothing lost on a deal like that. Yeah, yeah. Well, I'll, I'll, I'll have a little spoiler sort of thing. Yeah, I didn't mind the film. I thought it was all right, but there was some corny bits in it where fucking oh yeah. But some great masculine action scenes in it, so at least fucking it was worth a watch, you know? It was an okay film. I put it on a par with fucking Boba Fett, where there were some parts in Boba Fett where you're like, oh god, especially with them fucking mod fucking teenage mod motorbike gang. Like, but there was some great masculine action bits, especially when Boba Fett was riding the the Rancor, fucking smashing up shit and that, you know. Yeah. FYE is a shop that sells DVDs. Right, yeah. Might want to look for Accident Man, but Accident Man is one of them films where fucking people who buy Accident Man, they don't really sell it on. If you see Accident Man, fucking, it's probably because someone's fucking like had it fucking donated to whatever shop or fucking had it like fucking sold because I reckon oh sometimes the price on films like that like are usually half decent because they don't get them in much and that and so fucking people might be a bit short on that and think oh yeah I was trading but yeah it's one of them good films that like you don't usually see it traded in. Yeah, somebody saying FYE is great to find older DVDs since they sell used ones as well. Good deals. Yeah, yeah. We have a place like that. It's called CEX. And like it's computer exchange. I don't know what the X stands for. I think it's computer exchange fucking experiment or whatever. Fucking, even though experiment begins with an E, but fucking, yeah. As I say, that's where I bought all my fucking Bond films nearly from. There was like one or two I'd got from other places, but most of them I'd got from there because they got like a Bond sort of like fucking section where they're all their Bond DVDs and that. And then they had another section though where they had the like cheap Bond. It's all that had like another Bond section, but it was like for 50p. But now they put them up to a quid, I think. So the cheapest DVD you can get now is a quid. Because there was one or two fucking, well, or three or four. Because there's some Bond films that like get shown on TV loads, and so fucking sell them quite cheap. And they were selling the Daniel Craig ones quite cheap and all, so they didn't do that good. Oh yeah, talking about Bond though. Apparently, fucking this dude might be Bond, who's like the favorite. Because even though there's fucking Henry Cavill and about two other fucking people that are in the sort of like running, this other dude took like favorite with the bookies. I'm forgetting his name, but it was in apparently, and I seen the film, so they're probably talking about the Cockney dude with the tash in fucking Bullet Train. Like, you dirty diesel. And I know a dirty diesel. That dude. But obviously he's not going to be doing his dirty diesel. I don't think he should be anyway. You never know. Because they might be like, oh yeah, we want you to be like a right Cockney fucking James Bond. All right, love. Vodka martini. Shaken, not stirred. But I think they'll probably get him to do what would be called a British English accent. Upper class and all. So yeah, he might be James Bond. Where I'd still go with fucking Henry Cavill because fucking like the other dude, he's 30 odd. Where Henry Cavill is like 40. But and because usually like if you have like about 15 years, you usually if you make a film every 2 years, you're gonna make at least about 7 films, which like fucking Roger Moore sort of like fucking think it was like nearly 20 years. But you know, if you have 15 years of playing James Bond in that, like I think Henry Cavill's like 45 or whatever. So, you know, he's still playing in his 60s, but Henry Cavill in his 60s will probably still look good because he trains out and that shit. You know, like fucking um like Stallone and fucking because like the Bond character isn't supposed to be fucking a young character, but if they go with the other dude at 35, then he's probably looking like when he gets to 50, they'll probably like, oh yeah, we'll get another actor in. But Daniel Craig, he was fucking looking so, and I think he's nearly 60. And so you know what I mean? Like it's just that they've got him to act like a fucking soy cunt, even though Daniel Craig is a bit soy. But I just still give it to fucking Henry Cavill. But yeah, maybe I think Henry Cavill's a bit too big and he won't fucking trim down a bit. But Daniel Craig's fucking still big. So you just thought, I just don't know what's happening with that. But I'm thinking though, it's probably out of them two now. Then Henry Cavill and the other dude that was in Bullet Train. I forget his name because he's one of them actors that like fucking. He's been in some films and that. But fucking most of the films I haven't seen him in, and the ones I have seen him in, he wasn't the star of the film. He was just playing bit parts and so fucking I can't remember his name. But yeah, he's English actor and all, so he'll be able to do an English accent. I say he played a Cockney in that, and he did Cockney a bit too much, you know. Like you dirty diesel, wow. But maybe that's what the producer wanted. He was like, no, more Cockney, more Cockney. All right, you dirty diesel. Because that was the fucking like if you haven't seen Bullet Train, if you watch Bullet Train, you'll hear the phrase "dirty diesel" at least about 30 or 40 times, scattered all the way through that film in a Cockney accent mostly. You know, yeah. Where's Nelson the gentleman? Because he's not a psycho. I mean, because if he was a psycho, he'd been on here now talking about fucking Rambo 5. He's a gentleman. He's fucking not wanted to come on and talk about fucking films because he knows I'll get a bit upset. But yeah, it's another 10 more minutes sort of thing. Now I'll just have to talk about fucking The Wall with Matt Damon. Oh, fucking is a bit of a fucking prick. But to be fair, in front of the camera, he, he can do the job. He can do the job in front of the camera. It's just off camera because um, Pedro Pascal, he was fucking in it and all. Another tosser who fucking to just keep his mouth shut and play the part fucking in a film and leave the real world to the grown ups. But Yeah. And then Rambo 5, obviously, fucking Nelson the psychopath was going to come on and give his opinion, but like I'll just give him my opinion. If that's the case, and that, because fucking great film. Brilliant film. People slag it off, but it's like, why they slag it off? Obviously, it ain't gonna be fucking the greatest Rambo franchise. You know, usually, bar fucking the third or fourth, they don't even bother. But because the fourth one was so fucking good, they gotta be, oh, I don't like it. Hey, what? It's Rambo, he's a 7-year-old dude. What are you expecting him to just be running around fucking Mexico? All that shit. Fucking. He has trouble walking around Mexico, never mind running around, but fucking hell. You know, people was just expecting too much of a 70-year-old dude. I mean, they're them sort of pricks who just wanted to hate that film, especially like with the subjects it fucking was dealing with. And so, whatever that film was going to be, they were going to hate on it. Like, oh no, it was too unrealistic. A 70-year-old man fucking flying around in a Chinook helicopter shooting at Mexican cartels with a rocket launcher on his back. No. So they went more realistic, and then they complained like, "Oh no, it's boring." Are you fucking? Because the last half hour of it fucking ain't boring. Nelson the psychopath would fucking tell you this if he fucking was here, but he, he could have fucking watched the film from when I started streaming. Maybe, but he did say he'd watched it and that. Maybe I should give him a DM to see where he is. Yeah, look at this. Tommy's like, where is Nelson? I always say Nelson the psychopath because we used to leave Nelson. It is just imagine the Simpsons character. Um, yeah, I don't know, Tommy. Tommy saying, I hope he isn't doing it something crazy like sniffing glue again, lol. Yeah, or doing something. Well, I'm gonna DM him. Okay. Let's try it this way. So I can still read the chat. I think I can even think it, can't I yet? Yeah, I can even put it on. Duh, duh, duh. Mm, mm, mm. Are you okay? What is okay? What is happening? Yeah. On the stream. And right. Yeah. I hope. Put that. And, right. A message them. See if message is back. Okay, yeah. Don't know exactly what Nelson. I mean, yeah, Nelson, the psychopath, has been doing in that, but yeah, he was a bit in two minds of coming on. So yeah, so said hopefully he'll come on. Well, whilst we're waiting, I guess I'll have to fucking talk about some masculine action. Because what other film was that? I was thinking like there was about two other films I'd watched recently that I hadn't watched before. Oh yeah, that was it. Burt Reynolds one, White Lightning, where he's a fucking moonshine sort of like fucking driver, but he's only doing it to investigate on his brother about his brother's death. That like the sheriff. Spoilers. Even though you see it at like the first fucking minute of the film that the sheriff is fucking. Or the first like 2 minutes of the film that the sheriff is the bad guy in this, but yeah, well, yeah, it's one of them films where fucking Burt Reynolds' character goes undercover to like bust this moonshine runner and that. Yeah, but yeah, the moonshine runner. Yeah. Uh, oh yeah, look at this. Tommy saying much like Scooby Doo in Velma. Nelson is missing, lol. Yeah, fucking yeah. I'm like Shaggy. Where's Scooby? Where's Scooby Doo? Where are you, Scooby? Scooby Dooby Doo. Where are you? We've got to talk about Rambo 5 now. Well, yeah. Tommy's saying, funny thing that how NASCAR was started from moonshine runners getting together, testing their cars against each other's runners. Yeah. Done as like a fucking laugh to see, oh yeah, fucking who's got the best fucking moonshine runner car, or who is the best at fucking moonshine running. And yeah, NASCAR came out with. But yeah, that White Lightning film, it's some action in it and that shit. Considering fucking Burt Reynolds' character wasn't supposed to be like a tough guy. He was just supposed to be like fast moonshine runner, but it was fucking a bit like Smokey and the Bandit meets fucking sort of like Punisher, but obviously he wasn't like total badass in it. But yeah, some good fucking driving though. Because I think Burt Reynolds was doing a few of the driving stunts. Obviously not crazy, just a few handbrake turns and driving down a straight. Yeah. Can't remember exactly fucking what the dude's name is who plays the sheriff, but like fucking he does a good job on that. Well, and head out back from Nelson, so I think I'll have to go into fucking what about the Great Wall. So I watched the Great Wall because Nelson told me to watch it, even though he did warn me that there was corny bits in it. Okay, there was really corny bits in it. Like the beginning was fucking pretty good in that shit, like fucking great some action scenes in it and that. And as I say, fucking um, Matt Damon does pretty good in the action scenes and that, even though there'd probably been a stuntman or two involved and that. But yeah, he does fucking some great scenes in it and that, like fight scenes. Obviously, it's mostly CGI fighting with a fucking like alien creature that look a bit like fucking like bulls, about the size of a bull or something. So big menacing creatures and that. So yeah, there's a lot of fight scenes in that. So yeah, the bit though where they have these beds, well, women, I should say, because if I say beds, you're thinking, oh, why do beds need fucking ropes tied around them to fly down? and stab these fucking alien things. But no, they have these women, and oh, this is what I say. It's proper stylized. You're like, what the fuck? At this point, because I'd been warned, and that I was expecting it, and so even though I was thinking, oh, what the fuck, I knew about it and that, and so like I thought, oh, see what happens, and like yeah, most of them, and all, because this is why I don't think Nelson's the psychopath's popping on, because like I'm a cunt and like I'm gonna give him shit. But these women, they pop down, but like most of them get chewed up by the aliens, and it's like, well, why don't you just fucking throw down your spears and that, and not fucking jump down there holding a spear to spear these fucking, because it's all on this wall, whereas they're like trying to climb up. The aliens are trying to climb up this wall, which is the Great Wall of China and that. And so they're like diving down from this platform thing that's specially built, and that like maybe maybe it seemed a good idea at the time that these women, and the women just nagged them like, oh yeah, no, we can do that, we can do that, and so the men just finally went, right, fuck it, let them do it, go on, we'll build them platforms and that, we'll let them jump off fucking 200-foot fucking wall, dive down like bungee, even though it wouldn't have been bungee jump because the ropes wouldn't have been fucking elasticated. But anyway, we'll let the women jump down there, but yeah. But anyway, yeah, most of them get fucking chomped up, and then I was thinking maybe, obviously they don't fucking say this in the film, but maybe the dudes were just like, right, well, if these women get chomped up and that, the fucking, and they're willingly going down there, risking their lives and that. It might have been the first time, but I noticed there weren't many women around. So maybe at the start of this fucking battle, there was like loads of women that tried it and that, and thought it was going to be a fucking great thing and that, and then you know what women are like, they won't fucking admit when they're wrong, and so they just said, well, anyway, I say most of the women get killed with that shit. It was like pointless idea, but I'm I'm thinking they could have sent down like really skinny men because that was the sort of fucking premises of reason why they were sending these women down, because men were too heavy that like they weren't able to like take the rope pressure in that. But I'm thinking just send down the skinny fucking vegans, you know. And considering it was in China, there would have been quite a few soy fucking in utero fucking males there. Well, anyway, I'm like thinking, oh yeah, bad idea, but stylized, go it, and like yeah, the film was alright-ish and that, like fucking the like final, like because like there was archers and that, and then they finally thought, oh yeah, we'll let the men just fucking oh, what's it called, abseil. We'll let the men just abseil down on ropes with axes and shields with spikes on. So yeah, let them go down and that. I was like, oh, why don't you let the dudes go down on the abseil ropes from thinking and that shit, and then just pull them up, like if they got fucking like injured, but yeah, all stylized that with the women. It was one of them where, in real life, them women would have been fucking valued fucking more fucking than just send them down. You know, there'd have been blokes like, oh no, don't let fucking Sandra go. She's got right nice tits. I don't want to see her get chomped up by her. But anyway, yeah, there's some good action parts in it. Although the ending, spoilers, fucking was a bit corny. But not as corny as them sending the women down to get chomped. Like, fuck. Was there some good masculine action bits in it? Because, yeah, fucking Matt Damon's character takes on one of these things by himself and kills it with a big spear, rams it down its throat, sort of thing. Which is pretty good in that. Fucking all CGI'd, like, so looking really fucking good in that, but fucking too many sort of like fucking aliens for him to attack like that, and so because like it was one that got up onto the China wall sort of thing, tried to take out the dudes on the wall by itself, but Matt Damon came in. Yeah, there we go. Oh, okay. Nelson the psychopath says, okay, he's coming. Like, yeah, about fucking time. It's like 2 hours, 40 minutes late, even though I have been more than 2 hours and 40 minutes late to some things and that, but yeah, well, we'll save it until Nelson comes on because there's some good bits in it and that. Because the effects on it, I tell you, the effects were fucking well done in that shit. Yeah. Tommy says, I need a good 4 hours of no back pain so I can make some regular vids now. Doing shorts, it's easy and fun, but I need some regular content creation to feel complete. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I've got to do a video because all I've been doing is live streams and that. I've been feeling like but I had shit to do, and as I say, like, I'm gonna try and do some short videos on like films I've seen recently and that some videos. And Nelson, the psychopath, what's up? Tell me, saying that, yeah. Hey, tell me, I tell you something. What you'll need to do with your back is you need to fucking design a fucking setup where you lay in bed and so you have your stuff sort of like you're probably gonna have to get them like holder things, you know, so it holds your stuff. So it'd be like not upside down, but practically on it in a 90-degree anyway angle sort of thing. I'll tell you some of that. With streaming, you could do that practically laid down, unless like you're bringing up loads of stuff. But if you just like what I'm doing now, where you're just talking with the avatar on, like you could do that laid down. Nelson the psychopath saying, Oh yeah, Tommy and the Guinea Pig Collective. Oh hey yeah. And if you've got a projector though, because sometimes people have like projectors and that they can fucking just put on the ceiling and that, because your ceiling doesn't have to be fucking perfectly white, especially if it's only a stream, you know, you're watching. So yeah, obviously it has to be a light cut color, or if it's a creamy cut color, you still can fucking put the like fucking yeah. And there is sort of things where you can do a projector where you can get a little box thing where with mirrors and magnifying glasses, it'll do from a screen sort of thing. You could do something like that. So it's you just got a mouse and a keyboard, and then you see the thing on the ceiling. Or unless you've got like a fucking, as I say, buy like some kind of hanging system where you can just hang a TV or fucking monitor from your from the ceiling, or one that like as a fucking uh, a holder, some kind of fucking holding system. I just hold your monitor over your head. I won't have a heavy one either way. If it's like a laptop or something. But Tony says I was thinking I would in investing or is that yeah investing chair to pop up or inventing uh, chair to pop everything. I'm just not sure what will cause more problems. I'm thinking of I'm thinking of an invention chair. Yeah, yeah. Tell you what, if you've got a reclining thing on your chair, you know, back recliner. Usually, fucking, if your back's hurting, you want to like have it more flat, and so yeah, if you have it like more like a deck chair, if you know what I mean, laid more at 45 angle degree, maybe that might help you back. But it, it's all fucking thingy. Oh, inversion. Think invert. Oh, so I'm thinking of an inversion chair. Right, what? Like follows your spine or something. One of them, yeah. Yeah, think invert. So yes, inversion. Yeah, we got. Oh, yeah, we got a special guest. It's John F. Rambo.
Hey, better late than never, you know. I had to do some cooking, and take a shit and kill about 50 Afghanistanis. You know, that's how John Rambo rolls.
Yeah, you didn't push them; they pushed you.
Yeah, they drew first blood.
Yeah,
They drew it, but
yeah,
I drew last blood.
yeah, fuckers. Well,
Yeah,
I'm with you, John. You know,
yeah.
fucking,
So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna start recruiting a team of drunk British guys on yayo and little psychotic cyborg guinea pigs, and we're gonna go and we're gonna take back this country from that kitty sniffer, and we're gonna make it the United States of Rambo. That's what we're gonna do. And the drunk British guy is gonna be like, hey, I'm not an American citizen, but you know, if you give me a room to crash in once a month when I visit and all the Jack Daniels I can drink, I bet you'll come, won't you?
oh yeah, yeah, damn right. Well,
Wait a minute.
the British and Americans have always been doing that team up sort of fucking operations.
Yeah. We took down the Yazis together and the tyrannical Japanese and the eye ties when they got a little too full of what Mussolini was selling. And yeah, we'll keep going. We'll keep going. But if you're gonna be staying at the White House, you're not drinking Jack. We're gonna give you the best whiskey in the house. We're gonna give you Johnny Walker Blue Label because frankly they can afford it.
Right, yeah. Well, yeah, I'm easy. I don't care. As long as I fucking got like some smoke.
Oh yeah. We'll get you some Afghani tank buds, some purple Kush, because you know I was just in Afghanistan, you know, so I had to get a couple of trash bags full of purple Kush. It should still be good from the plane ride over, you know. Yeah.
I only do it for medical purposes.
That's fine. You know, and I only sell it for financial purposes. Hey. So, Jens, I watched Rambo Last Blood, and I gotta say, the soy drinker was wrong. That movie was amazing. And if you disagree with me, I will fight you. I don't know why he gave it a bad review. How he said it was well, what did he say? It was like watching Rambo and him getting cucked out by a young Mexican girl and an older Mexican woman. Okay, so my theory is that maybe I missed some of the dialogue because I forgot to turn the subtitles on. Is that they were either there when he moved back into his dad's house, or they came a knocking one day, and the little girl's aunt asked if he needed some help around the house, and they eventually moved in there. And they were his surrogate family. He was trying to retire. He couldn't put his past behind him, so he was a prepper, and he made the tunnels, and he got all the guns together, and he had a forge in the basement, and he probably had rooms full of food and dry goods that we didn't see, and water and whatnot. He probably had a water well. Anyway, so
But
because
he had his thingy though, didn't he? His anvil that he was making his knives and that.
Oh no, that was more than an anvil. Jens, if you look closely, that was a forge. That was a full-on forge that he had in the tunnels in his basement, so he could do metallurgy. Yeah. So the point I'm getting at, let me give this quick synopsis out. Oh, that's a big word for Rambo. Synopsis. I like it. Okay, so he's trying to retire. He still can't put his past behind him, but he adopts this woman and her niece as his surrogate family. He wants to stay out of the killing and the crazy, but they call him back. They call him back, Jens, when they kidnap his surrogate daughter, and then he's out for blood.
He didn't push them. They pushed him. Oh,
yeah.
They pushed his niece into fucking prostitution. That fucking
that pissed me off. But that's what they do. That's what the cartel does. And I've heard horror stories about it. I've just God, they're terrible people. But no. So what I'm getting at is no, he was not half a man and a former shell of himself. He was freaking old. Yeah, I can cuss, right?
Yeah.
Oh, he was fucking old and he was trying to fucking retire. And he proved that he had one last fucking bit of vengeance left in him when they pretty much stole his family. It's terrible to me to think that somebody could watch that and think they cucked out John Rambo. No, if anything, John Rambo cucked out the whole fucking cartel. He killed like 50 of them. And you were wrong. It wasn't that last 10 minutes. The last 10 minutes was the credits. The last 25 minutes was him killing all those motherfuckers in his tunnels and in his barn. Holy shit. And it wasn't a slow burn yet. So I got to disagree with you. It was a slow burn for maybe the first 20 minutes, but it was establishing that he was just he was retired and he was teaching a young woman to ride a horse and he was trying to be a family man.
Yeah, but compared to the Rambo fucking franchise, it was a bit of a slow burn. Even though the last half hour, as you say, fucking it does kick off at the last half hour where it turns into a Rambo film in the last half hour where it's action packed. There's fucking and there is some action parts in it before, right?
Yeah, when he goes and he rescues her.
Yeah. And
he kills everybody in that brothel except the women.
Yeah, and he's hammering the fuck out of the sort of like under fucking studies of the cartel, whatever they're like. So they're like foot soldiers. He goes in there, doesn't he? Hammers them, as in like with he fucking smashes them in with a hammer.
Well, one of them he didn't kill. One of the guys was fucking molesting one of the young prostitutes. And he said, hold on, I'm not their pimp, I'm not with the cartel. And he still smacked him in the dick and balls with the hammer and left him bleeding. He said, all right, I'm not going to kill you, but you ain't going to be able to rape little girls no more, you piece of shit.
Yeah, he's proper fucking laid on the bed screaming. Which you would do if someone just hammered your balls in. I think he's using the thingy part and all, the hook part of the claw part on a claw. Yeah.
Now my only two beefs with the movie. Are one, to know what the Mexican ant lady's saying, you got to put on the subtitles if you don't speak fluent Spanish. So they didn't have subtitles for that. Okay, so that's kind of a nitpick. And then my second beef was when she OD'd in the truck on the way back from Mexico. I am very surprised he didn't try to lay her out on the side of the road and give her CPR, but he might have thought she had so much drugs in her system and she was so traumatized physically from all the beatings that she was just dead.
Yeah, I think he was one of them where fucking I think he just thought, oh yeah, she's fucked up and like because you didn't see you get beaten and raped and that, but that was a sort of like storyline because the cartel, once he tried to like rescue her and they beat the show of him, where people say he got caught, but there was like 30 fucking guys with baseball bats. It's like
oh no, it was more than that. It was about 40 guys and they had machine guns too. They weren't fucking around. He tried taking them on and he tackles two of them and starts hitting them, but then they just swarm him like zombies.
Well, because like he tried to rescue her and that, they get pissed off and they tell him that they're gonna fuck her up bad and that like just to piss him off and that, because I don't know if the subtitles was on when the cartel were like saying to him, look, you're gonna fucking remember this every fucking sort of day in that shit, that you're responsible for her getting fucked up and that shit.
Which is bullshit because they were responsible, which is they're projecting. Fuck them. Anyway.
Oh yeah. Well, there was playing the proper bad guy where there was fucking just making him feel like shit for no reason at all.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, Tommy's saying about the chair. It's one of those chairs that hangs you upside down. Oh, right.
Yeah, like in Deuce Bigelow, Male Gigolo.
Yeah. You do sit ups and that on them, but obviously you can have it to like straighten your back out, sort of thing, because you don't want to be doing sit ups with a bad back. But yeah,
Well,
well, anyway, the fuck her up really bad because they start like injecting her loads and that shit, and so like I think the just slowly fucking her up and that shit, and
she
so
overdosed. Yeah.
yeah, she's in a bad because he looks at her arm and that, and she's got like loads of fucking marks, and considering she's only been there for like 4 days, you know,
Yeah.
it's all fucking and
And I doubt he had a shot of adrenaline in his truck.
yeah, true,
You know,
yeah,
bring her back Pulp Fiction style.
yeah, and like I was there like I'm thinking, yeah, she had so much injuries that like she was gonna die anyway. You know, he just got her out of there so he could at least give her a decent burial. He takes her home, doesn't he, sort of thing.
Yeah.
But then he gets pissed off, and then he goes back, doesn't he? And he fucking like fucking stabs the shit out of the bodyguards to one of the brothers, and then chops the brother's head off. Even though you don't see him chopping the head off, you just see the like crime investigation scene afterwards with the torso or the full torso and legs and arms of the dude, but no head. And then you see
Uh,
driving down the highway and just throws his head.
yeah, I like that. And he left a picture of the girl on his fucking corpse, like, hey, fuck you. Come for me. I mean, I was thinking they were going to come for him after he murdered all the guards at the brothel and rescued her, but yeah, I guess that wasn't good enough to incur their wrath.
Yeah. As I said, there was fucking foot soldiers. There was very expendable. There was like, probably
Yeah.
the like fucking right. You look after them prostitutes and fucking if Rambo didn't kill them, they'd have killed him anyway because they let some dude go in there and fucking take one of their fucking prostitutes. Well, anyway,
Yeah.
thinking all, the knife he stabs into the headless body of the brother with the picture of the niece just to give the other brother who was head of the cartel and that the message that oh yeah I've done it sort of thing, you know who's done this sort of thing, no need to do an investigation. The
Yeah,
knife,
he knew he was coming for him.
yeah, the knife he used to stab into him to leave the picture in there was the letter open knife that he was fucking making for her.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's a good detail. I didn't notice that. Yeah, he was making that in the forge at the beginning.
Yeah.
And he was. Oh, I'm sorry.
She's all like, no, yeah, I'm just saying, and she's all like, well, no one uses letters and that. And so I was like, all right, well, you can use it to defend off the blokes anyway. But it was a knife he was going to give her. So, yeah.
I'll tell you what, she was 17, so I understand that she just wanted to see her dad. But that Chola chick, man, I got some red alarm bells from her, red flags from her right away that she was gonna sell her out. When she was like, she offered her a beer, and she's like, "No, thank you." And she said, "What? You think you're too fucking good to drink a beer with me?" I'm just kidding. Like, oh man, people like that. No, they're already like they're already gunning for you, man. That's a predator right there. Like, not as bad as the cartel guys, but she
Yeah,
was definitely not good people. You could tell right off the bat, you know.
yeah. When someone starts complaining that you're not doing something that they want you to do, unless it's something that you fucking said you was gonna do,
Yeah,
fucking yeah, it's always like a bit like, oh what?
yeah.
No,
When
no,
it's little
no.
innocuous shit like having a fucking beer with them, come on, man.
Yeah, um, yeah. Thinking, like her father and all. It was one of them sort of stories where, because I think that's why people didn't like it because it put American, it put Mexican fathers in the right fucking like baggy because he basically tells us to fuck off, doesn't he? When she goes saying, "Oh yeah, I'm your daughter," and he's like, "I don't give a fuck."
Well, now I've known a lot of. I've worked with a lot of Mexicans in my day. I've tattooed a lot of them, and I've even been friends with a couple of them. And most of them are not like that. But some dads are assholes, and I
Yeah,
don't think
yeah,
that movie was trying to be politically correct or whatever. It was just like going, "Hey, here's the story. Here's the characters that are involved. If you don't like it, fuck you."
yeah. It was one of them storylines where we need some bad guys, and in this situation, they're going to be Mexican, but
Yeah.
obviously they're not saying all Mexicans are like that. They're just saying
No.
these Mexicans, because like there was like fucking showing some other Mexicans and that, like fucking was all right, like in the nightclub and that sort of thing. Apart from the dude,
Yeah.
oh, that bit where he smashes the dude's fucking, um, what's it called? Fucking top of your rib cage. Oh, shoulder fucking. Oh, not yeah, your shoulder, but wherever. In he smashes it in, doesn't he? And then fucking starts fucking putting some in there. That's fucking yeah. I was like, oh, that turned
Oh
into
yeah,
a
we
horror
pulled his
movie.
collarbone out. Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh man,
that's his
that
collarbone.
was brutal when I did
Yeah,
that.
yeah. Down fuck him. Then yeah, he gets to find the place, and then that's when he gets spotted, done in, and like 40 guys beat the shit out of him. And the thing is, because like some people said, "Oh yeah, wow, why would you leave him alive? Why won't you kill him?" And that. Well, for a start, he's the star of the film, so you don't want the film ending fucking unless you're doing a He-Man remake. Fucking, you're not going to have your hero getting killed off in the first 5 minutes and that. But the thing is them cartel didn't think he was a threat. That's why they're like one of the brothers did say, "Kill him." No, fucking no, don't fuck around. Don't give him the chance to come back in case he is a fucking trained fucking beret, you know. But the other brother was like, "No, this is an old dude. Even if he is a trained beret, look at him. What's he gonna do?" And the thing is, they think what they do. They don't think what a cartel fucking leader will do. And what a cartel leader wants to do is show everybody what happens when they fuck with him. And
Yeah.
what his plan was to fucking fuck Rambo up. So he goes home and fucking is it like rest of his life gonna be thinking about what they're doing to his niece and that and how he caused it. And his niece would have been dead. But obviously, fucking Rambo wasn't gonna go home and just forget about it. And so that's
No.
what and so some people who complain about that storyline, it's like, well, if it had been fucking even in his prime, they still might have just let him go because it'd been like, well, what's one man going to do? We're a cartel of fucking 50 or more, whatever. Because like when they come after him, they send quite a few fucking dudes, and that's just their sort of fucking like top men. So there have been some men still back in Mexico making sure the like kidnapped fucking women of the 10 prostitutes are escaping, even though they didn't want to escape. They were so fucking petrified. But oh, the ending though, when they come into the tunnels, fucking some great fucking kill scenes in that.
Yeah, I'm playing that Doris song where he says, "No one here gets out alive."
5 to 1.
What's the name of that song, Jens?
5 to 1. One of my favorite Doors songs. Yeah. Oh, where is? Got to one, baby. One back. No one here gets out alive. You get yours, baby. I'll get mine. You're gonna make it, baby, picture. Yeah. That's the one. Yeah, gets played, and it is a good distraction shit because with them all running in there and that music being so loud, I've hard communicating and that sort of thing, and they can't hear Rambo running around as and all. He's in sort of like side walls and that way. He's taking them out like fucking 18 / MacGyver, where designed little fucking booby trap gadgets. Mostly like spikes. There's a lot of spikes are fucking that. And oh yeah, people get fucking their heads chopped and running around.
Oh yeah, it got real spiky.
And then yeah, fucking great film. As I say, it wasn't as good as fucking it could have been if Stallone was in his fucking 30s or 40s, but he was in his 70s. And so fucking.
See, I think if anybody watches that movie and doesn't like it, it's because they don't like the fact that he got jumped by the mob of them when he originally went for him, and then that one nice lady came by and saved him because she was watching him because her sister had the same fate as his surrogate daughter. But what I would say to those people is that's the fucking point of the movie. That's the arc. Is that yeah, he gets knocked down, but he gets back up. You know, I mean, come on, look at all the Rocky movies. You know, he was a bum at first, and then he gets knocked down, he gets back up. That's what he does. That's what a hero does. You know, if they don't understand that, they don't understand the basic fucking storytelling structure of any fucking book or movie or piece of media at all, and they should go fuck a donut.
Yeah, well, that's the thing with Rambo. He has hair because fucking in Rambo, like First Blood Part 2, fucking that bird who he like, she gets shot in front of him. And that's when he just goes on his fucking Rambo. And so he needed some kind of Rambo fucking thing to get him pissed off. Usually, like, in the Rambo films, fucking someone gets killed who he likes. Or if not killed, because like in Rambo, First Blood, Rambo Part 1, yeah, no one gets killed. So yeah, fucking. But yeah, the rest of them though, someone always gets killed that he likes.
Well, I was gonna watch them, but they want a lot of money for them on fucking Amazon. So I've only seen 4 and 5. So don't hate me, okay?
All right, yeah. Oh well, number 3 is a bit dodgy because he fucking helped the Taliban against the Russians. But
But that didn't age well, you know. But we didn't know the Taliban were going to turn on the world and turn into a bunch of assholes, you know.
Yeah. But what 1 and 2 was great.
Yeah.
Yeah, it should be on like some free streaming service.
It's no, it's not. I looked. They want it. Shit. They want you to subscribe to Stars or something on Amazon and pay X amount of money a month to be able to watch Stars or holy shit. Hey, they took down Rambo Last Blood off of Netflix. Well, yeah, at least I got to watch it before it was gone.
Yeah. So and Netflix got Rambo then? No.
No, not anymore. They took it down.
Probably too masculine. Like shit. No one's gonna watch Cuties. This is Rambo.
I think they have time limits of like 3 months or 6 months. Which sucks because they used to keep shit up there for years and years, like 2 years at a time. But yeah, fuck me.
Well, I reckon fucking because in the UK, like, and Tommy was saying like there's a second-hand sort of like store that sells DVD. I reckon you might be able to get the box set of like 1, 2, and 3, sort of like
Yeah.
like on DVD.
Yeah, there's a pawn shop near my house that I'll go check, or I'll look on eBay. eBay would probably have it. Let's see. I'm looking up First Blood on Amazon right now. Let me see. Who's got it? First. Fuck it. Fuck you. Not a Q, an R. All right. Here we go. What? Come on. First Blood. That's what it's called, right?
Yeah.
There we go. Yeah. HBO subscription, start your free 7-day trial. So, yeah. So what you do is you just cancel the trial after you're done watching or before the 7 days is up. So I'll have to do that.
Yeah. Watch Rambo 1 and 2. You'll have to watch number 3 because fucking then you've seen the truth. Because number 3 has great action in it. It's just that like fucking it didn't age well, as you said. So the action in it is fucking great though. You know, and that yeah, fucking well, and probably some other good fucking films. Paramount. Oh yeah, because yeah. Well, anyway, obviously we both like Rambo 5 because fucking, as you said, fucking the critical soy drinking bitch don't know what the fuck he's talking about.
Oh yeah,
yeah. Well, we'll talk about the Great Wall, which I watched in that, and that's it. I liked it in that because there was some good masculine action parts in it.
Yep.
Yeah, where fucking Matt Damon fucking was kicking ass in it and that. And yeah, fucking that other dude like was sort of like the one of the like fucking soldiers and that. They're like kicking ass and that because yeah, they're all like fucking fighting these fucking aliens, which the fucking effects were fucking spot on, weren't they? It was like obviously you know like those fucking fake because fucking they're like big fuck off. Well, especially the female. I noticed it was like they had the female species being real massive, a bit too massive. Because I'm thinking, how the fuck? Because the like male aliens are about like 10 foot high, sort of thing. about 20 foot wide or
Oh, yeah.
20 foot long, whatever. But the females, they're like about 70 foot high and about 140 or 180 fucking foot long and that. But yeah, but they was like the main sort of aliens that were like the queens though. So like, yeah, there was taking on alien sort of thing where in Aliens the queen is like fucking 5 times bigger than your normal sort of fucking alien.
Well, now the one critique that I heard from you or Tommy or both of you was why were they having the women jump down and attack them, and most of them were dying, and why didn't they use catapults or trebuchets or ballistas or crossbows or bow and arrows when they were? I think the women were kind of the last line of defense. And then my one beef is they should have used the cutting things that they had on the wall, that they had the scissor things going back and forth. They should have used those when they initially attacked. Why didn't they use those on the first attack? Why did they only use those on the second attack? So yeah, but they were using catapults. They were using ballistas. They were using bows and arrows. They were using everything.
Yeah, but I'm saying in that patch though, the like were sending the women down when they could have just had like the men sort of there. But as I say, it was one of them where there could have been a storyline where the women just wanted to show like they could do it on the front line, so the men just went, "All right, then we'll build you a little fucking platform thing." But the action was good in it, though. They went down though, because like the birds, the fucking was doing all right in that, as you could expect from a bird in that, and so yeah, they had like fit bears that could do action anyway, because.
Yeah.
Yeah, the thingy bed who was going to be the love interest to Matt Damon and that. Yeah, she was sort of like there at the end where she was helping him at the end and that.
They did it together.
Yeah, yeah,
If you watch closely, he threw the rock and she threw the spear.
yeah. Even though I realised, but it was one of them where they wanted to do the joint effort thing. I realised that if you tied the rock to the other end of the spear and then thrown the rock face down with the spear up, it would have done the exact same job. You would have needed 2 people, but it was one of them where, yeah, they can finish it together, sort of thing. Where they just threw this spear with a fucking dynamite tied to it, which they had loads of dynamite, but the reason why they didn't throw that at them aliens was because they'd have blown half the wall up and then fucking fuck the foundations up. So I could see because they were tying dynamite to the trebuchets that there was like throwing these big boulders at one out and that where they were taking big masses out.
Yeah, and I bet there was a little bit of explosive in those balls. And even if there weren't, again, they didn't like using the dynamite because they knew it was a last resort. But you're right; they probably should have used the dynamite arrows right away with the first attack. But they needed to kind of show it in the second attack. They needed to build up to, hey, we don't use this that often. And the first attack, they all got scared away anyway. But the thing that I was getting at is some people might watch that and say, well, why did when the general died, why did he hand off leadership to the woman? Why has it got to be a woman? Because she had more speaking lines than the other generals, and she had to be the reason Matt Damon wanted to stay behind. There had to be a love interest, even though they couldn't show him kissy, you know.
Captain, really that? All right, Captain. And then Tommy said still got your shitting face on. I think you're talking about the.
You want to fight war? You gotta become war. Actually, Tommy, you'll be sad to hear I have not shit yet today. Maybe later. Maybe later I'll take a big dumper. But for right now, I cannot draw first shit blood. I'm kidding. I don't eat Chipotle. Yeah, but I'm just saying, like, there were a couple little things with the mechanics in that movie that didn't make sense, like why they didn't use the explosives right away, or why didn't they use the slice and dice blades right away? But again, I think that was the directors and the three writers' way of building up to that. That was more of a dire need scenario, and they thought they could handle them with the trebuchets, the ballistas, the arrows, and the ladies jumping down with the spears. Now, some might say, well, why did they have the ladies jumping down with the spears if they had such a high death rate? Well, we all know how China hates women. With the one female per house rule. Well, yeah.
Yeah, and true. We don't know what these women were like before. They could have been like one of them punishment where the men are like, right, you burnt the fucking toast again. All right, we're gonna sign you up for the fucking dangling down with a spear. Fucking
yeah. They definitely had the most dangerous fucking job, that's for sure.
Yeah. As I say, I think like the women wanted that though. I think there was like, right, we're their team talk, right? Before they was like, right, girls, let's show these men how it's done.
Yeah.
High
Yeah,
five.
but here's the other thing though. It might not have been like a girl power thing. If you look at their armor was very sensual. You know, they had the boob armor. Every single one of those girls looked fucking gorgeous. And I think the director and the writers, who are all guys, by the way, thought, hey, let's get a bunch of hot little Chinese girls to jump down and fight fucking monsters and look hot as fuck doing it. I bet that's what it was. You see their tight little asses through their armor. I think it was more that. Because the men did get some, later in the movie, we see kind of, everybody's fucking fighting, especially once they dug the tunnel. That's when this shit really hit the fan. And and that it's cool that Matt Damon could have left, but he didn't. He stayed because one, he knew that the world wouldn't be safe from these things, that they had to stop them. I mean, even the head vizier of the clan with no name, or the nameless order, said, you can go. The general said you can go. It was her last order before she left on the balloon. But wherever you go, tell them death is coming for them. So, I mean, even if he wasn't doing that to be heroic, which I think he was, he still just wanted to save the world. And he wanted to help her because, let's face it. If you don't want to bone that lady, you're fucking gay. You are just 100% gay.
Yeah,
she was fine.
Yeah, I think he realised that if he didn't help her, he wasn't going to be shagging her that night, and he realised, fuck, if I want that pussy fucking tonight in my bed, I need to fucking
Well, now they couldn't show him shagging because, Chinese communist audiences wouldn't like that.
Yeah, well,
they couldn't show a big buff white guy banging a hot little Chinese chick.
Yeah, well, it was sort of more family orientated, wasn't it? Where they tried to, because it's a 15, isn't it? And so they tried to get the fucking sort of like kids that always watch 15s and 18s sort of audience, but they knew they couldn't do it too graphic, sexual, or parents won't let them watch it. But they'd have been parents, I'd let them watch that because, a bit like horror movie, in it, like it's action horror movie for them.
Yeah, and it really only got graphic with the death scenes of the monsters. It didn't really show the people ripped apart that much. But the monsters, that definitely showed them get owned, mainly getting, spears and arrows and swords in their eyes because that was their weak point, which makes sense.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. They had the fucking monsters done great. I say, fucking, even though you knew it was CGI, there was good enough CGI that you could believe them. They looked that realistic. And
Yeah,
then
it did.
Yeah.
And the one guy that sorry.
I would say there's a few parts with CG that looked a little bit CGE, but or CGI'd a bit. But that's because there were so many of them that obviously there is going to be slight. Well, there was so much CGI used in that film that there is going to be slight parts that look a bit CGI'd. But yeah, most of it though looked fucking spot on. You could really believe about those monsters and that.
Yeah, and it's just that I really liked how the dishwasher guy went out, collapsing the tunnel in the Forbidden City. How all the monsters were coming up on him, and he looked at him and he went, "Oh shit, guys, here's my moment," and he went out like a champ, blowing himself up to collapse the tunnel.
Yeah, some dynamite. He did a fucking suicide bomber on the aliens.
Yeah, and I liked how they showed that the Nameless Army wasn't perfect. They were all kind of dicks to that guy. They were smacking him around and calling him a useless moron, and he had an arc, because he got to die defending all of them. So yeah, it was showing you that the Nameless Army wasn't perfect. Like they were kind of dicks too. But they were working for a good cause, which was killing all those goddamn monsters, because somebody had to. Hey.
Yeah. What about for you? Who was a dick? Pascal, Pedro Pascal, fucking.
Oh yeah.
Tried to run off with the dynamite because it was just they went there, didn't they, to try and find how you make gunpowder and that. Or black powder, which they called it, and that. And so, he got some, but he fucked off and that. And then Matt Damon didn't fucking kill him because he could have killed him and that because he was going to get done for treason. But he saved him, didn't he? And that. Sure, it was a buddy movie where it was like,
What'd they say at the end? They said you could either take the black powder as much as you can carry on 2 horses, or you can take him with you. So he took his friend, even though his friend was a dick and did leave him for dead. He got that mini cannon dropped on his fucking head by William Dafoe, and he just kind of left him there. And the lucky dishwasher boy saw them. Now, one plot hole is, why didn't the Nameless Army smack dishwasher boy around and say, "Hey, if you saw Willem Dafoe and Pedro Pascal leave with our shit, why didn't you try to stop them?" That was one plot hole.
Yeah, well, they thought he was a little bit of a pussy bitch, though, didn't they? So,
well, you'd think they would have slapped him around a little for that, But hey, whatever.
They probably realised it was their mistake for leaving a little soy bitch to protect someone.
All right. Hey, go easy on him. He did die at the end defending them.
Yeah, fucking don't give him whatever his name is too much heat. He fucking manned up in the end.
Yeah.
William Defoe's character at all, he played the slimy cunt.
That's hilarious how he died. All those Mongols or whoever they were, the horse raider guys are chucking around the fucking little balls of black powder grenades like they're fucking balls and laughing, and then one of them gets too close to the fire and he goes, "No!" Serves you right, you cunt. Shit.
Yeah, you don't see him get obliterated, but you wear this big, massive explosion that people fucking see for miles, and that. So he didn't survive.
Yeah, and it looked like he didn't have time to run away because it looked like he was bound at his wrists and his ankles, and his wrists were behind his back, so he couldn't push himself up.
Yeah. Well, but I'm saying though, the explosion was so big, it is sort of like said like no, he's dead, and because like you don't see him afterwards, like yeah, you realize oh yeah, he did die that because like yeah, if it had been just what you say, like they had them all out like juggling like with them, and so it had set up a chain reaction that just fucking did one massive explosion. Like you saw, didn't you? The people heard it and then saw like a fucking big, massive sort of fucking cloud and that. Like,
Yeah,
oh
you
yeah,
saw Pedro Pascal react to it. Yeah.
yeah, because he was following, and I think he like gets there, done he, and fucking yeah, there ain't no sign of William Defoe. Apart from his socks. Well, no, I'm making that bit up.
Yeah.
But
Now, I did like anybody who tries to say, "Oh, the whole balloon thing is a plot hole." No, it's not, because that when the original general died, they set off, what was it? It looked like 100,000 plus balloons all along the wall, and those are the little what do they call those? They have them here in America too when somebody dies. Lanterns, Chinese lanterns.
yeah,
Yeah, we call them Chinese lanterns. They just probably call them floating lanterns. But yeah, I mean, balloons basically work on the same type of physics, and they had those pressure switches that they were pulling in and out to adjust the heat. So it would. And another thing is, anybody who says that's a plot hole, did you see that half of them were falling to their death and the balloons weren't working with half of them
yeah. The
because
thing with
it
that,
was untested?
yeah. Well, the thing with the balloons is it's like the fighting aliens. It's a bit like it, cowboys v aliens, where
Yeah,
fucking there was shit that got going on, but you're like, but it's cowboys versing aliens. Of course, a bit like thinking, Wiki Wild West. Fucking
yeah.
yeah. It's
Well,
like
I'm just saying, like
yeah.
half of them were getting destroyed as they went up. So it was proving that, like the one guy, the guy all in black, I can't remember what they said his name was. He was like their one of their advisors for the Nameless Order. He said the balloons might not work; they're untested, and they said we have to try anyway. And then you see half of them are fucking not working and dying anyway. So it's not a plot hole. It was something new they were trying as a desperate last resort to get to the Forbidden City in time.
Yeah. Well, it's a bit like Indiana Jones and that shit. It's one of them where if people complain about Indiana Jones, where fucking like a dude, Templar of the night, realm Templar of the night, where a knight of the realm.
It was a Knights Templar, yeah.
Yeah, people complain like, "Oh yeah, he was still alive," and that. But it's like, yeah, because he was drinking from the fucking cup of life, and so of course he can be alive. And if you don't, if you think that's far fetched, remember in number one, a fucking group of Nazis got took out by ghosts that came out of a fucking box. So
Yeah.
you guys go on, yeah.
And they're already thinking that ballooning didn't start in the late 1600s, early 1700s. That people might have figured it out before that. There's just not a lot of records of it. So, and the Chinese have had those lanterns for over 1,000 years. So to think that they didn't figure out ballooning before that and just didn't talk about it, that could be a possibility. And so the guy who kept drinking from the cup of Christ in Last Crusade, yeah, he was still alive. But did you see how skinny he was? I'm surprised he didn't ask them for a sandwich or a cracker or a slice of meat or something, because all he had been drinking was water for 1,000 years or 500 years.
Yeah.
That's what I would have said. I wouldn't have said, "Okay, everybody, choose wisely. One of these is the cup of Christ." No, I would have said, "Hey, before we start anything, well, y'all got something to eat. Who's got a nutter butter?" Hey. Oh, wait, yeah. No, they didn't have Nutter Butters back in the, what was it, Templars. Boy, that was like the 11 or 1200s. Holy crap.
He was on the supermodel diet, though, so.
Water and water.
Yeah. But, yeah, that plot line, though, I thought at the time, like, yeah, well, you know, okay, it's Raiders of the Lost Ark, and then people complain about it and that sort of shit. And then, like, people complain about fucking in number 4 where he fucking escapes in a fridge, you know, electronic.
Okay. The fridge thing, I'm sorry. The box, the Ark opening up and killing all the Nazis was a lot more believable than him surviving a nuclear blast in a fridge. I mean, every bone in his body would have been broken if the blast, by some miracle, didn't kill him. Holy shit! No,
Yeah,
come on.
Perfect, you know. So there is like bits where you can sort of like say, "Oh yeah, okay, it's a bit far fetched," but it's an Indiana Jones film, you know. You
Yeah.
expect it to be fucking bit far out there, you know. But
I think what they should have done instead of the fridge thing is because I know that it's supposed to be far out and there's interdimensional aliens at the end of it and all that. Is it maybe he would have looked around frantically, ran around the town, and then found a sign that said emergency bunker, fit for one, and he goes into the bunker, and he finds that the bunker has a secret tunnel that leads back to one of the military bases. You know, I think that would have made a little bit more sense than the fridge, because, you know, it maybe, you know, somebody falls asleep on the job and, you know, I don't know. It's just, that would have been a little bit more believable than the fridge. I think George Lucas was a little bit high when he wrote that. I think him and Harrison Ford were eating some gummies or some pot brownies when they wrote that. Well, Harrison Ford didn't write it, but
he
brought the pot brownies.
Well, I'd say that bit was like a bit far fetched, but alright, man, all right then. So okay, maybe you can survive, and so like, because it would have been dead center. So like, you know, there'd been it was more of the after sort of map of the fucking the nuclear fucking blast that fucking got done. But yeah, all right,
yeah. Or he could have found a funny car with a rocket booster on it, and it was just lying there, and he just you know, escapes the blast. No, okay, that's stupid. The fallout shelter with the tunnel back to the military base is probably more realistic. Oh yeah.
Yeah, with a fridge inside, so because it gets inside the fridge.
He wouldn't need the fridge if there was a secret tunnel that was also a fallout shelter that led back to the military base. You know, it could be something small that you could just crawl in, or just one person to stand up in, kind of thing. I mean, holy crap! I mean, have you seen how big some of these military bases are? A tunnel isn't that much of an expenditure after you build one of those. You know, oh.
Yeah, oh yeah. I'd say like okay, I didn't mind the film. That's what I'm saying. So like, having balloons fighting people on balloons fighting aliens, I thought it was all right. Yeah, I didn't mind it.
Yeah, so I mean, like I said, I don't think it's the greatest movie ever, but I just think it's a fun action movie. It's one of those, and you don't even have to. It's not even a turn your brain off action movie, because there's not a lot of plot holes. You know, it talks about everything. It tells you the backstory of the aliens. Yeah, it's kind of vague on that. There was an emperor who was a dick, and there was a cursed object that came down. But honestly, I think if they tried to explain it more than that, it would just come off as like convoluted and a little too a little too what's the word I'm looking for? Too complicated for its own good. You know, it's a sci-fi action movie. It doesn't need anything more than this emperor was a dick and a cursed rock came down from the stars and there were these beasts on it and they've been getting smarter and smarter and they attack every 60 years and we built the wall for this and you know now I guess if you could say what's up.
I say it's all fantasy, isn't it? You know, so that's why I didn't mind it. You know, because because with aliens in, you're not expecting it to be fucking realistic. When you're fighting aliens and that, I always find like you can. You don't have to be. Obviously, you can be realistic in that, but usually, you.
Now, somebody might say, well, okay, why in between the 60 years do they not go attack the rock? Why don't they bring the fight to them and attack it? Well, they actually brought that up. Like I said, I watched it last night. They said we've sent scouts out in between when they allegedly lie dormant and the scouts never come back. So what I'm thinking is most of the aliens sleep for that 60 years. And then what happens is I think they leave a couple hundred of them out around the rock to guard it and make sure they can protect the hibernating ones. And I bet if they sent an army out around the rock to try and kill them all, the guards would probably wake up the other ones, and then they would attack prematurely, and they wouldn't stand a chance because they'd have no wall to hide behind to defend themselves. So the plot makes sense. You know, it's a cheesy action movie, but it's got a pretty solid plot.
Yeah. I had no problem with the plot and that, and I have no problems with the action because even the bad action was all right in that. But
and they weren't better than the men. Everybody was just fighting to survive.
Oh yeah. But as I say, it a bit stylized, as you said. That the director probably looked at this film and thought, right, what we need is some bears in some tight fucking uniforms.
Yeah.
Well, what they're gonna do? They get
fly down.
Yeah, they get tied up with a spear and they get lowered down and they can fight fucking the aliens like that.
They flew down like some beautiful, sexy Chinese Valkyries, putting a fucking spear in the eye of those bastards. Now, most of them died, but hey, it looked sexy as hell. So good trade-off.
Yeah. As I say, fucking bits stylized, as in they know if we've got some birds who's fucking fit as fuck in some tight fucking outfits, flying down there, fucking we can get a few dudes all fucking watching birds in fucking tight outfits, which I thought they seemed alright, and I just, as I say, bit stylized. Where if I was making that film, I'd be like, no, let's get him doing something else. We'll just get a load of, because there was a load of other females that was fucking doing other stuff and that. So, but it was mainly and all. So Matt Damon had a lead woman who wasn't just in the background doing fucking the pops.
Oh yeah. He's gonna have more of a connection with a beautiful woman than he is some fucking Chinese guy who's just fucking bumping chests with him and fucking being an adversary. Whereas a beautiful woman who's sitting there batting her eyelashes, talking to him about trust and a higher purpose. Shit, he's gonna listen a hell of a lot more to that. So that makes sense too.
Well, there's that love story, wasn't it? Because it was an action film with a love story in it. Where
Yeah.
most action films do have a love story, but
Well, I mean, it was an unspoken love story. Neither of them said "I love you," and they didn't make out, and they didn't have a sex scene. But you could tell they absolutely adored each other. I mean, especially him, her. I mean, she
yeah,
was, yeah,
yeah,
yeah. So there was. I mean, they were willing to die for each other at the end too. When they go up the multicolored tower, that was a great scene. I loved that.
Oh yeah, I'm saying it was fucking like one of those scenes where if Matt Damon had like a normal bed who was doing the pots, there wouldn't have been them scenes where they was together, sort of like kicking ass. So and it was like a love story. Bit remind me of like Mr. and Mrs. Smith with Jolene, fucking
Angelina Jolie and Brad Pitt.
yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, only not all the like sexual tension and the you didn't take the trash out that one time. I'm gonna kick you in the face now. You know, just it was just a good, clean action love story. Yeah.
And so I'm like, I, I was like, I compared it to fucking Boba Fett, where you had them fucking great masculine action scenes and that, and some alright fucking like fight scenes with that chick and that, Chinese bear and that. But there was some bits in it that like looked a bit stylized and that where it was one of the things where it took me out of it, if you know what I mean. You know when you're thinking, I just can't see this happening. But as I say, great action film though. Great action film.
Now, what were the scenes that took you out of it in the Great Wall that made you go, wait, what's going on? Why'd that happen?
The bears, I said, they was too good looking. I mean, you'd have thought one of them or a few of them would have had blokes say, no, I'm not letting you go down there because I know you're gonna get chomped up. I want them titties fucking in one piece. But as I say, even where good action film and that fucking some good action parts and that, but like fucking yeah, I'd give it like an 8 out of 10. You know what I mean?
There you go.
Yeah, it's worth a watch. Sort of thing. Just that you just got a fucking thingy, like.
Oh, I think I lost Jens. All right, this is the John Rambo show where we talk about Rambo all the time. You know, a lot of people might think I'm a poser because I haven't seen the first 3 Rambo movies, but I'm gonna get on it. I'm gonna watch them tomorrow with a HBO subscription that I won't pay for because I'll cut it off after 6 days. You there, Jens? You're the white nipple.
Oh, but can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
Yeah. Yeah, so fucking. You've been doing recently, fucking, with your like channel. You still, you still
What's up?
waiting for? I think you're still waiting for like to get a PC or a laptop or something to start streaming and that.
Yeah. Yep. I can't afford it right now. I'm barely getting by on what I'm making. People are starting to get their tax returns here in the United States, and I should be able to get a little extra money. Get $400, $500, $600 together and get a better get a better PC that isn't from 10 or 12 years ago, and then I'll be able to do my own damn live streams and not have to rely on other people to do them. So yeah, that'll be good. Yeah, just gotta get some digits, get some money together.
Yeah. Like fucking you and Sasha need to start streaming and that. So fucking I can like pop on and that shit. Fucking
I wonder why Slasher doesn't stream his own streams. I thought he did, didn't he?
yeah, but he's having trouble with his PC. It fucking it's or laptop. It's not fucking letting him use his mic off, and he's not hearing anything. So
Oh, that's shit.
yeah.
Well, he'll get there. It's just it's always a question of money. People aren't gonna unless a customer comes and says, "Hey, I've got this PC and it's worth $500 trade-in value. Can you do $500 with ink on me for it?" Then yeah, we can do that. Especially if they can handle 5 or 6 hours in one day, because I charge $100 an hour. But people like that don't come along. Usually what I get is people going, "Hey, I got this car stereo or I got this in-house stereo. Can you trade it for some ink?" And I'm always going, "No, but do you have a laptop or a PC?" And they go, "No." So yeah, I don't need 10s and 12-inch speakers and a 300-watt subwoofer and amp in my car. I'm not one of these guys, bumping "Hell Yeah, It Was a Good Day" by Ice Cube down the street, waking the fucking neighbors. I'm not that guy. I don't need all that.
Yeah, and if you did do it for a PC, you would fucking do it all legally by the tax and that.
Oh no! I just do trade,
No, yeah.
Oh yeah, I do it totally legally. Yeah, sure, totally legally. Yeah. Oh, of course.
Yeah.
I wouldn't trade and barter. That's against the rules. Yeah, you can't break the rules. You can break a man's neck in 17 places, though, just with your pinky, if I show you how. 'Cause I'm Rambo. Did you know that Guar, the shock rock band, back in the day, they had a character. They called her Grambo, like Granny and Rambo mixed together. And she was an old lady who used to write them letters. This is before emails. Oh, there's Tommy.
Yeah, good night, Tommy. He's got to call it a day. Have a good one. Yeah, you too, man.
Good night, Tommy. Boy, you take care. So Grambo used to write Guar letters and tell them that they were terrible and they were corrupting her grandchildren and that they needed to stop, writing songs about having sex with fish and fucking animals and beating their wives with manhole covers and pouring molten lava in their rectums and all that crazy shit Guar used to talk about back when Odorous was their singer. Rest in peace, Odorous Arungus. And so what they did was they made a character that they would bring out on stage, and it was a granny, a disfigured, nasty-looking granny in a four-wheel drive wheelchair of death. And Grambo would come out, and she'd kill a couple of their slaves with her those chariots when they put the spikes on the side of them, and they stab the other chariots with them. Yeah, Grambo had those. Yeah, but then Guar would kill her. And rip her face off and her head. And, it wasn't an actual murder. It's all theatrics and puppetry and special effects. But yeah.
Yeah. I didn't know about
that. Yep. Yeah, if you ever get, really, really high off of some edibles, or you take some acid or something, Guar has 3 different movies that you can watch. They're all on YouTube for free. The first one is called, I think it's called Guar. What's it called? It's either Guar Live. No, okay, wait, no, hold on. They have one live show called Guar Live in Antarctica. that's from the early 90s. But then they have 3 movies. One of them's called Scumdogs of the Universe. No, shit. All right. I know there's one called Phallus in Wonderland. And then there's another one called It's Sleazy, which is the manager, Sleazy P, doing a talk show that Guar is on. And then the third one is, I think it's called The Ballad of Skullhead Face. And it's all about Guar. Fuck, I was really fucking fucked up when I watched it last. Anyway, Guar has 3 full movies on YouTube that you can watch for free. They're funny. They're fucked up. Yeah, oh yeah, they're funny. They're none of this politically correct woke bullshit. They're all from the 90s, and Guar didn't give a shit, and you know, they were just fucking nuts.
Yeah.
Absolutely nuts. Yeah, they had they had an MTV news anchor come out. They had a guy pretending to play him with the talk show thing, and instead of interviewing him, he just comes out on the stage and cuts his dick and balls off and throws them at Guar, and then Guar stomps his fucking head in. You know, shit like that.
Hey. Obviously, it was like.
Well, you know, I'll be honest. They smoked a lot of crack.
Yeah. But I'm saying he chopped his dick off, but it was like a fake one. That like
It's fake. It's fake. It's fake. It's not real. It's not actually a guy coming out on the stage and chopping his dick off. But yeah, they were functioning crackheads. That's the best way I can put it. Functioning alcoholics. They smoked a lot of weed. They smoked a lot of crack. They probably did a little PCP. You know, they dipped around.
Yeah. Well, I'm just saying that just in case anyone was listening.
No, the guy doesn't actually chop his dick off. It's fake. It's staged. It's all special effects. No, it's just crazy stuff. It's all fake. It's all staged. It's not Gigi Allen actually blowing his brother on stage to completion. No, it's not. None of that weird shit. It's all fake.
Now, what the fuck was that?
What?
Who blew their brother on stage?
Okay, so there was a punk rock singer named Gigi Allen back in the 80s, the early 80s, and he would do drugs on stage. He would shoot up heroin on stage. He would fuck hookers on stage. He would take a shit on stage and roll around in it. He would throw his shit at the audience. There was one time he said, if he said any of you cunts want to jump up on stage and punch me in the face, and some girl ran up there and punched him in the face, and then he punched her back and broke her nose and broke her jaw, and he couldn't get a third hit in because a bunch of dudes ran up on the stage and beat him to the point that he had to go to the hospital, and I think he was in a coma for a couple of days. And his brother was the bass player, and one night when he was high on crack on the stage, he yelled, "You guys dare me to give my brother a blowjob?" And they went, "Yeah," because they didn't think he'd do it, and he did it, and yeah, to completion. Yeah, he was a real piece of shit. Whereas Guar is fake. You know, they would fake all this stuff, and they would have, you know, animatronics and, you know, fake skin masks that they could rip off of people, you know, and fake blood, and it's fun. Yeah, they smoke crack and they drink and they smoke weed and PCP, but you know, they never actually hurt anyone. I mean, I've seen them live, and nobody got hurt. I mean, other than people in the mosh pit, but you know, that'll happen. It's a Guar show. There's going to be a mosh pit, but you know, they didn't hurt anybody in the crowd. They just sprayed us with fake blood.
Yeah. Bit like fucking circus, yeah.
Yeah. They're a circus. They're a theater. Whereas people like Gigi Allen, he was fucking insane. Man.
Yeah. It sounded like he had fucking some issues, didn't he? And his brother probably, you know. Don't know what sort of family he was brought up in, but someone must have gone on.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, if you just randomly blow your brother on stage to completion in front of everybody, wipe your mouth off and keep singing, you got fucking mental problems, man. Like you're a fucked up guy. That's all I can say about it. And there were other bands the mentors that did stuff even worse than that. They actually got a couple of grape charges because they would drag underage girls up on stage and actually grape them. And sometimes the show would stop because people would rush the stage and try to stop them from graping them and just shit like that. So there's shock. What's up?
What band was that?
That was the Dementors and their singer El Duce, who's dead now. They found him dead on a railroad track. Gee, I wonder why. In the late '90s, probably because he graped somebody's daughter and they killed him. But yeah, he used to actually like grape people on stage, and the show would always get stopped because people would rush the stage and try to stop him. Because at first people would think, oh, it's just part of the show, but then they'd realize, no way, he's really doing that to her, and then they'd rush the stage. So
in the 80s, somewhat.
Nah, this was more in the early '90s. But like I said, they didn't last long. Once their singer died, they ran out of steam. But here's the messed up part. One of the people in the band was a lady, and she was a dominatrix. And she would just sit there while these women were getting graped on stage, and she didn't care. And it's just like, God, what the hell kind of messed up Stockholm syndrome is that? Hey, you don't even care that other women are being, girls are being graped on the stage. Like, it's just, there's fun shock rock like Gua, and then there's just crazy.
Yeah,
you're a piece of shit.
And Iron Maiden and that, like, bit.
Yeah.
Like crazy shit,
Yeah. I mean, Ozzy Osbourne bit the head off a bat, but he never graped anybody.
No. Well, yeah, there is some fucking. Yeah, so I was in the how long was it going on for then?
What's that?
That band that was raping people on stage.
The Dementors. The Dementors. They only lasted a couple of years because, like I said, somebody killed their singer. He was found shot to death on the side of a railroad track somewhere in Washington State. But it's just, or was it L.A.? I don't know. It was somewhere on the West Coast. But either way, I mean, they got a reputation for raping young women on stage, and their singer eventually wound up dead because he was the one doing the raping while the other guys in the band held her down. Like, it's just crazy. Like, no. So it's this, like I said, there's fun stuff, and then there's somebody needs to put a bullet in your head kind of shit.
Yeah. That is too far fucking for like entertainment. That is like maybe biting a bat's head off is fucking one thing, innit? Where you're like, oh yeah, a bit too far, but
yeah. Well, Ozzy claims that he was drunk and he thought it was a fake bat. He thought it was a rubber bat.
Yeah.
And now, when he did bite another animal's head off, he knew it was real. So what happened was, it was after he left Black Sabbath, and it was in the late 70s, early 80s, and he was sitting down with all these record execs from, I can't remember what record company, but it was one of those offices that used to be a warehouse. So they had those warehouse windows that are like 15, 20 feet up, and they're glass, and they open where there's no screen, and they just open like at an angle, like a 30-degree angle, and anything could just fly in, And so a dove flew into the building and landed on the desk and in front of Ozzy. And there were all these record execs and agents yelling at Ozzy and yelling at Sharon and yelling at one of the other guys that was with them and saying, Ozzy needs to behave this way and Ozzy needs to behave that way. And he can't be getting drunk before shows, and he can't do anything crazy like he did in Black Sabbath, and he's too edgy and he needs to tone it down. And Ozzy picked up this dove and said, hey, everyone. And he petted the dove and he said, watch this. And he bit the dove's head off, spit it out onto the table, threw the carcass down onto the table, and he said, I'll do whatever the fuck I want, and walked out. So I'm not condoning cruelty to birds, but he made his fucking point.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, so I mean, he was crazy, but he wasn't a rapist like that guy from the Dementors or anything. He was just a crazy guy. He wasn't even trying to be a shock rocker. And when he pissed on the Alamo, he barely remembers that. He was so fucking drunk.
Well, he didn't even know it was the Alamo. That's what he says. He says because there was only a little brick wall. He thought it was just a little fucking wall. He didn't know that it was the rubbles of a building. He thought it was just a little wall that they built.
Yep.
That's why.
Yeah, he has whole years of his life in the 80s that he doesn't remember because he was so fucking drunk and coked out and high and God knows what kind of drugs. Probably mushrooms, PCP, all kinds of crazy shit.
Yeah, he'd been able to get anything because it was Ozzy Osbourne.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's when you wouldn't sell somebody like that crappy drugs because you didn't want somebody like Ozzy running around going, hey, this guy's coke almost gave me a heart attack, or this dude's acid was bad. You just you wanted a good reputation. You wanted to give him the best of it.
Yeah.
You also wanted them coming back for more. Not like all this fentanyl crap they're putting in the white girl now, Well, in America anyway. I doubt it's that bad in the UK. Allegedly. The snow candy is bad in America because they're putting a lot of fentanyl in it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Like a dangerous amount, like do 3 lines and die kind of dangerous amount.
Yeah, and usually cokeheads they do that just for the fucking start, don't they? For the little warm up.
Yeah. 3 lines is a warm up when you're getting high on coke, but they're putting so much fentanyl painkiller in it now that there's people doing 3 or 4 lines and their heart just stops.
Yeah, fucking hell.
Yeah, it's no good.
No.
But the only reason that's not happening in the UK, but that's happening here, is because allegedly a lot of the cartels are bringing it in over the UK border or over the US Mexico border. And there's so much of it that they're trying to bring in that they just mix it with the cocaine because they just figure, whatever, we can make money off of it. People will buy it no matter what. Well, guess what, you dumbasses? Repeat customers will make a lot more money. You'll make a lot more money off them if they're not dying from doing it once.
Wow. Who says the one repeat customers? Who says they're getting paid to sell? Or should I say, allegedly, who's to say that they're not making the money on coke, then they're making the profit money on deaths?
Yeah, population control. Yeah, maybe allegedly, old Bill Gates and George Soros allegedly are giving them a kickback for putting extra fentanyl in the booger sugar.
Could be.
Allegedly in Minecraft.
Yeah. Well, I don't do the booger sugar because allegedly it makes me too fucking confident that I do things that the police don't like. I don't. And the thing and all with the bugger sugar is it's fucking expensive, and so fucking I can't fucking get in a bit like fucking you need to rather have rich parents or a fucking rich job that you can fucking handle whilst doing the bugger sugar.
No.
There's no good having a real good job if you fucking.
Well, there's always Adderall. At least there isn't fentanyl in it.
Well, I don't do anything like that I find watching fucking action films gives me the rush of like fucking like I need and that, especially the Rambos. Yo, you'll love the Rambo. The first one though is a bit of a slow burn, like the fifth one, and that it fucking kicks off at the end though, and that. But the second one, that is fucking one of those films that like put a sort of fucking level up on the action films where it was like fucking some action in that where I was like, oh yeah, fucking like Rambo pretty much fucking is sort of like the 80s action fucking film. That is what like people fucking remember. Like if you say 80s action, they'll be like Rambo.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I'm definitely gonna have to watch them now because, like I said, I can just do the HBO subscription and then cancel it after 6 days. So I'll be all right. I'll be able to watch all 3 of the Rambos.
Yeah, yeah. Oh yeah, you'll fucking love them because like fucking the action in it is fucking great. And in First Blood Part One, Stallone does I think most of his stunts in that because he gets fucked up in his stunt. Well, no, actually, he doesn't do all of his stunts, but he does do most of his stunts though. And there's one stunt that he does where he's like falling through these sort of fucking branches and that, and one of the branches had a like little branch broken, and so it was sticking out a fucking sort of spike that fucking hit Stallone in the arm, and then when you see him sewing himself up, it was a real injury. So I thought, oh, special effects on that is fucking real good. Well, it's that good because it was real.
Holy shit! Damn, he really stitched himself up.
Yeah, well, he probably didn't stitch himself all the way up, but because like he's got a wound in his arm that needs stitching, he sort of like stitches probably the first two, to fucking whilst filming, and then they like stop filming, and then probably get someone else to stitch him up.
Damn, that's heavy shit, man. Hey, that's cool. Guys and gals doing their own stunts. Especially fucking Jackie Chan. Holy crap, he is the king of doing his own stunts.
Yeah, he fucking what film was it? I forget what film it was. But he fucked up his foot, but he had it in a sort of like cast and that. And because he still had to keep filming because he was the producer and that and director and everything, that fucking he knew that if he didn't keep filming that it'd cost him money, and so he kept filming, and he does fucking pretty good considering his foot's in the cast. But
Yeah, he cut up a shoe and he added extra fabric to the shoe to make it go around the cast. It was like a white and blue Nike. And yeah, he cut it up and he put it over the cast, and then he just walked on it because he's fucking crazy. And even did some stunts too, some jumping stunts while he was in the cast with the extendo shoe on. Yeah, to hide his injury. Yeah, he was crazy, man.
Yeah, and like when you watch it and you don't know about it, you like don't really notice it. But when you know about it, you can see it. It's slightly bigger than his other foot. Like it's like quite mad.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, Jackie Chan though. Yes, some fucking succeeded, and the one in Police Story where he jumps from the fucking top of the sort of shopping centre, sort of or the third floor anyway, and he slides down the like lights. That's like a big sort of pole with lights on.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Man. Yeah. He was crazy. Wait, that was that Super Cop?
Right, yeah, but I think it's called Police Story and all. Like, might be like
Oh, okay.
because like some films have like different names. So like in America and that, I think the Jet Li film with Bob Hoskins and fucking Morgan Freeman it's called like Danny the Dog or Unleashed. We know it as Unleashed, but in some places it's called Danny the Dog.
Hmm.
Don't know if you've
Yeah,
seen
dude.
that one.
Well, it's just like the Bruce Lee's movie. It was called Big Boss Man in Chinese, and with the rest of the world. And then when it got to the United States, they called it Fist of Fury.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, they changed shit up.
Yeah.
You doing anything new with your channel, man? You doing any new videos?
No, I should be. I should like just review fucking uh some films that I've seen because I've been watching some fucking old like 70s and 80s films. A few sort of like no release ones and that, but mainly 80s and 70s. Been watching a few fucking Burt Reynolds films because obviously like the Smokey and the Bandit and Cannonball and you got like fucking Gator, which I need to see that because fucking it's one of them films where fucking I never saw it in that, and so fucking I thought, but because I know fucking like the the film ending in that, it's like yeah, I'm watching films that like I've never sort of like seen before and that or know what the ending's like.
All
Apart
right,
from
all right.
I watched Who Framed Roger Rabbit.
Yeah, that's a fun one.
Yeah, yeah, one of the films where I was like, oh yeah, I need to watch that again, you know, because like fucking pay a bit more attention in that, and that because when you first see it, you especially when I saw it, it was like when it came out and that, like I was just watching it for like all the crazy shit that the cartoon characters was doing.
Oh yeah, and I mean it was a new technology back then to mix cartoons with live action movies. That was a new thing in the late '80s.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I think they've been able to do it in the '60s, but with
Not like they did on
no,
Who
yeah,
Framed Roger Rabbit.
I would say yeah, but with Who Framed Roger Rabbit, the took it up a level where there was interactions were more because of the when you see the fucking making of it and that they had like fucking puppeteers and that and like mechanical things that would represent the like fucking thing whatever was doing it and that and so like yeah because nowadays it'd all be like CGI'd and that sort of shit. But in them days, to get the fucking reaction onto humans, they had to get whatever physical thing and like do it because there's a bit where a gun gets rammed into fucking Bob Hoskins' face, and to get that, they had this mechanical arm thing that would just poke it into Bob Hoskins' face, and obviously then like when it's in film, the like weasel that does it, he's sort of like fucking covering it and that shit. But yeah, they have to do like loads of fucking sort of crazy fucking shit to get that film done. And Bob Hoskins, and all to his credit, he has to do a lot of acting where it's hard to act with CGI and animation and that shit because it's not there and that. And so like yeah, his acting was real good to like, and so fucking because like there weren't many people that would act with cartoons because Thingy danced with Jerry. From Tom and Jerry. I forget his Gene. I think Gene Rogers. I think he danced, but it was one of them where he didn't have to interact much with Jerry and that, and so like yeah, it got fucking. It was only like about a 5 minute sort of bit anyway. Where with fucking Who Framed Roger Rabbit, it's a full fucking film interacting nearly all the time with fucking stuff.
No, you're right.
Hmm.
They had to come up with a lot of new technology for that movie because before that they could have a cartoon on one side of the screen and then somebody on the other side of the screen, and they could have them talking, but they couldn't have them physically interacting before Who Framed Roger Rabbit and the kind of technology they had to make that movie.
Well, yeah, there was a lot of new sort of techniques to it, but it was so fucking out there though, fucking that like yeah, they didn't make many films like that because it's so hard to do when there's stuff you've got to act with. That's why they don't like too much CGI in that nowadays. It's like the actors, especially women, I find that there's some scenes where women just look like they're at the shops, where they're in a battlefield or something, but they just look like they're walking to the shops. And it's because
Yeah, but
and so they can't imagine what. And so some dude and that are like that, where they used to look like they stood around waiting for a fucking bus, and they're in the middle of a fucking jungle or whatever, and that shit. You just can't act. Or the directors can't direct because the director will be like, look, they explain, but some directors they'll be like not knowing that you've got to direct these. You're not there just directing the crew filming. You're directing the actors who are acting, and if these directors don't know fucking what good acting is like, and they're just relying on the actors to know their fucking jobs. Like, yeah.
yep. The hell with green screens. You want them fighting and acting in the jungle? Put them in the jungle. Have them sweating, have them dirty, have them swatting at bugs. Like I want it to feel realistic. Yeah, don't put a Marvel action hero lady in the jungle on a green screen and have her look like she just stepped out of a salon. No, I want her to look real.
Yeah, do a fucking Apocalypse Now shit.
Yeah, or Predator. They really went to the jungle for that one.
Yeah. Well, they're just fucking happy to sit in a fucking nice studio and that shit, getting paid. Because that's why they want to make all these trashy shit fucking Velma series and all that shit. So people just haven't got a fucking like idea of like what is good. They'll just see that shit, and if it's better than Velma or Batwoman, they'll be like, oh well, this is good.
Batwoman, oh god, What a shit show. I never even watched it. I watched 2 or 3 episodes of the EFAP boys making fun of it and just them cracking jokes and laughing and doing the Mystery Science Theater 3000 thing. And that's about it. I wouldn't actually turn that show on and watch it. And they weren't doing the we watch it so you don't have to shit. No, they were watching it and fucking making fun of it like Joel and the Bots from Mystery Science Theater, which is what I do sometimes with the girlfriend, the cheesy ass movies on Amazon. And I live stream that, but I live stream it on Facebook and Instagram.
All right.
Yeah. Yeah, we watched our favorite so far was it was a movie called Llamageddon about a llama from space with laser eyes. And oh man, and it busts up a teen keg party and just kills them all. Oh, it's great.
When was that done?
Oh, it was done like 3 or 4 years ago. It's terrible, but it's one of those cheesy horror movies that knows it's a cheesy horror movie and it makes fun of itself, so it's fun to watch. Whereas like there's some cheesy horror movies that take themselves a little too seriously.
Yeah, it's one of them where if the director knows that it's a low budget fucking like popcorn slasher movie and that, then yeah, they can be like fucking, oh yeah, we can take the piss because fucking we'll do a bit of a slasher comedy sort of fucking like horror comedy and that. Where some directors are like, oh yeah, no, I want this to be a serious horror film, but it's low budget and the actors aren't good enough. Then yeah, it can be fucking really cheesy. It's one of them where if you're fucking doing something that you can fucking make look a bit shitty and that, but have a laugh, then you're gonna it's gonna be half decent. But if you're doing something that shitty and they're into laughing it, then yeah, it's like sometimes we're like, well,
Yeah, it's just fun, you know. There's they're making fun of themselves with the dialogue of the movie. There's a guy who every time they cut away from him on camera, he's wearing a different shirt, and the movie takes place in one night. You know, it's just cheesy stuff like that. Like he fights the llama with a wiffle ball bat covered in aluminum foil at the end. Like it's so fucking stupid. It's fun.
yeah, proper spooked up like fucking Naked Gun.
Oh, not that high budget. No, it's not that high budget. No, yeah.
Because like there's like crazy shit that happens like in Naked Gun where fucking he falls down and then like his hair's all messed up and then when he gets up his hair's perfect and that shit.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh man, I love the Naked Gun movies and the Hot Shots movies. Oh man, those are great. That's high budget, self-aware parody comedy. Oh man,
Yeah. Well, I'm just saying, fucking, there's some films that just go really spoofed out where it's like, there's no way you can take this seriously after seeing some crazy shit like you said with fucking the dude changing his top. He's like, no, that's just totally fucking crazy.
The llama's got laser eyes. They use a real llama too. They put the laser eyes in post. Yeah. Oh, and the llama, he rapes a guy, and then the guy turns into a human llama hybrid. Yeah, it's ridiculous. Oh, and the human llama hybrid costume looks terrible. Oh, it's great. I think he ends up getting killed too. Oh yeah, it's fun. It's just a silly fucking movie. Again, it's nowhere near as high budget as Naked Gun or fucking Hot Shots, but it's fun. It's fun.
Yeah, what film is this?
Llamageddon.
Yeah, Llamageddon. Fucking hell.
Yeah, like Armageddon, but with llamas. Oh, yeah. And then another movie made by the same company. It's called instead of Carousel, it's Carousel, and it's got a killer carousel horse that doesn't move, it doesn't talk, but they move it around with the camera and they talk off screen to make it look like it's talking, and somehow it kills people. And it's so fun. It's even stupider than Llamageddon. But again, it's self-aware. It's aware that it's a cheesy, shitty horror movie, and it's just they have fun with it. Yeah. But a killer carousel horse that becomes self-aware and starts killing people because it's sick of kids riding it at a local county fair and dripping snot and ice cream on it and sneezing on it and wiping their ass on it.
Yeah, your snaps.
Well, they don't wipe their ass on it, but they get off of it and like leave a fucking skid mark because they're nasty ass little kids, you know.
Yeah.
Shit like that.
Oh yeah. They're like fucking got like a bit of a fucking storyline going on the fucking horrors of a fucking carousel horse. Yeah.
It wants revenge. They drew first blood when they dripped ice cream and snot on it and left Huggies stains on it. So he wants to get revenge on the little girl who dripped snot and ice cream on him. So he goes to her house and she's got an older sister who's a hot 18-year-old who's having a bunch of other 18-year-olds over, and they're all partying and drinking, and he starts killing them one by one. And oh yeah, it's fucking terrible. You can find both of these movies on Amazon Prime, but yeah, they're just fun. They're just fun, shitty horror movies.
Yeah, fucking corny as fuck. Like spoofed up. Like they know how fucking bad it is, isn't it? Like,
Oh yeah, they're well aware of how low their budget is, but it's still fun. And one of the teenage chicks in Carousel, one of the hot little 18-year-old chicks, instead of killing her, the carousel horse fucks her, and then she gets all like clingy and crazy, and I think he ends up killing her because she gets too clingy and wants to be his wife and yada yada. And yeah, no, he carousel horse doesn't do that. He doesn't get tied down by a broad. He just fucks them and kills them. It's so terrible. I love it.
Yeah, I remember like sort of first sort of like fucking really bad film. It was called Bad Taste, where it was low budget and that, and fucking. I think that director went on to direct some of the bigger films, you know, but this film was like really low budget.
That was Peter Jackson. So he did Bad Taste, right? And then he did a better one. He did Meet the Feebles, which is like if the Muppets were a traveling show, but they were actual people instead of puppets, and they did cocaine and fucked each other.
Yeah, bit fucking like weird and that.
Yeah, it's a little bigger budget than Bad Taste. But yeah, so he did that, and then he did a zombie movie called Dead Alive that's actually pretty fucking good. That's set in New Zealand, because that's where he's from. And it's about zombies in New Zealand. And there's a scene at the end where, let's just say there's a room full of zombies and a living guy with a fucking lawnmower. And at the end of the scene, there's 3 inches of blood on the floor.
Yeah.
So Dead Alive, and then he did The Frighteners with Michael J. Fox, the shake and bake actor. Too soon? Anyway. And then he did fucking what? Lord of the Rings? Yeah, Peter Jackson. Yeah. But Bad Taste, that's a fucked up movie. I watched that once and I went, all right, I saw that. You know, that was all right. That was all right. They were trying to turn humans into a fast food. You know, I get it. Yeah. Then they like vomit or something, or they vomited into bowls or something. I can't remember.
yeah, it was a bit like bees and that, where he'd get his fucking like minions to go out and eat shit because he couldn't be asked to do it, and then they'd come back and vomit into a bowl where then he'd drink the bowl. And there's that bit where he goes, yum yum, I've got a chunky bit.
What the fuck? Uh, yeah, that's a fucking weird movie, man. I like I said, I didn't hate it, but I saw it once and I went, all right, I'm good. Maybe I need to watch it high or something. Hey, maybe.
Oh yeah, it is one of them films like, yeah, the more fucking out your head you are, the more sort of like it worthy of an Oscar. Even though I'd
Yeah,
probably get them nowadays because just giving them out.
yeah. Here, Jordan Peele, you get an Oscar. Oh, Ryan Johnson, you get an Oscar. Oh, all these shitty fucking directors and writers. Yeah, let's just give them Oscars. Oh, dude. I tell you what, if they give that Glass Onion movie an Oscar, I'm boycotting the Oscars. Oh, wait, I already fucking do. Yeah, they'll watch. They'll give that Glass Onion movie best screenplay or best picture.
Oh
Holy
well,
shit.
yeah, he's getting at least one Oscar because there's so many fucking lovies in that film and the director. That yeah, well, there'd be too much complaint from them if they didn't.
Why? Because this women of color as the fucking SJWs like the. Why don't they just say colored people? It means the same thing. It's the same. It's just rearranging the words. They're fucking stupid. Just say colored people, you racist fucks. Whatever. Yeah, no, dude, hey, I'm good. I'm good. Oh, hey, something that I noticed about the end of Rambo Last Blood. If you watch after the credits, he didn't die. He patches up his wounds. He gets on his he gets off the rocking chair, patches up his wounds, and gets on a horse and rides off. So he didn't die.
Yeah. But like, you've got to fucking stay around for it because it does look like he dies when you like last see the film. But yeah, you're right though, because there might be a Rambo 6 apparently.
Well, he didn't die. He got on a horse and took a horse to the hospital at the end of it. Or
Yeah.
wherever he was going on. I'm assuming he'd want to go to a hospital after that.
Well, no, I think he patched himself. He'd probably be able to patch himself up, but he's probably gonna go somewhere where he can fucking get like fucking shelter or somewhere. 'Cause I think he's like he could have stayed at the farm and that, but I think he's thinking, oh yeah, no, just in case there's
Yeah, the
someone.
cartel comes back.
Yeah, even though I think he took out most of the cartel. What's left? Because he took out the leaders and that, and so, but as we know, allegedly these cartel leaders have fucking people controlling them sometimes who might come fucking. But yeah, he took out the leaders and most of the fucking top men because it'd have took the top men down. Wouldn't he? He wouldn't have been like, oh yeah, I'll take the shitty ones who can't even shoot a gun. He took like it was just because most of them just got took out by fucking ghosted by Stallone that they didn't really do much.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah, but he was not dead at the end. Can you hear me?
Yeah. You went out. You faded out a little bit, but yeah, you're back in.
Okay, yeah, either way, he was not dead at the end of that.
No, because like fucking can't kill Rambo.
Oh,
He killed
yeah.
everything.
Oh, wait, Last Blood is on Amazon Prime. So that's good. Yeah. Hold on, I gotta piss.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Ah, fucking mute. Trying to mute.
Yeah, because like fucking Rambo 5, like might have pissed off Stallone when people didn't give it a good fucking review, even though I fucking give it a good review. Just maybe some fucking soy drinking bitches didn't like it, and maybe it's pissed him off that he's like, right, well, I'm gonna make Rambo 6 and make sure fucking there'll be no complaints. Even though he
Well,
doesn't like it.
and here's the other thing. I mean, the guy is pushing, he's like 72. They expect him to do nonstop action scenes for an entire movie? Come on. He can't, he can do some in a movie, but he can't do, you know, like you said, Rambo 2 is nonstop action. He can't do that anymore.
Well, the critical fucking soy drinker fucking downgraded. The thing is critical soy drinker was like a fucking perfectionist and that, and he was like, oh yeah, well, fucking, I didn't mind Rambo 5, but it was a bit of a slow burn. It wasn't full out action like number 2 was. Then you think, all right, but he watches fucking Charlie's Angels. Oh, I love Charlie's Angels. A bit of a fucking cheeky laugh.
Yeah, he should have boycotted that one. Fuck the clicks. Fuck the following the algorithm. No, he even said he went to the theater to see that. And he said, oh, I was one of the only people in the theater. Yeah, no shit. It looked like crap.
Yeah. Oh, I would have had a fucking front row. I would have had a full cinema to myself, but there was only 2 or 3 in, and I was disappointed. I was hoping we'd get a number 2. Yeah, you. As I say, he's a soy nerd. Now, rather, he's like me. He just knows. But I doubt if he's like me, because if he was like me, there would be no way he'd lower himself to fucking even pretend that he's fucking watched Charlie's Angels. Never mind, go watch Charlie's Angels. But it could be though. You never know that is sort of like us in that way. He knows masculine action and that, but he knows for the clicks, as you say. Oh, Charlie's Angels.
Yeah,
I fucking love it.
he
That's all.
didn't have to watch it.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of shit you don't have to watch. Well, what was the recent one I saw? He was like, oh, this is shit. It's like, yeah. He just states the obvious so most of it, doesn't he? He's like, oh, fucking She-Hulk. What a pile of shite. It's like, oh, right, yeah, 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 fucking. Why don't you fucking stick your neck out fucking a bit more, fucking.
You know, there's an old saying we got in the core. You don't have to stick your dick in a blender to know that sticking your dick in a blender is a bad idea.
Yeah. Well, they fucking know the views, and most of my children, they're basically fucking like SJWs where they're saying shit to the kids that they don't believe themselves, most of them. And if they do believe that, then they shouldn't even be allowed to fucking talk about. Yeah, if they want to talk like shit and kids want to follow it, well, they're allowed to, aren't they?
Yeah, just damn. It's just Some things you don't need to watch to know that they're shit. Instead of reviewing stuff that's bad and wasting 2.5 hours at the theater to go see it and taking another 2 hours or 3 hours to make a video about it, how about you make a video about something you like? You know?
Yeah, well, most of them don't, because they know there's them hate watchers who fucking haven't got any good stuff to watch, because the good stuff to watch is so masculine that they can only watch soy shit, and then they know if they come out and start claiming that it's real good, they're gonna get laughed at and lose their viewers, so they come out and call it a load of shit.
Yeah. No, I hear you.
Yeah, well, I say it's got that bad now. If you aren't into any masculine action and that shit, it's gonna be She-Hulk and fucking Captain Marvel. Yeah, but I think because like if it weren't for people like us who fucking appreciate masculine action, they'd have fucking tried to fucking put loads of side fucking shit out. But they're realizing they can't put too much out because with propaganda, it's a fine line between putting enough out and saturating it so much that people turn away. And so they are like pulling back a bit. But obviously, fucking, they're going to be pushing forward again.
No, yeah, it's coming back.
Yeah. Well, they know fucking, because I've been calling these soy-nerd bitches out and that, and it's because they know that sooner or later these soy-nerd bitches can't handle masculine action. They just want to see some good-looking bird kicking ass, and they're gonna like get back to doing that shit, and sooner or later they're going these soy-nerd bitches, oh, it's Wonder Woman 3 or whatever and that shit. Then you're gonna be like, oh, sorry, nerds are like fucking back to the fucking female led action. Ah, yeah. I think they've realised and know that I'm right. That like, yeah, the film industry is a pile of shit because female action films aren't fucking as good as male action films on general. Like 99.999% can't compete with male action films.
Yeah, I hear you.
And so fucking, well, they don't. And some of them, because they don't want to see masculine action, and I can go into 1,000 of reasons why they don't want to see it, but believe me, they don't want to see it, and so they just want to see something. I think, thingy though, most of them, because me and you, we're fucking masculine, and if they're not masculine, they don't want to see anyone masculine, and so they relate because they've been side in utero and that they relate more to women. That's what yeah, they can relate more to fucking oh, what's her name? Fucking who plays Wonder Woman?
Gal Gadot.
Yeah, They relate more to Gal Gadot than they do to Scott Atkins.
They what?
They relate, as in they see more of themselves in Gal Gadot than they do see themselves in Scott Atkins. So that's why these soy-nerd bitches want to see Gal Gadot films kicking ass, because they can picture themselves as Gal Gadot kicking ass, and that's why most of them will fucking dress up as Wonder Woman, claiming, "Oh yeah, it's just for fucking office party or Halloween or whatever."
Yeah, no, they no. It's one thing to revere a badass chick, but if you're a dude, your role models should be dudes. I don't know. You don't. That's kind of weird to make Wonder Woman the end all and be all of your life if you're a straight dude. I don't know.
Yeah, well, it's one of the things where, like fucking Gary from Soy Nerd Dog Shit Erotic. He is one of them dudes who fucking, right? If you fucking took around to Gary a fucking like cup with a Punisher design on it and that, or you took a cup or T-shirt or whatever with Wonder Woman on it, and you went, "Oh, which one do you want, Gary?" He'd go for the Wonder Woman. If you had like some sweatbands and you had like Punisher or fucking Wonder Woman, he'd go for Wonder Woman. And people might think, "Oh yeah, no, you fucking like just wind up." All right, well, if you don't think he'd fucking turn turn down the Punisher fucking stuff and go for the Wonder Woman, he'd definitely turn down the Shang-Chi. If you had some like Shang-Chi curtains and bedspread, and you was like, "Oh yeah, Gary, do you want this or do you want the Wonder Woman ones?" He'd be like, "Wonder Woman."
Yeah, yeah. I don't even know. Like he's a fucking tool. I don't like that guy. I call him turd-rotic. Turd-rotic.
Yeah, Ted Rotic. Soy Ted Rotic.
Soy turd-rotic.
Yeah. But he has like loads of followers because they see themselves in Gary. Because like the thing is, when you watch like when we watch stuff, we want to watch stuff that we fucking like relate to, and so we relate to masculine shit. You know, we need it to be masculine because if it's too soy, like it's like, oh no, this is not appealing. Apart from like Mamma Mia with me. So yeah, you have your odd one a bit, but fucking like some stuff that it's too masculine for them, so they just keep watching side shit because uh, it's easy for them to relate to a fucking soy cunt than it is to a masculine dude. So when some soy bitch is talking about how he loves to watch Wonder Woman, they're thinking, "Oh yeah, I don't know." Instead of thinking, "Shit, look at that soy bitch. Maybe I shouldn't like Wonder Woman, or maybe I shouldn't like Wonder Woman as much as I do." But they don't. They like think, "Oh, masculinity, because some of them, and all, they're being told by the mothers, don't be masculine. Girls don't like masculine boys.
Oh, fuck that. Yeah, they do.
Yeah, but the mothers tell them that, by the way. It's their problem, little soy nerd bitches. If they're not fucking able to fucking like know what masculine action, but I've told them and that, but they don't like it because I'm a cunt. Because I'm one of these fucking bitches who likes their shit. And some of these soy cunts, they just don't like it because I fucking slag off shit that they like. And as I say, with Mamma Mia, if you like it, fair enough. But just admit it, it's soy as fuck. Like with me with Mamma Mia, that is soy as fuck. But I like it. Yeah, but you've just got to know. But they don't. Instead of thinking, oh, because there's too much of soy shit, like they watch like Buffy and fucking like She-Hulk. Oh, some of them were thinking it was going to be okay. You know,
Well,
there was one
yeah,
I know it was going to be shit, but
I mean, the difference between Mamma Mia and fucking soy action films is that Mamma Mia is not trying to be a fucking action film. It's a fucking musical. It's not trying to be Rambo. It's not trying to be Shang-Chi. It's not trying to be Accident Man. It's just a fucking musical. Where
yeah,
it's like
women.
She-Hulk and Bump.
Yeah, Mamma Mia is designed for women. Where fucking that's what Wonder Woman is designed because they hate the fact and all that I know because I know a bit about comic books and I know that Wonder Woman was designed for women. It wasn't designed for dudes to read. It was just that so many dudes was reading it that they kept publishing it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and these dudes that read it now, they're either reading it because they want to be like Wonder Woman, or they're reading it because they want to be with Wonder Woman. Even one of
Not me. She's too skinny.
well,
She's too skinny. Gal Gadot's pretty, but she ain't got no curves. I don't know. I'd have to see her ass. Maybe if she looked good bent over doggy style. But she's real pretty, but god damn, her chest is flat.
well, I admit her chest is a little bit flat, but yeah, no, yeah, she's still fucking is hot enough to fucking you'd bang her.
Yeah, I would. But I wouldn't like worship her as a fucking goddess and make her my queen. And no, I'd bang her on a Friday.
Yeah, well, it's not so much as Gal Gadot, even though Gal Gadot is real good. It's the Wonder Woman character because then they love what's her name, the old Wonder Woman, fuck. Well, the 70s Wonder Woman, I forget her name, but if there's anyone in the chat or out that can remember her name.
Linda.
I've got Linda Carter. That's her name.
There you go.
Yeah. The little Linda Carter and all. I think it's just the Wonder Woman outfit that, like, because Linda Carter wore it really well on the chest. Like, I do have to say, fucking, Linda Carter's Wonder Woman's tits is the best. Okay.
Yeah, Linda Carter had some big boobs.
Yeah,
Actually,
and
she still does.
yeah, and the nicely fucking poking out where fucking
Fucking cool.
yeah, you can see the. But anyway, getting back to fucking these soy nerd bitches, the lovely Linda Carter because she's real, and so the like Wonder Woman character in that, and then Gal Gadot, she's real good looking, and so then they even like Wonder Woman even more. Wait till Lizzo's playing Wonder Woman, then we're like, nah, not really into Wonder Woman no more. Because did you see that effort that they did where they did this big like overweight black lass who was Wonder Woman?
No.
Yeah.
What, Lizzo? What, they had Lizzo as
No.
Wonder Woman?
Well, it could have been, but it was a comic book. Was it? No, I don't. No, I don't think they ever did a comic book. I think it was some kind of fucking drawing that they was gonna do it of it, but like when they like discuss about new upcoming projects. It was like an upcoming project, but everyone slagged it so much that I don't think it ever fucking got off the ground. But I did a video of it, so if you look on my channel, actually, I'll DM you the fucking video link that I did of it, and because I can't remember exactly what, but it was official DC. If someone for a laugh said, "Oh yeah, this is this is a new Wonder Woman," like fucking Babylon B style, where they just do articles that like they're just taking the piss where they pretend it's like then you'd be like, oh yeah, bit of a laugh, but no, it was like DC official sort of like announcement about it, and I can't remember. I don't know exactly what they did with it, if it did get a fucking issue or out, but I know definitely they was thinking about it, or it was some kind of cover art like there was releasing and that of like, wow, anyway, fucking. I'll have to watch that video that I did just to remind me of like, yeah, what exactly was it? But yeah, it was like Lizzo as Wonder Woman, even though Lizzo would have been wearing less than this Wonder Woman was wearing. All right. Oh yeah, you could see him going. Well, they're seeing what they can get away with. When you have dumb people and you want to take advantage of them, you slowly see how much you can get away with, don't you? And if people would have accepted Lizzo as Wonder Woman, they'll be like, yeah.
Oh, it was Lizzo?
Wonder Lizzo? No, it wasn't. But I'm just saying there was trying to like get the mindset of the general comic reading public of having Lizzo as fucking Wonder Woman.
No.
Oh, if you want Lizzo, any fat black lass would have been like, yeah. Look, she's Wonder Woman now.
Oh, Lizzo's Wonder Woman. That's great. Oh man, I love that. Nah.
No. Well, obviously, they saw how bad of it was like with the Batgirl, where they saw how bad of a fucking project it was and how much backlash they would get, that they just canned it. We were just like, no. Because
Yeah. Oh wait, no. Wasn't that Batgirl? They were gonna have a hot black chick play Batgirl or Batwoman, or I don't fucking know.
well, I wouldn't say she was hot, but compared to like fucking what has been like recently, fucking around, then yeah, she was hot. Well,
But they were gonna have a fat black lady play Wonder Woman, and then they shit canned the idea.
No, well, the the woman who played Batgirl, even though it's called Batgirl, it was a woman because she was never 18 or 21, but she was fuckable, but I wouldn't say she was fucking real good looking because fucking she didn't look like model material, but fuckable. But anyway, that was so bad that fucking they knew if they released that it made them a laughing stock, and they knew it was where canning that film than having a year or two of people just laughing at it like they did Star Wars.
Well, they made Luke Skywalker gay now and Obi-Wan, so what are they gonna do next to shit all over Star Wars?
Oh, so I told people not to watch that. Anyone who watched it, you got yourselves to blame because now you got that fucking. It's like having a nightmare. You know if you know something's going to be shit, don't watch it because obviously you're going to have flashbacks.
Oh no, I didn't watch it. I just heard about it because it's all over the YouTube notifications.
Oh well, I don't fucking. Well, I don't because I don't see that as canon. I don't that. That is like what would they say? It's bad fan fiction. I see it as bad fan fiction. I can write better shit than that. I mean, for a start, you'd have had Obi-Wan Kenobi fucking manning up because he's fucking incognito and that, but he can like just fuck up whatever he's doing in the hood where they don't even see his face.
More like Obi-Wan Kenobi.
What?
What do you British people say? You say poof or pop?
Yeah, but they fucking are like ruining shit because they don't want masculine fucking men or anything masculine. Because masculine is a thing that they can't control. Because when you're a masculine man, you don't have fucking people who can tell you what to do.
And you're not Puff Skywalker.
But hey, DVB. Yeah, saying, hey, Jens. Hey, DVB. Okay.
Obi-Wan Kenobi. Puff Solo. Wait, you people say poof. Right, that's right. You say poof. I said poof. I said dirty poof.
Yeah,
what?
Well...
You're not a cockney. You're one of those northern monkeys that Scott Ritchie hates.
No, I don't think he is.
Who's that? Oh, Guy Ritchie? He's not from he is from Northern London.
Yeah.
You're just like, quit trying to oppress me by appropriating my culture. Cultural appropriation.
It was a puffy. You need to call
Poofy.
Yeah, because
Poofy Skywalker.
A little puffy cushion.
Because their boyfriends go poof all over them. Poof. I interrupted your point. What are you trying to say?
I'm saying if Citizen wants to pop on, he can do. 'Cause I don't know how long you got, but I've probably got another like 45 minutes in me.
Yeah, I probably got 45 minutes, a half hour in me too.
Yeah.
Oh, what the fuck? I kind of, I'm to the point where if I know something sucks now, I just ignore it. I just say, fuck it. I don't care. Whatever. Make Luke Skywalker and Han Solo butt fuck each other while Obi-Wan watches and Princess Leia preaches them about their white privilege. I don't fucking care. You're not destroying something I love because you can't take away what they already made. That's how Rambo views it. I already saw the first three Star Wars and the prequels, which the first three Star Wars I love, the prequels are okay. But, I already got the thing I love. You're not destroying it. You're not going back and no, I already got the thing I love. Fuck you.
Yeah, and if you want to fucking come on and discuss this, the link's there and that.
Yeah. Oh boy. Yeah, they can't take away the love that I have for the original property. So whatever, do your worst, assholes.
Yeah. Says asking any good flicks lately. Yeah, I was saying like few better ones. You'll have to watch the replay and that because I can't even remember the names of some of the films, but yeah, there's like Chuck Norris ones where you fucking but yeah, about 5 or 6 I've been watching recently, some old ones and a few like sort of recent one. The one where I was saying I forget what it was called, but it had the Big Show from WWE where he kills um Dean Kane who was in Lois and Clark. Dean Kane's a copper and the Big Show's like a gangster who kills Dean Kane's wife, and so then Dean Kane and he goes to prison and that, and so to get into prison, Dean Kane kills Big Show's brother and that, and then yeah, I forget what it was called, but as I say, if you put Dean Kane versus Big Show in prison, he'll come up with that film. Yeah, I was saying like should do like little 5 minute reviews of these films that I've been watching.
Yeah, there you go. Make reviews of stuff you love.
What's
not
the best
stuff you hate.
Chuck Norris film?
Oh God, I've never seen any of them.
You've never seen any Chuck Norris films?
Hold on, I'll put one on right now.
Well, the best one, in my opinion, highly rated, Invasion USA.
Okay.
These terrorists try to invade America, but they're doing it like non-covertly, or out they're like doing it out in the open because they start like blowing up fucking like people and that shit, and school buses and that. So Chuck Norris, one man army, goes and fucks them up. Any good Chuck Norris jokes? No, I don't really know any Chuck Norris jokes. Well,
God damn it. Sorry. What? Did we lose Jens?
No, I'm here.
Any Chuck Norris jokes? There are no giraffes in Africa. There are only spotted horses. Chuck Norris uppercutted.
Yeah, and that sounds awesome, Jens. Okay, yeah, fuck, yeah. Invasion USA. Fucking, I'm surprised you haven't seen that, but the recent one I saw, I, I like talked about it earlier in the stream, where he takes on this fucking dude who's a psychopath and that, and so most of it is a bit of like a horror film, and then he fucking kills this fucking psychopath. That a doctor fucking experiments on him and gives him like healing powers like Wolverine, and he comes alive, sort of thing. But he's a bit of a zombie, and that. But he goes on back on a killing spree, so Chuck Norris has to kill him again.
I found Silent Rage.
That's it. Yeah,
Wait, that's the movie you were just talking about?
yeah, because it'll be like a psychopathic killer goes on a psychopathic rage. Read the synopsis. Oh, synopsis.
I already started it. It's too late. But yeah, no, I trust you. All right, hold on. Wait, let me go back. Let's see. Riff tracks. The guys who make the movies funny bring the comedic riffing treatment to this Chuck Norris action classic. The feature is a parody that contains the original movie combined. Yeah, okay. Well, it doesn't say what it's about, but if you say that's what it's about, then I'll watch it. Yeah. They didn't have Invasion USA. It was not available.
Well, you'll know in the first like 5 minutes, because this dude, he seems normal for the first 3 minutes, but then he starts just hacking up a family in the next 2 minutes.
Oh, okay. Does he use a meat cleaver?
No, an axe. Because he's chopping wood, I think, with it at the start.
Oh. Well, at least he's not doing a brisk, and he's not a rabbi. Can't do that with an axe.
Yeah, you're watching the film now, yeah.
Yeah, there's a stained glass window. Yeah.
Oh,
Also
yeah,
starring Ron
yeah,
Silva.
yeah. That stained glass window. Does it look like it's got a mustache?
Yeah.
Yeah, that is it. Yeah, you watch it like in about a minute or two, because I forgot about that bit with the credits. But in a minute or two, you'll see a dude chopping wood or something and that, and he seems quite normal. And then he goes to answer the phone, and he goes into a fucking schism where he goes psychopathic and just fucking starts killing the fucking like family and that. By the way, fucking get back to these chats, because fucking DVB Citizen 333 says, you always have good movies recommendations. Yeah, cheers. Well, because it's masculine action. It's one of them where if it's a shit movie, I'll say it's a shit movie. You know, and because like I know good masculine action. I say if you watch Accident Man and that shit, and Enter the Dragon, and fucking John Wick, and fucking Rambo, and fucking all of the fucking Jackie Chan and fucking Jet Li films. No, we're watching top class action like that. You know what shit. You know what standard is, and as I say, like with Moon Knight, I give it an 8 because I know it wasn't the greatest of action, but I know like it was good. Like with fucking that the Great Wall, you know, that's like an 8, where good fucking action, but where with Rambo, like even Rambo 5 fucking gets a 9 because of fucking
Oh,
action.
yeah.
Yeah. DB B Citizen 53 says Jack was nimble, Jack was quick, but Jack still couldn't dodge Chuck Norris roundhouse kick.
Yeah.
That's more of a poem than a joke, but yeah, you could have got away with it. In the beginning, there was nothing. Then Chuck Norris roundhouse kicked nothing and told it to get a job.
Oh, I just thought of a cheesy one. The Earth does not spin on an axis. Once or twice a year, Chuck Norris floats in the air and levitates and roundhouse kicks the Earth to keep it spinning. Okay, that's kind of lengthy and stupid. I'll stop.
Yeah. Well,
I got a giggle.
You're very good. Yeah, you've got the premises of the joke. You've got to shorten it down a bit. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, you've got to edit it a bit out.
Yeah, the Earth doesn't spin on its axis. It just gets roundhouse kicked by Chuck Norris twice a year to keep spinning.
Yeah. You didn't need to keep spinning because I think. Well, yeah, you would do actually for the dumb people who don't know what the axis is of the Earth. Then they'll be like, "What the fuck?" But yeah.
Oh, they know. Well, he is not chopping that wood very well. He is just kind of like, Why was he sleeping fully clothed, Jens? What a psycho. Sorry, I'm watching this movie and I'm listening to you. I'm doing both.
Oh, has he chopped up the fucking family yet?
No, but he wasn't. He didn't seem very masculine about chopping that wood. He wasn't putting his back into it. He wasn't following through with the swing.
Well, no, but he's a psycho, and he's got problems and that, and so, like, yeah, give the bloke a fucking break.
Oh wait, here he goes. He's coming at him with the axe. I think he's gonna go next.
There you go.
He's gonna axe the mother a question.
Oh yeah, he fucking does that all right. Yeah, DVB Citizen 53 said, yeah, he looked up Chuck Norris jokes and they were theirs till he found Ray, yeah. And there's so many good ones, right? Oh, 300. 300 are all my favourite action flicks. Fucking hell, don't write them down, man. Yo, if you want to come on and read the list out, but DVB Citizen 53 says Chuck Norris once roundhouse kicked someone so hard that his foot broke the speed of light.
Yeah. He's still swinging the axe like a pussy. This family is just sad. Oh, man.
Yeah, well, you know, fucking probably a vegan and all.
Yeah, well, the black mailman's calling the police.
And he's real tall, and so tall people have problems sometimes of
jump out the window,
getting enough food. So sometimes, yeah, skinny.
Don't give him swinging room. Oh, she's doing it. Oh, no. Oh, yeah. Wait, kick him in the balls. Oh, you pussy.
She's petrified.
Nah.
Oh, look, she did get mouthy to him beforehand. That's why he snapped. I can't remember exactly what she's, but she said something on the line. Like, shut up and get
now it's a commercial for Clear Blue Easy, so the vagina people can see if they're preggers or not. Oh man, yeah, it's free with ads. This is a crazy movie.
Oh yeah, it's real good though. Fucking Chuck Norris beats the shit out of him. Spoilers.
Good.
Yeah, it is. It is one of them films where, like with Dirty Harry and that, real good acting and that you fucking like really happy. The bad guys getting just street justice.
Street justice hurts. He's getting a roundhouse kick parfait with a side of bloody strawberry shortcake. I don't know.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck.
Fuck around.
Now they're showing me Gerber baby commercials. You're killing my violence boner. Come on. Don't show me pregnancy commercials. Who is this aimed at? All these commercials for this action movie are for women. What the hell?
Well, I think they're just making the American male watch female fucking adverts. It'll be Bill Gates with his algorithm of every American, especially red-blooded fucking masculine ones, giving female ad. Actually, what female adverts did fucking someone came up where it was proper female in that on YouTube and that. I remember fucking thinking watching like Anna that Star Wars girl and that, and probably most of her audience are like girls, and so you'd get like loads of girly fucking adverts on that.
I just wanted to see her naked, but she did do a calendar where she's wearing some pretty sexy cosplay outfits, so I appreciated that. Chuck Norris is here. His sideburns are ready for justice, and his boots are made for kicking. Roundhouse kicking.
Yeah, yeah, Citizen. I'll just call it Citizen. He says, "Man, I gotta watch the Dirty Harry movies again." Yeah, fucking great. And Jens, you gotta reload your avatar, man. All right then. Well, give us a sec. I just got to fucking right. I'll just be quitting out, and I'll just come back in.
Okay. It's the John Rambo show. All right. Rambo the psychopath is watching Chuck Norris. He's about to take on an axe murderer in, I can't remember the name of this movie, but it's awesome. Oh, man. He is going to kick this freak's head off. Man. There was some guys.
Oh, yeah, he fucking beats a shit. Well, that's the thing about Chuck Norris films. Usually, like, I think he did do one or two later on or whatever, where fucking he didn't beat the shit out of people. But most of his fucking early stuff, he beat the shit out of people because that's what we wanted to see out Chuck Norris. We want to watch Chuck Norris fucking read a fucking Hamlet play. We want to see him beat the shit out of people.
Rambo the Nelson.
Rambo the Nelson. Or Nelson the Green Beret ex Vietnam soldier.
I am not. I am pretending to be John Rambo. I was never actually in the Army or the Marine Corps. I'm not doing that stolen valor shit. No, the Marine Corps and the Army turned me down when I was 19. But they did not turn down John Rambo. I don't know which he was in, but I'm sure he was in one of the two. Maybe when I watch the first 3 Rambo movies, I'll find out.
Yeah, I think he was in the Marine Corps. Ex-Beret.
Oh, Green Beret, is that Marine Corps?
I think so.
Oh, see, I don't know.
Well, yeah, I might be wrong, but he's definitely fucking boot. Susan saying the last action flick I watched recently was Django. I know he said Django, but Django Unchained a couple of weeks ago. Saying fucking amazing flick. Was that the original or like the remake from Tarantino?
I liked the Tarantino one. It was all right. He had to, say the N-word with a hard R a couple of times like he always does. He's got a fetish for feet and a fetish for saying the N-word to black people and getting away with it. But yeah, it was a fun movie.
Yeah, I thought it was all right, like, but I did prefer fucking the original because the bit when he shoots the fucking woman from standing on like top of the stairs, it just flies like no. should have done that if you was like fucking 5 feet away with a shotgun, yeah. But when you're like fucking 50 foot or 40 foot away with a fucking handgun, because in them days the handguns weren't all that powerful. Like you had to be like 20 feet before you could shoot someone.
Fuck him up, Chuck.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, the
Oh.
Tarantino one.
Yeah, no. You're right though, Jens. The trajectory wasn't right. So, like the angle that he shot her, she wouldn't have flown back that direction. It was funny, it was dramatic, and it was silly, but she wouldn't have flown back that direction.
No,
Or that hard.
Yeah, and as I say, the gun wasn't even powerful. Even if he had been in the right direction from that distance. I mean,
hey, Jens, you know who's in this? The fat guy from fucking Animal House, who was like, "Hey, Nina Maya," at the end. He's Chuck Norris's partner. Not John Belushi, the other fat guy in Animal House.
all right, yeah. I haven't really seen Animal House. I've seen bits of it in that, but yeah, I was thinking John Belushi, but no, yeah, they would do, yeah. He does have like a fucking cop partner who's fucking like the fat kid who fucking loads of tits in this. This is the one that I just remembered. Loads of tits.
What?
In this film.
That I'm watching?
Yeah.
Well, wait, let's see what the rating is. They might have taken it out because of it's on Riff Tracks. It's PG-13. But this is it was made in 80, I don't know. It was made in the 80s, so there might be tits in it even though it's PG-13.
No, they've probably cut them out. So if you see some bits where fucking a bed's going to start showing tits, but then they're just drinking or whatever, or fighting. Yeah.
Oh, damn, Chuck just laid his wood upside his head.
Yeah.
He was smacking Chuck Norris around with a 2x4, and Chuck grabbed it from him and hit him with it.
Yeah, Citizen says somewhere, I'm not exactly sure here, but it's contextually accurate though. Rambo, that's the purpose of it, or at Rambo, I think. I don't, yeah, you have to think about the phrase "let's do this" originated from Animal House.
It might have. I don't know.
Yeah.
I know all the cops are wearing white cowboy hats except for Chuck Norris. He's too much of a maverick to wear the white cowboy hat. Or he got knocked off while he was fighting the tall, lanky guy swinging the axe. Oh my God, he just broke out of his fucking handcuffs and kicked off the police door. How is there an army of cops around this guy and they can't arrest him?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah, he's got like psychopathic powers.
You can't break out a handcuff. Oh, they just put about a dozen bullets and a shotgun shell in his ass, so he's dead.
Yeah. You're right. But as I say, they bring him back to life. Spoilers.
Oh no!
Yeah.
How dare you spoil this movie for me? Oh wait, okay, yeah, they put him in surgery. He just killed 2 people. Maybe just let him bleed out. You know, maybe that'd be a good thing. No, they're doing surgery on him. Lame. He's just gonna wake up and kill all the doctors.
No, he doesn't do that, but.
Oh, okay. Well, don't tell me every damn part of the movie ends. Come on.
Well,
Oh, no.
no, man, what I'm still can't say it is a fucking good film. Good film.
Yeah.
Chuck Norris kicks ass in it. It's like from the 70s and all, so Chuck Norris is in decent shape. So he fucking does some ass kicking in it. He knows, oh yeah, fucking. I've got to kick ass because no one's going to be buying this if I don't kick ass in it. So he kicks ass.
Yeah.
I think it's his brother. Oh, yeah, I think it's his brother that like picks his films for him and that. And so, and I think his brother like writes a few films for him and that. And so, like, yeah, he always get Chuck doing action shit. We don't want Chuck just talking.
I forgot he had blonde hair back in the 70s. I forgot that he dyed it in the 80s or 90s or something.
Yeah, but I think he had ginger. I think he had ginger to start off with, didn't he?
Yeah, I don't know. I think he started off as a bodyguard, and then he was in one of Dean Martin's movies as an extra at playing a bodyguard. And then, he got that whole martial arts school going, and he kind of just fell into Hollywood.
No. I think of the story. He's like he won like loads of karate tournaments, and then like Bruce Lee. Because Bruce Lee wanted this other karate dude, but this other karate dude couldn't do it, and then so he got Chuck Norris.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
then-
Bruce Lee helped him get his start, huh?
Yeah. Oh, definitely, because once he fucking starred opposite Bruce Lee as the main sort of villain, well, the main sort of muscle of the villain, anyway, because he's supposed to be like paid hitman who's gonna fight Bruce Lee and that. Yeah, he fucking took off from there, didn't he? Because he's like, oh yeah, fucking, you got yourself a fucking fight with Bruce Lee, you know?
Yeah.
We could see like, because that fight scene at the end, even though Bruce Lee, I think, fucking choreographed most of that fight scene, it was still with Chuck Norris, and so Chuck Norris fucking would have got some praise with that fight scene.
I hear ya. Yeah. Shit, I am fucking beat, Jens. I think I'm gonna hit the fucking hay and try to watch the rest of this Chuck Norris movie and probably fall asleep in my living room.
Right, yeah,
But,
well, it's a bit being on, because I'll end the stream. I don't think Citizens coming on.
I might have been 2 hours late, but I stayed for 3 hours.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I'd say more. You was 2 hours 40 minutes late, and you stayed for 2 hours. But yeah, if you
Oh, all right, we can split hairs. It was
Yeah.
2 hours 15 minutes. I thought I came on. Okay, I was 2 hours and 40 minutes, then 3 hours and 40 minutes, and 4 hours and 40 minutes, and 5 hours and 40 minutes. I stayed for 3 hours. What are you talking about?
No, yeah, you did. Yeah, my maths is shit. Yeah, no, you're right.
Yeah, I was, but no, you're right. I was 2 hours and 42 minutes late, but I stayed for 3. I drew last blood.
Yeah, you fucking stayed on and fucking got masculine conversations going and that.
That's right. That's what we do here. And I appreciate you watching Great Wall and telling me what you thought of it. And I appreciate that you even gave it an 8. I was worried you were going to give it a 4 or a 5, but yeah, I mean, it's a fun movie. It doesn't try to be anything greater than it is. It's just a fun movie. And Rambo: Last Blood was a fantastic movie. I'm going to give a 9.5 also, because it did not cuck him. It did not destroy his legacy. Like the soy drinker said, he was wrong. He was wrong about that. And Rambo: Last Blood is a great movie. And if it's the last Rambo we get, that's fine. If Stallone's got one more in him, that's good. But I hope he does it soon before he gets too old.
Yeah.
But if you want me to plug my channel, I am Nelson the Psychopath on YouTube. I got a bunch of shorts on there. I'm going to start doing live streams here in a couple months once I get a new laptop that doesn't suck, that isn't 12 years old. You want to check me out on Facebook? It's here. I'll post the thing in the chat, but you in the private chat, Jens, you can look me up there. And if you want to buy a painting or a drawing and get it mailed to you, I can do that. And Tommy from Tommy and the Guinea Pig Collective, he can vouch that I will mail a piece of artwork to you if you say you want it mailed to you. And I do tattoos also. You're going to find yourself in the Northern Indiana area. Look me up. I'm going to have a shop next year, next spring with my landlord. We're opening one. It's going to be badass. Until then, I'm private. And it should be a fun time. It's always a fun time coming on Jens's stream. Thank you, Jens. Thank you for having me on and bullshitting with me about 2 great movies and a lot of other great movies that we like. And notice how we talk more about stuff that we like instead of bitching about stuff that we don't like and saying shit like, I watch it so you don't have to. No, we don't do that shit around here. We either say it sucks and I ain't going to watch it, or we talk about stuff that we like, because we're men. Masculine men.
Yeah. Yeah. We came up being all right. And Rambo the Psychopath. Are you going to want to pop on next week with a film? So you want to recommend a film for me to watch?
Have you seen the movie Pathfinder with Carl Urban?
Weapons in it.
It's about Vikings go to the New World in probably 700 or 800 AD, right? And they meet a bunch of First Nation tribe people. They're probably Iroquois or who's that Southern Canadian tribe? Crap, I can't remember. Anyway, they meet one of the First Nation tribes. It doesn't go so well. They attack them, and one of the Vikings is about to kill this little native girl, and this little Viking boy stops the big Viking guy, and he beats his ass and says, leaves him for dead. He beats him half to death. He leaves him for dead, and the little native girl, she brings him back to the tribe, and the tribe raises him, and then he becomes a grown ass man, and he's in his late 20s. And the Vikings come back, and him and the tribe has to fight the Vikings, and all hell breaks loose.
Right, yeah. So it's not fucking historical accurate then.
No, it's not like about Leif Erikson or anything. It's just a like what if. But we do know that the Vikings did visit North America, Canada anyway, because they found actual Viking structures in the late 90s, early 2000s. They found traces of longhouses and sod-built structures and then Leif Erikson, actually, they found evidence that he did come to America. So he technically discovered America before Columbus, and there might have even been people before him. But yeah, anyway, all historical shit aside, it's just a great fucking masculine action movie, and there's no dudes getting cucked by the chicks. It's just a fun movie. Do you have one you want to recommend for me to watch? Here, I'll put it in the private chat.
Well, I was thinking, well, you're watching that silent thingy, that Chuck Norris film. So like, well, if you want another film to recommend, I can.
Oh, wait. No, I can finish this Chuck Norris film. Yeah, I'm watching Silent Rage. Oh, wait. Hey, there's some titties.
Yeah, Silent Rage. Yeah. Oh yeah.
Ah, hey, yeah, there are titties in this. That's good
Oh
stuff.
yeah. Yeah. Well, there we go then. Yeah, you'll love this. Fucking been masculine action and guns, titties, and explosions. Yeah, I think.
She accidentally hit him in the face while he was fucking her. I'm sorry. It caught me off guard.
Yeah, Citizen, before you go, says, haven't been in a long time, but he's buried it because, oh yeah, he's been to Bruce Lee's grave site several times over in the year and that. Buried in
That's
Seattle.
awesome.
Like, yeah, and giving thumbs up and the hot sign.
Hey, thumbs up to you. DVB. Yeah,
Well,
that's say that 5 times. Right?
333. It's Citizen
Oh, that's
333.
he's Citizen 333.
Yeah, but his avatar and that is different now, and
All right. Well, Citizen, thumbs up to you, my friend. You stay awesome, stay masculine, and thank you for your service. Because I think he's the guy we talked to last time who said he was going to do, hey, more titties. Who's going to do a live stream about the Iraqi invasion at the 20-year anniversary. Is he that guy?
don't know. Are you that guy?
I think he said he was.
333. Could be, I don't know.
She's got fake tattoos on her titties, and she's hitting on the fat cop from Animal House.
Yeah. And Citizen saying, yep, he agrees that it's better to watch what you like. And he said it sounds cool, probably the film. And yeah, it's Courtney's Fellowship of Oddballs saying hi, Jens.
Courtney.
Yeah, the stream's just about ending now because it's going on to the 6 hour mark.
Yeah, you can't do this all night. Oh boy.
Yeah, DVB saying the artist formerly known as Citizen 333. Yes.
Oh, okay. All right.
I should be calling him DVB, really. Yeah.
Well, thank you again for having me on, my British brother. And you have a great night. I'm going to start over this Chuck Norris movie and watch it with all the sound and all the bells and the whistles. And I'll tell you what I think of it next Tuesday.
Oh, yeah. It's very good, the beginning bit with the sound on, because that bed, I think she gives him some shit. She's being right mouthy. So, yeah.
All right. Well, you have a great night, brother. Good night.
Yeah, you too.
Take care.
Yeah, Rambo, the psychopath. Yeah, cheers, man. And DVB saying, no, I'm not that guy, lol. I have no idea what you're talking about, Willis. Yeah, always Citizen 333. We don't know. Well, I used to know him, but yeah, I haven't seen him much. So yeah. Well, the ending the stream, and that's getting to the 6 hour mark. Well, 8 minutes away from the 6 hour mark, or 7 minutes nearly. But yeah. Start thanking the guests and people who've been in. So yeah, there we go. So thanks to fucking YT Games, Holly, for being in the chat. Thanks to Octo Wave for being in the chat. watching and that. Oh, and being on and all, but yeah, he didn't say, but like, yeah, cheers for being on and all. So, cheers for Canadian Spider-Man for watching and being in the chat and that. Cheers to Captain Finley for watching. Cheers to Tommy and the Guinea Pig Collective for being on and that. And cheers to Nelson the Psychopath, or as Rambo the Psychopath, for being on and that, watching. Cheers to Slasher for watching and that. And cheers to Small Time Republic for watching. And cheers to DVB for watching. And cheers to It's Courtney and Fellowship of Oddballs. Cheers, Courtney. Watching. Oh, oh yeah. Shit, got two guests here.
Hey, Eds.
Uh,
How you doing, man?
yeah.
Sorry
TV,
it took me so long to come on. Are you about to wrap it up, or is it cool? You want to kick it for a bit, or?
Yeah. Well, yeah. I can go for probably another fucking hour. Probably. Well, I'm all right with the time.
Right.
Yeah. But it's fucking
Cool. We can see how it goes. You know, how are you doing, man? It's nice to talk with you again.
yeah, doing all right. Just fucking I'd like Rambo the Psychopath, known as Nelson the Psychopath, on and that talking about the films we're watching and that.
Right. Yeah. I caught the last bit of it. You know, like last 30 minutes or so, I guess. But
yeah. Oh, yeah, see it. Hey, Courtney.
that's me. Yeah, I changed my name and my avatar because I was tired of people giving me shit and like about my screen name and shit. So I just like made it simple. DVB, you know.
Yeah. Does it stand for out then?
What?
DVB, does it stand for anything?
Oh, it's my actual initials of my name.
Oh,
so.
right. So, yeah, so you're not going to, like, say exactly what they are, unless you want to dock yourself on my stream. But
Right. Which I think I told you my real name before, but, you know, only a few people online know my actual real name. And, you know.
Yeah. Well,
I try to be careful because you never know. You know, there's bots and all kinds of crazy people out there. You got to be careful. You know.
Yeah. Well, I never give my name out. Oh, I never give my name out. I don't give it. I mean, I never like to hear people's real name if they don't give it out, because I might give it out.
I'm the same way, Jens. I never want to hear it if that's the case. It's like I'll still call them by their YouTube name.
Yeah.
Hey,
well,
Courtney. Hey, how's it going?
Good. I can't even see what the name is. Who is that?
I'm
on my phone.
DVB, but it used to be but it's the artist formerly known as Citizen 333.
Yeah,
he plays good music. He's good musical taste.
There you go. Yeah, that fucking showing up.
I have my dog visiting me. I'm very excited.
The thing is, I was starting to get like subscribers and people watching my videos, and I just never wanted to be a YouTuber. I have no desire to be one, but you know, does that make sense? I guess.
Yeah,
I'm the same way. I just did it as during the pandemic as a late night like insomniac thing for people that didn't have anyone to hang out with, and then it turned into something, and now I feel obligated.
Yeah, kind of like that. Yeah, totally.
How are you guys doing? What are you guys talking about?
Well, I was talking recently to Nelson the psychopath about Rambo 5 and another film called The Great Wall.
I saw Rambo 5.
Yeah.
I
Well,
didn't see The Great Wall.
well, yeah, it's all right film and that, but Rambo 5, me and Nelson, we were saying like fucking how fucking masculine and fucking crazy action it was at the end. Obviously, a bit of a slow burn, but
It
the
wasn't a
end.
soy boy movie,
No, of
right?
course it wasn't. Well, no, soy boys don't watch Rambo 5. That's why we was slagging off the fucking critical soy drinker.
I still haven't even seen Rambo 5. I've seen all the other Rambos, but I've not seen the last one.
I don't think I saw the fourth one, but I saw or whatever one was before that, whatever they called it.
Yeah, Rambo 4.
I recently
The
watched
first two are the best, though.
Yeah, I just recently watched the first one with my brother. We were obsessed with it when we were kids, and we were kind of laughing at it this time because we were so obsessed with it when we were kids, and it was a little bit stupid, but it was still good.
Yeah, yeah. Well,
What's
Rambo
crazy
5
about
still good.
Rambo 1? Oh, sorry, Jens. Go ahead. Sorry.
I mean, Rambo 5 still good. It's just not as good as. Well, I think it's better than number 3, but maybe the action's better in number 3, but the storyline and fucking the acting in number 5 is better than number 3. So I think
That one was free, number 5, if I remember correctly.
But so in had bitches that don't like masculine action or like we don't like Rambo, and so that's why I was like, yeah, critical soy drinking bitch, fuck off. That's why I was to him, especially when he said like he watched the fucking Charlie's Angels, and even though it was the 90s one, he said he liked. This compared to Rambo 5, they are shit compared to Rambo 5. Those are shit films anyway. Fucking the Charlie's Angels. Fucking anyway. Yeah. Well,
I'm reading back on the chat about Chuck Norris and we I was on a stream, well, 2 different streams, but we did on that 70s whatever. We did the Canon films, and the second one we did were all the Canon like Ninja. But the first one we talked all about Chuck Norris with the first part of it. It turned into
yeah,
an entire Chuck Norris stream.
Great films. Like
people, they said to pick out your favorite Canon films, and of course I picked out Breakin' and Barfly. I was like totally opposite of everyone. Everyone else talked about like Chuck Norris.
Yeah, but there's so many great action films out there. Okay, yeah, Cannon did do a lot. Because I think that they did do Invasion USA, didn't they? Because that is like my favorite Chuck Norris film.
I've never seen that. You were talking about that earlier. Yeah, I got to see that.
Oh yeah, Chuck Norris saves America single-handedly, nearly, and like fucking kicks ass in it and that shit.
I'm gonna see if Ashley's awake. I'll be right back. I'm still here, but maybe she'll join us. Oh, that's my new picture. I went to the Red Rocks like outdoor space. It's the town I live in now.
Where is that? Arizona or something?
No, it's Colorado Springs, Colorado.
Oh wow!
I'm temporarily here after my divorce, but this is like 5 minutes from my house.
Yeah, so you take that.
Wow,
so you take that
I've
picture?
never seen Colorado Springs before. That's cool.
Yeah, I took that picture on my iPhone.
Yeah.
It takes really good pictures.
Yeah.
Really good pictures.
That's cool.
I can't remember. I might have used a filter on that one. I can't remember, but it was that like the colors were that prominent.
I have an aunt and uncle that live in Colorado Springs, but I've never been there myself. But
I've never been here until I moved here, like a couple months ago. I moved here maybe, I don't know, October or November. And
oh
I
wow,
didn't know a soul, except I knew there's like a couple YouTubers that live here, but I still haven't met them in person, you know.
yeah.
And I just finally met my first friend here. And you're gonna laugh at me where I met him. I joined a dating site for the first time in my entire life, and then I promptly deleted it. But I made a friend out of it. So
Cool,
don't
cool.
judge me. I'll be right back. I'm gonna try and get Ash, and I'm just leaving me on the thing. I'm just gonna mute it.
Yeah.
But yeah, man, I've been to Golden, Colorado, like
Golden, where the
Coors Light,
Coors, yeah,
the Coors Brewery
Coors.
is. I took the
Yeah.
whole tour and everything. I was
I've
on a
never
road
done
trip
that.
with a friend, and we stopped there, and it was really cool. I never saw beer being made ever. So
Did you go anywhere else? Where else did you go in Colorado?
just Golden. That's the only.
Because I moved here from
drove
Steamboat
through,
Springs. I was up in the other core before.
But,
I'm from Philly, though, just so you know, not to be confused. I've just been in Colorado for 17 years because I was with
like
my
Motown,
ex-husband.
Philly, Motown,
Philly, back again. Yeah, boys, man, come on, baby. Yeah. All right, where
That's
is
cool.
she?
That's a historical area, Philadelphia.
Philly's got great history. Okay, hopefully this doesn't take me out of here, but I'll be right.
Yeah, so you've been then DVB.
I've been all right, man. Just hanging in there. Playing a lot of guitar. Like listening to you like stream like this last 30 minutes or 40 minutes. Like it reminded me of how we were talking before about you busking. And like I really want to try my hand at busking. I've done it when I was younger, but I think I can make some good cash at it, you know, learn Hotel California, like some Oasis songs, Beatles songs. I mean, I bet I could make a couple $100 a day. Like at least in the summer.
Yeah.
Maybe not this time of year, but if I start practicing now and like get a set list going, you know?
Yeah. Well, as I said, we're also California. Barcode. Oh. You barcode. You know what barcode
Where?
are, don't you?
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah, dude. I've
If
been
you don't
playing
mind me
guitar
asking,
for
what
20
part of the
years.
country are you in? Like, you don't have to say specifically, but are you in a city?
Jens or me?
Yeah, DVB.
Oh, I'm in like Tacoma area, like about a 30-minute
Okay.
drive south of Seattle. So
I've never been to. Well, I've been to like the Seattle airport, but I've never. That's like one part of the country I've never really gone to. It's like the Pacific Northwest. I've never been to Oregon. Both of my, I had two siblings that went to like college there too. Just funny. I think.
oh yeah, like
Lewis and Clark. Is that in Washington or Oregon?
Lewis and Clark is the end of the Oregon Trail, or the Lewis and Clark Trail. I'm sorry, but it's in a
like
story.
the college though.
No, where is it? What's the city's name?
I think it's in Portland, isn't it?
No, there's another city. It's not Seaside. What is it? It's not Astoria. The name is escaping me. It's like south of Astoria, Oregon, where the end of the Oregon Trail is, or Lewis and Clark Trail. But,
and then my other brother just randomly bought a house. Everyone, it's so weird. All my family either they moved from Philly to like New York City, or from now they're like in Oregon. I don't know, or Colorado.
yeah,
we're random. Except I did my years in Boston too.
So I remembered it's Seaside, Oregon. That's where the Lewis and Clark Trail ends. But yeah, it went across the whole country. like
I don't know where the
wagon trains and
university
shit.
is though. Like my sister went to college, like the Lewis and Clark College or whatever it is.
Oh
I
yeah,
don't know
yeah,
where that is.
yeah. It's like I think on the west side of or southwest side of Portland, if I remember
I
right.
thought it was Portland because she was away in Portland. She made really good money at some like hipster restaurant. I remember. Now she lives in Chile. I have a lot of siblings. The oldest of 9, technically, if you count the 3-step.
For real, really? Wow,
Hmm
9 siblings.
But we're like the we're like the Brady Bunch on crack. It's like all over the place, you know. We're like all halves, basically. We're like, we all share a mom or a dad.
Wow.
The only 2 of us share only the first 2, me and my brother under me, share the same mom and dad. Yep.
I have 2 siblings, and at times I thought that was too much. I couldn't imagine 9. You know, that's nuts.
See, I only grew up with like 4 in the home because I was the oldest. So like, my sister was 6 when I left, and then there's more that are younger. You know what I mean? So, but when I was 18, she was 6. So that was the most I dealt with. I used to take care of like 3 of my siblings growing up. Actually, that's kind of not true though, because my dad had 2 little ones. They just weren't in the house, but I always babysat them.
Have you
But
watched
I
any
actually, yeah,
wrestling
I
action then recently, Courtney?
what'd you say?
You've been watching because you've been doing them streams, haven't you? With fucking that 70s rock band and that. So fucking.
Oh yeah, I've
you've
always
been,
done it. So I've done
yeah, you've been
only
watching some
only
massive
talk and roll
action
since
films.
the beginning.
Yeah, you've
Yeah,
been
just
watching
doing
massive.
films.
Yeah,
And on Monday we're doing grunge music, the grunge era, which is so funny to me because I lived that era, but I was a total punk rocker that was kind of anti-grunge. But now I like a lot of it. The older I got.
well, yeah,
I only
into
like 2
Nirvana
grunge bands.
because there was quite a few fucking action films that like had Nirvana songs and that. Obviously, the recent one with Batman, the Batman, when he fucking
Yeah,
has that
something in the way.
depressing fucking
Yeah,
something in the way, yeah. But
yeah, they made it all fucking.
yeah,
Yeah,
well,
it
they
was
love
lame, man.
Nirvana though.
Yeah, Nirvana fucking kicks ass, but the way they used it in the film, like, you know, Kurt Cobain would have been like, "You're not using my fucking song in a Batman movie," you know.
No, well,
Nirvana covers a
he would.
song that.
yeah, I think once he saw the action that the stuntmen did, so he'd have been like, okay.
Oh yeah, the like
Nirvana
Robert
covers a song of a
Pattinson's
band I played in.
stuntmen did a great job. You know.
Yeah. They should get a fucking like headline with fucking Robert Pattinson. Should be Robert Pattinson and then all the stuntmen that played Batman and then fucking what's his
Yeah, that
name?
would be hilarious if the team of stuntmen received the Oscar and not Robert Pattinson.
Yeah,
That's how it should be, man.
yeah.
What movie are you talking about?
The Batman. The latest
Yeah,
Batman movie.
I haven't seen any Batman after the 1989 Michael Keaton. Isn't that pathetic?
Yeah.
You never saw Batman Returns with Catwoman or Michelle Pfeiffer?
Oh, I did see that one. Was that after 1989?
Yeah, that was the second one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did see that one then because I remember my dad was
Okay.
obsessed with Kim Basinger. Is that who it was?
No, oh,
In the first one, it
Was
was
it a
Kim
Kim
Basinger. Yeah. In the first one, yeah.
Oh, was it Sharon Stone? Yeah, Sharon Stone was fucking Catwoman in the second one.
No, it was Michelle Pfeiffer.
Oh, yeah,
Oh,
Michelle Pfeiffer. Yeah.
That's what it was. Michelle Pfeiffer. Yeah. I did see that one. Going back to the Nirvana thing, I was just saying that Nirvana covered a song by a band that I actually got to play bass in, like on a total like whim.
Oh,
in
yeah?
like 2005.
What
Yeah, this
band?
band they're called Fang. They're from like Oakland area, like Bay Area of California. But they've been around since like the early 80s. And actually the one song that Nirvana covers, Green Day's covered it, Mudhoney covered it, Butthole Surfers covered it. All these bands covered it, but like
What
nobody
is
knows
it?
the original band.
I'm on the edge of
It's
my
called The
seat.
Money
What's
Will
the
Roll
song?
The Money Will Roll Right In. Metallica covered it too.
I've heard that cover. Yes. Okay. Awesome.
I'm going to Hollywood. Yeah, the bass lines like and the guitar is like really like simple but catchy. Yeah, so I got to play with them. Like I was obsessed with that band because they were like an obscure punk band that I just like always I dug, and it happened so randomly. But yeah, when you brought up Nirvana, I'm always like,
What do
they
you
covered
play?
a band I played in.
What do you play? Or what instrument?
Currently, I have not played an instrument in a long time, but I could play at one point almost all of them. I went to college for music. I was a music teacher for a little, and then I switched over to special ed. But I started on piano when I was 5. I did a clarinet when I was 8. Then I started electric bass when I was 13. So those are my main 3.
Oh, that's
And then
awesome.
I went to Berklee College of Music, and I had to learn like all of them. So I had a guitar. I played
Dang.
guitar in like a class thing too.
Awesome.
But do you want to know why I started playing bass too? Because
Why?
of Kim Gordon in Sonic Youth. I was obsessed with her. She was the bass player. She was
Yeah,
married
of course.
to Thurston
Sonic
Moore.
Youth is dope.
Yeah.
I saw him live like
Yeah,
20 years or
I've seen
over
them a couple
20 years
times.
ago.
They're
but-
awesome. Yeah, it was probably 20 years ago for me too. I saw them with Iggy and the Stooges. They did like a Iggy and the Stooges reunion. It was awesome.
Oh, wow.
Because I love Iggy Pop. It was pretty cool. It was
Yeah.
at Jones Beach in Long Beach Island, or LBI, I think it was, or Long Beach. I can never remember which one is which. Like there's Long Beach and then LBI, Long Beach Island. But it was at Jones Beach Arena. The only thing that was crappy about it is they didn't serve alcohol. And back then we really wanted alcohol for the show. Now I'm a non-drinker, so it doesn't matter. But
Yeah, Sonic Youth,
you're,
dope band. Awesome band. Like when I saw them live,
Yeah.
they didn't sing any songs. All they did was feedback and noise and like art, like made
it's
art
funny.
with it.
That's
like,
what they're
noise
really
sounds.
known for. Like
But-
it's really like that's what
but
they really
usually they'll
were. But everyone knew them. Everyone knew them from their album "Dirty," you know, with the 100% of my love that song.
Right.
But a lot of people like thought they were more like that, but they weren't. They were very like art rock. I don't know. What would you describe them as? Shoegaze / art rock
A
/
jam band. I mean, they just went up on stage and jammed. You know, like it was like a band practice.
Yeah, but I wouldn't like
But they did it on
classify them
stage.
with that jam band like same like
Right, they're not like
stereotype.
Fish
You know what I
or
mean?
something. Yeah,
yeah.
right. I get what you're saying, but they were
It's
like,
like
a jam band,
experimental
like
almost.
experimental jam band. Yes, exactly.
Yeah, something like that. I love
Courtney knows.
But yeah, I was obsessed with Kim Gordon, so I started playing bass. And then I played in like my high school jazz band, so I got pretty good at it by doing it. That like that made me like pretty proficient at it instead of just copying like playing songs that I liked.
Right.
So what's the weather like in Washington now?
Rainy. Like
Rainy, not
tons,
snowy?
tons of rain.
Do you guys get snow? It just gets snowy up there? It's gotta, right?
In the mountains, and it snows like from time to time. It depends on the year. Like this year, we got a little snow, but there's been years when it's been like up to my kneecaps, But
Well,
this year it's been
Steamboat
pretty light.
Springs, where I used to live, I just went and visited there because there was like house sitting my dad's place, and it was unbelievable. They had been getting just pounded with snow the whole season,
Where?
and every day it was like another in Steamboat Springs, Colorado. It's like a big
Okay.
ski resort.
Yeah, it's
There's
real
like
cold.
Okay.
Aspenvale and Sayings.
it's real cold in the UK and that still, because the sun's come out, but it's still fucking cold considering it's like.
I just remember being so dreary and rainy in London
Oh yeah.
that I visited because I used to go there like I went there like 3 summers in a row, maybe 4. Yeah, I dated someone in college, and his dad lived in by the Earl's Court tube stop in London.
Yeah.
So we used to go stay there for the summer, and then like go to like Amsterdam and places like that from there. It's fun. And I haven't been out of the country. Well, no, that's a lot. I went to Mexico, but I haven't been to like Europe or anything since then.
What I don't understand about England, no offense to anyone who's from England, but why are there so many dialects on such a small fucking island? You know?
I think about it. Think about the East Coast of the U.S. It's the same way.
I suppose that's true. New
Like, if you
York,
think
New
about it,
Jersey, Florida,
Boston, New York. Like you got Boston,
Carolinas.
you got New York, you got New
Yeah.
Jersey, then you got like Philly. Philly, you're calling home, and then like Baltimore's a lot like Philly. Then like you got
That's a good
Virginia.
point.
It's totally, yeah, it's all different. And then even in Philly, there's like Delco accents, we call them, like with Delaware County, South Philly accents. They're all different. You can tell where people, like each neighborhood they're from. It's funny. So yeah, that I just kind of, sorry, I butted in, but the rest of the country, I feel like doesn't have much of an accent like the U.S. except for the South, obviously, but. Oh, maybe, never mind. Minnesota does, but like Colorado doesn't have much of an accent. Washington doesn't really have an accent. Oregon doesn't. I don't think. You can correct me if I'm wrong.
Well, I've been told like by Midwesterners that I sound like a West Coaster, so I guess that's something.
Well, there is a little, you know what? I will say there is a West Coast kind of like, but it's still not really an accent. It's just kind of like a.
It's like you
say
sound like
hello,
everybody
or like-
else, right? Pretty much.
It's so funny though because I totally lost my Philly accent. I thought. I mean, I still think I have, but because I've lived out in a lot of places since then. But I was working in at the high school, and it was like the first day I worked at the high school in the other town I lived in here, and I just heard the vice principal said, "You've got to be from Philly." Who's talking? She's got to be from Philly, and I was like, "Really?" He's like, "I don't even sound like I'm from Philly anymore." And he's like, "Oh yeah, you do." I was like, "Okay." Kind of funny for people that don't have an accent. If I'm talking to my family, though, it comes out.
Well, Americans.
You get the come on.
I want, yeah. Let's hear what you have to say about Americans, Jens.
Yeah, they draw out their words like a little bit.
No,
the more south you
British,
go, the more drawn it gets.
Well, you guys just don't say half of your letters.
No, we say all our letters, but we say them quick and sharp.
No, you don't. Like,
Yeah,
like,
we do.
Like, it's, what's the word? Oh my God, what's a good example? Like, now I'm not gonna be able to think of an example. But like, okay, don't talk about it for a second. I'll come back.
No, but Americans, right? You know the Southern draw. Yeah. I ain't
They say
tired
oral
no
instead of
more.
oil.
Yeah, all Americans have a sort of like Southern
Oral.
draw, but
Fry out some oil. How do you? I can't even do a Southern accent. It's so different. I'm used to like, come on, or I don't know.
What's so fucking
John,
weird to me is like
Friday Night Show.
Americans came from England, basically the Pilgrims and shit, right? And like, why do Americans sound so different than English people or people from England? And why do Australians sound so different from Americans and English people?
Oh,
but we all speak the same language, but it's like all
It's a really
dialects.
interesting question.
Australians,
there's got to be
kind
an
of
answer
weird,
to that.
right?
Australians sound different because
There's from Australia.
Yeah.
Go ate my baby. Or
Yeah.
something.
Someone was
Phonetic
trying to teach me how to
that's
say
why
the
they
words,
sound
and they were like,
different.
"It's Melbourne,"
But
and it's
no,
like, sorry,
what
Jens.
happened with
Let me turn
Australia
myself down.
is because there was a lot of sand. They don't breathe through the nose much, and so they get a bit of a nasally accent, and then they draw the words a bit. That's why
You're talking about Australia.
You know,
It's really funny.
Americans
My
aren't
stepmom,
Australian.
my
They got a
stepmom
belly
is
girl.
from Australia, but I've never been there.
But if you want to talk Australian,
I can tell the difference
pinch
between
your
like
nose.
a lot of. I can always tell the difference between like South African and English, like and British, whatever you want to say. And most people like can't believe it. Like when I call them out on it, I'm like, "Are you South African?" Like if I'm on the phone with like a Enterprise, always has South Africans. They have the like. It sounds like a British accent, but I can tell the difference.
Yeah, they do not speak. They try to speak like in a British accent, but they still have that African tone in their voice.
Not really. I don't think so. Do you?
Oh yes,
I don't think it's like that. I think they try to sound like more proper. It's just like a little bit of a little like off, kind of like. It's very similar, but
no one the Chappy. When you speak South African, you speak it like partly English, partly African. That's why they like called South Africans.
That's like Cape Town and stuff, right? Like
Yeah,
that area. Yeah.
well, there's all different accents around because yeah, it's just the way they're speaking it in around because like Americans, there was around a lot of Native Americans and that, weren't they? And so they'd have been picking up their language a little bit and that.
Right. So kind of all
I just
melts
love
together.
I love some of the accents in England. Like I had a friend who was from he was a fan of the Everton Football Club, so he's from there.
Liverpool.
Everton, does that sound right?
Yeah, being Liverpool.
Liverpool, that's where it was. Yep.
That's where the Beatles are
I
from.
love that accent. I love that accent.
Oh, you like a bit of the Scouse, do you?
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, Liverpool. That's where the Beatles are from.
Yep.
Supposedly.
Oh yeah, no, yeah.
I'm a big Lennon fan. I like John Lennon's solo stuff a lot. A lot.
I used to be a Beatles fan until I realized that Paul was like fake murdered and they replaced him. Now I don't like him as much.
What?
But I like the original Beatles though.
Basically,
up
the
until
Beatles,
Sgt. Pepper's, and after
yeah,
that,
the Beatles have some great stuff. They have some great stuff. I like Eleanor Rigby's a great song.
DVB talking about when they did the photo album for Abbey Road and Paul McCartney wasn't wearing shoes, which meant he wasn't the original Paul McCartney.
Yeah,
is that really a thing?
That was just one clue of like thousands. Like, dude totally died. If you really like, because here's the thing, man.
What other evidence is he?
I'll tell you what, man. I like the first band I listened to when I was a kid and all through my life was the Beatles. That was the only band I was really allowed to listen to because of my strict upbringing.
When I did
but
I had to do
I realized
and I did Beatles songs with them. Sorry to interrupt.
Oh, it's
you
all
just
right.
got me excited about it. You were talking about being a kid listening to it, so.
But I'm gonna finish my sentence. But yeah.
Yeah, go on.
Okay.
Yeah, Courtney. Okay, we don't give a fuck about your school education. We've heard about your school education.
I'm talking about the Beatles.
No, it's important. It's important. It's cool.
No, let him fucking tell us how fucking Paul McCartney's dead.
Okay, here I'll get to the point. Like, I'll try to make it quick and brief.
Take your time.
I love the Beatles. Loved them. Like, that's all I listened to. The first up until Revolver, right? And then when I became a teenager, I was finally allowed to listen to the rest of the Beatles catalog, and I knew right away that there was a difference in Paul McCartney's voice, just his voice, the tone of it, and the bass playing.
Ooh.
I knew there was something up. And later in life, I realized that there was this whole Paul is dead conspiracy theory thing, which I thought was kind of stupid.
So
It was like, it's totally Paul, you know? But the more I looked into it, I couldn't prove it wrong. And I realized, like, wow, there really is an imposter, and the whole world is falling for this, like, smokescreen
doppelganger
magician's
sort of
trick.
clone.
Right, dude. But if you really listen to the music, you can tell. You know, you can hear it in his voice. You don't even need the visuals or the clues that they left, which they left thousands of them.
Which album then? Which album do you say the original Paul McCartney was on?
I think the last one that he was on was probably Rubber Soul.
Right. And then so when do you say you distinctly knew that it wasn't Paul?
Probably the first time I heard Helter Skelter.
Right. Off the
White Album.
Revolution album, isn't it?
It was a couple albums later. Like, you had Sgt. Pepper's, then Magical Mystery Tour, then the White Album, which the White Album is where you really hear who the new quote unquote Paul is, which, not knocking the guy, he's hella talented at being like a Paul McCartney impersonator, and even more talented than the original Paul McCartney. But it's obvious. Like, if you really listen to the music, it's so fucking obvious.
Right. Well, I'll have a listen. So you say from Helter Skelter onwards, it's the fake Paul McCartney.
Yes. Maybe before, maybe even Sgt. Pepper, because on that one you have what in the first song they say Billy's here, and supposedly the guy's name is Billy Shears.
Yeah.
Like the fake Paul, and supposedly this guy like won a contest, like a Paul McCartney look-like contest, and he won it, and they stuck him in there in the Beatles, like he was the real Paul. But you can tell, dude, man, you look at the pictures even from the album sleeves, you can tell it's a different dude. Which is it's so fucking weird. It's like, why would they even do that? Why would they go to so much trouble, you know?
Oh, well, like in 6 Day, wasn't it, where fucking, like, the Arnold Schwarzenegger fucking film where they're getting clones, where the beginning bit, there's an American football game going on where the quarterback gets his neck broken, and they have him in the ambulance and that, and the doctors and that say, oh yeah, well, yeah, he's gonna survive, but he's probably gonna be a paraplegic and that. And so, like, in the film, the dude fucking can't risk him being a paraplegic and that, and so he kills him and then clones him, and so fucking, like, the dude's fucking healthy again, and so I forget exactly why I got into that subject.
Well, let's
what
talk
were we-
about the fake Paul McCartney.
Oh yeah. So anyway, so in 6 days they like kill the dude and clone him because they can't risk him being buried. Well, maybe they couldn't risk if Paul McCartney died. They couldn't risk them replacing him with another dude who wasn't Paul McCartney, and so they just sort of cloned him. Even
Oh,
though,
like maybe it was already ready in the wings, kind of thing,
well,
or something. I don't know.
yeah, no, it might be one of them where fucking it was a lucky coincidence that fucking the like rhythm or bass guitarist in your band dies, but there's a dude who looks just like him and can play just as good as him.
Well, dude, that's another thing. As you're a musician and you know the Beatles, right? You've heard their music. Like, listen to early Beatles bass guitar, and listen to after Sgt. Pepper and Revolver. The bass lines become more like amazing, like almost like this isn't the same guy playing bass. You know, it's so good
Yeah, well,
compared to the
maybe though.
original.
Yeah, well, maybe he just had a life-changing experience that just changed him like into a different dude, as in, like some people where say,
I
"Oh
get what
yeah,
you're
it
saying.
changed
Yeah,
him."
yeah, yeah.
So he looks pretty much exactly the same, but he's not the same person because he's had
Had
changes
like
and that.
a life altering experience or something.
Yeah,
Yeah,
because
I
there's
thought
a lot of
that too.
that.
I thought that too, man. But if you look at the like last Paul McCartney interview in like I think it was 1965, and his first interview of 1966 or 7, like supposedly Paul died, like disappeared, like from the public eye, and everyone's like, "Is he dead? What happened?" And supposedly this new dude came in, and he was totally different, but he could play everything Paul played, but better. And like, I don't know. It's just something to look into. I know most people don't want to look into it, but there's something there, man.
Yeah. Well, you know what I mean. It's some things where it seems fucking ridiculous at the time, but like you've seen recently, like oh yeah, well no, it was the truth. So I'm not saying it's not.
Right. But you're open to maybe consider it might be true, which that's kind of where I'm at too. But I can't
Oh
say that. I'm
no.
pretty much convinced that the fucking Paul McCartney that goes on like the Grammys or whatever nowadays, that's like not the same Paul McCartney that started the Beatles with John Lennon. You know, it's a different dude, and for whatever reason they replaced him. Maybe for money. I'm guessing it's for money, but
Well, you don't know. You don't know because like it could have. It was a lot of reasons. Rather, the original Paul McCartney fucking died of some natural causes, or he
supposedly it
died
was
of
a car wreck.
or
Supposedly.
I was gonna say, or he died of an overdose or some other sort of um accident, like you say, in the car wreck, and then it was just down to fucking them replacing him. And if there was no dog, if it was one of them car wrecks that he'd done himself, but there again though, it was James Dean, like and all this shit, who died in car wreck. So you never know. There could have been, but let's stick to the fucking subject at hand. Where so whatever reason he dies. Now they know if they fucking come out and say, "Oh yeah, he's dead," and so we're gonna have to replace him and that. they're gonna lose a few fucking fans because there was like quite a few Paul McCartney fans, and that probably wouldn't have fucking liked him, and they would have probably not wanted to listen to whoever replaced him, even if he was good, and so the plan would have been we get someone in who looks exactly like him. And in them days, plastic surgery, and so like even if he didn't look exactly like him, they could have done a bit of plastic surgery and that shit.
Yeah.
And the reason I was saying for financial reasons is we don't tell them that it's a new basis. We just tell them it's fucking Paul McCartney. Or there could have been the other reasons where Paul McCartney just won't play ball or whatever. And so they had to just replace him with someone who could, and maybe they trained him up
Oh
so he
yeah.
could play. Because even though Paul McCartney is a talented musician and that, but according to you, he got better, and so fucking his talent wasn't that talented that if someone
I mean,
who
you just don't get
really
that much
trained,
better at bass playing in like 3 months as he did. You know, supposedly they got
yeah,
a new
yeah,
guy, man.
yeah, 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 yeah. Well, it could have been, but
It's weird the whole world fell for it too, man. Like I've known people who like think I'm crazy, you know, family members who are Beatles fans. I was like, dude, he was replacing the. You have no idea what you're talking about, you know. But I do.
well, I'm going with the theory he could have been a changed man, but he still can be the same person, but a changed person, as we all know, we all can change. Well, some of us can change, and that. Some of us can't change, and that. But yeah,
Right.
so yeah, but as I say, I don't know because like in that business and that there was some crazy things going on and that shit. Like when the Big Bopper and fucking
Richie Valens and
yeah, uh, oh
Buddy Holly.
yeah, Buddy
Yeah.
Holly, yeah,
Yeah, it was American Pie. Yeah.
yeah,
That was
yeah,
the name of the plane. Yeah.
yeah, no,
They
yeah, you know what I
all
mean?
3 rock stars dead in one plane. That's kind of fucked up.
Yeah,
Almost
there would
seems
have
like
been.
suspicious to me, you know.
Well, there's even more suspicion. There would have been another person that was on there that was like big and that in the music biz. Or if you want the music biz, it was someone who was fucking in the limelight and that, but for some reason they didn't make it. Don't know whether it was traffic or they just fucking got up late or whatever. But they
Right.
didn't make it in that, yeah, and so fucking like got like lucky, didn't they? So
It's kind of weird how musicians or like famous people like die kind of young compared to the rest of
yeah, yeah.
the
Oh yeah.
population, you know.
Oh well, I was watching this thing about Jimi Hendrix where they were saying it was suspicious that he died because they found loads of fucking wine in his stomach, but apparently he didn't drink wine, or he didn't drink wine enough that he'd fucking have like a bottle or two in his stomach.
Right. Wow.
Yeah.
That's weird. Yeah. I always heard he like took heroin for the first time and he choked on his own vomit or something. But
Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's a story that they said like he fucking
the official quote unquote
did,
story.
yeah, did heroin and fucking choked up on. But yeah, But they were saying like, yeah, oh, it could have been through intoxication, but yeah, but I think they did say heroin in that. Like that is a story that is sort of fucking common with the Jimi Hendrix death, that he had heroin and choked on his own vomit. Because even if you took heroin for a while, you still are sick and that shit. I think it's the dosage. You know, when you up the dosage, which heroin addicts usually do, and that your body feels sick. And so even though you've had heroin for quite a bit, and that if you're upping the dosage where you're getting a real good buzz, like you will feel sick.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, Jens. I'm kind of tired, but thanks for having me on with you.
Yeah,
I'm gonna get going, but cheers, man. Thanks for
yeah,
having me on
yeah,
with you.
yeah. Well, that's what it being on DVB and that, man. I say, like, I'm ending it now, and like I thanked everyone earlier and that, but I'll fucking do it again, sort of thing. So yeah,
Cool, man. All right, cheers, bro. Well, I'll
yeah,
catch you on the next one. All right.
right, yeah, all right,
Later, man.
yeah, whatever. Yeah. Oh, is that you want to promote? All right. Yeah. So thanks to Courtney. Thanks to DVB. Thanks to YT Games. Thanks to Octo Wade. Thanks to Canadian Spider-Man. Thanks to Top Dummy and the Guinea Pig Collective. Thanks to Small Time Republic. Thanks to Max Splatter. Thanks to Nelson the Psychopath, although he was called Rambo the Psychopath. And thanks to Captain Finley. Right. Thanks for watching. And as I say, I'll probably do well, I'll have to do a stream next week because hopefully I'll be watching the film Pathfinder, see how that's like, and give a review whilst Nelson the Psychopath watches, what was it, Silent Summer? Shit, I forgot. But Silent Summer, the Chuck Norris film, it was watching the first like 10 minutes of it on the stream and that. But anyway, thanks for watching. Cheers. Bye.